but the Nats could not get their bats going. The Orioles winning 2-1. So the Nationals now open a weekend series tonight at Nats Park against Juan Soto and the New York Mets. First pitch tonight is at 6:45, and you can listen to it on the Team 980. And the Capitals and Canadians resume their first round Stanley Cup playoff series. The Caps winning right now 2-0. The series heading to Montreal and the Bell Center this evening. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. Listen to it here on The Fan. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Press. Give me this award and let's not make it the last. What up, everybody? It's 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Round one of the NFL draft is in the books. And if you go back to the end of the regular season, you know what we like to say, B? This is B. Mitchell Finley. His name's Brian Mitchell. He's got a beautiful pink polo shirt on this morning. If what we say about the draft when you're evaluating college players is rewind your brain to the end of the college season. And that's the moment you should evaluate players on, not all the stuff that happens in the 4 months in between. Well, if we operate under that, guys, and we go back to the end of the Commanders season, when, let's be real, they kind of got smoked in Philly in the NFC title game, and they got whooped on both sides of the lines of scrimmage. What did we say then? They got to build up this offensive line, protect Jaden, be able to run the ball. They've got to establish some level of dominance on this offensive line. Well, fast forward a couple months, and that's exactly what they've done. Last night, the draft pick of Josh Connerly, I think there is a lot to like about this young man. Start with just he's incredibly young. He's 21 years old. Incredibly athletic. Whatever kind of advanced offensive line metrics you believe in, they're going to pop with Connerly. He said all the right things. We got to talk to him last night. Adam Peters made crystal clear that this was an organizational pick, top to bottom. They had him clearly the top player available on their draft board. I heard last night that there was real concern when the Niners took my guy Michael Williams at 11, that the number 2 guy for San Fran right there was Connerly at 11. Mm-hmm. Like they were concerned throughout this process.
Yeah, Adam said he was concerned that I think also the Cardinals, he was concerned about them as far going and get him as well. But
Cardinals, the Rams, he was happy the Rams traded out.
If we really look at this thing and you really understand how teams are built, you don't have to wait till the NFC Championship game. You saw when one person got nicked up, how the production went down. And ultimately, when you get you a quarterback of Jaden's ilk, the next thing is to protect that damn asset. And I think you go do that. And he mentioned last night, we've been talking about, I talk about the Cowboys line from back in the past, talk about the Eagles line now. What a lot of people are doing, get the best 5 people on the field. And they believe Connolly can play all 5 positions. So if you go outside right, you go right tackle with him, you give yourself a great chance to have a Coleman in the inside now, right? You get Cosme back. You got you a hell of a nucleus of offensive line now.
Sure. I think if you're projecting, I think the only thing Peter said last night, to be crystal clear, he's like, LT's the LT. Laramie Tunsil's going to be our left tackle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He can play the right tackle.
He's like a legit alpha you brought in that has done it at a really high level for a long time. And so I think it's pretty clear he's going to be your left tackle. To me, I think Connerly's your right tackle. The competition that was going to exist between Coleman and Wiley now probably exists to play right guard. Wiley's played all over. Allegretti's played all over.
Mm-hmm.
Biotish is going to be your center, and it allows Cosme to work his way back at a reasonable, there's no urgency for Cosme to get back. And then fast forward to Halloween and say your offensive line is Tunsil. Maybe it remains Allegretti. Maybe Coleman's able to push for that spot. Biotish, Cosme, Connerly. Dude, at the end of the season, everybody wanted to protect Jaden. Now they've absolutely invested on their offensive line, and I think folks should be honestly really fired up about the pick. If you wanted something sexy there, if you're one of these people that says you always got to get more weapons, that's cool, but think about what this offense did last season with I think they've upgraded the weapons by bringing Debo in, and now you've got what should be a significantly better offensive line. I think it helps tremendously. I think it's the right way to build a team. And, dude, I think it's important, seriously, for teams, these scouts and front office people, director of college scout, like all these guys, they work years, months, 20 hours a day. They drive. I remember years ago, Doug Williams had a quote about man, all these dudes do is drive around and eat fast food cheeseburgers. Like, you got to reward them. So this scouting life is hard, and they're believing in their scouts. When Peters last night talked about it was an across the building pick, I completely believe him, because you could feel the palpable excitement with dudes walking around. I know you were in there.
Yeah, he said he left. He was out of his office. I think he was outside on the phone when Cliff left him the note. And he said, draft the left tackle from Oregon. He also talked about they began to hone on this thing like a month and a half ago. They kind of felt if that guy could be there, they definitely wanted him. And as we said yesterday prior to the draft, okay, they had put themselves in a position to where they can do what they wanted to do.
My mic fell off
at that point. They can go where they wanted to go. It wasn't a situation where they had to go here, there, or whatever. We get a lot of fans who they get their mindset on a position. No, this man is building a football team. And the best way to build a team or offense, have good offensive line.
Right.
Best way to build a defense side, get a good defensive line.
Well, it's funny because everybody talks about Philly. You got to be able to compete with Philly. This is how you compete with Philly.
Yeah.
I mean, when you know that it's going to be
when you're picking top 10 all the time, you get so accustomed to skill position. But you've heard me say it over and over again. You win with the big boys. Your engine and your transmission. As Doc and Fred Smoot said, the people that smell like bacon. That's who you win with. And when you're always getting your ass kicked, you're always picking, so you got to go with the sexy pick.
Right.
Right now, it's not about sexy no more. It's about being consistent, being able to go out there and make sure things are going to happen in a consistent manner on a regular basis. And the big boys help you do that.
I think we're going to open the phone lines up today. We're going to let everybody get a chance to talk. It's going to be interesting. I don't think, at least that I've seen, I know the people I've talked to, and then just in my own research, there's not a negative evaluation of Connerly. This is not a player that, whether it is like the NFL media draft complex or actual scouts, like whoever you talk to, or just watch the tape.
The dude got good feet.
There's not a bad evaluation of him. And he's so young that I think he can get bigger. Like I think
6'5", 311.
I think he's going to add weight over the years here.
325, 330 is very, very quick.
Dude, and if you think about, so last night when the pick happened, I had to go outside to do a TV hit. And so when I came back in, some of the coaches had left the war room because the pick was done. They were going to use the bathroom, whatever. And I just happened to see Kingsbury in the hallway as I was walking into the auditorium. He was fired up.
Yeah.
He was kind of jumping in the air, fist bumping. Now, all the guys were, and they probably would have been for whoever they took. But this, to me, seems like a perfect fit for Kingsbury's offense. His 10-yard split, I believe, was the best of any tackle prospect at the combine. What I care about for tackles is not how well they run the 40, but how well they run the 10, especially if I'm Kingsbury and I run so much action at the line of scrimmage, so much misdirection, and more with the league busting down on ineligible downfield. You need a guy that can stay at the line till the ball is released and then you're going.
Yeah.
That's what this dude could do.
The dude has, we always talk about Trent Williams' feet and the way he moves.
Totally.
He ain't Trent, but he has that type of ability, and when you see something like that, it says a lot. I've always looked at the offensive linemen, when you're watching them, everybody just see how big they are. Nah, you see how can they move around? Can they be like a ballet person out there? Because I'm gonna tell you, Jim Lachey was the best I've ever seen. Trent comes in, unbelievable. Those guys can be twinkle toes in a position where it's nothing but brute sport.
Sure.
I mean, brute strength going on. And that's the way Connolly works. And they were looking at him at the 6'5", 311. Can he gain some weight? Yes. I rolled in this thing. I was 5'10", 195 pounds. The first year I played at 203. That's 8 pounds on my frame.
Right.
6'5" frame. He could put 15 more pounds. I'm talking about from getting drafted to the first game, 8 pounds I gained. You think he can't gain 15 by then?
Right.
And this is the thing about it. Chad's going to make sure he gained it the right way.
Oh, dude.
It's not going to be gaining just blubber. It's going to be him gaining that with muscle and getting stronger. So those things, this could be something good, man. I like what they're doing. They increased size on offense and the defensive line already.
He's 21.
Yeah.
He's going to add weight. Yeah. Anybody been 21? Now, you can add it the wrong way or the right way, but you're going to add weight. I have zero concerns about, like, if you look at his profile from NFL.com, like his combine profile, the one question was, like, needs to add strength. I think that's going to come. He's 21 years old.
Everybody that comes out of college needs to add strength to come into the NFL.
Dude, last year at Oregon, you know how many games he's missed in the last 2 years at Oregon?
None.
0.
But see, Jay, it's like, and I use a lot of my stuff.
And Oregon is big boy football, too.
Oregon is big boy.
Like,
Oregon
Dan
is big
Lanning
boy
is
football. And Oregon is, I don't care how big you are, they're normally in shape. I told you I walked to that airport, man. I never saw so many in shape people in my damn life. But I like to use my little stuff coming in because it gives you an idea of what can happen. In college, I squatted 615 pounds. I bench pressed 435. I power clean 385. You know what I had to do when I got to the league? Add more strength, which that was probably stronger than most damn people. But for what they expected me to do and wanted me to do in the way I played the game, I had to add more strength. So when they tell me, people, I'm baffled by it saying when the guy goes to the next level, the NFL level, oh, he needs to add strength. What the hell do you think he needs to do?
Right.
He got to get better. He got to get stronger. Got to be more consistent because you're now playing with the best of the best. So everybody that comes out of college needs to add strength. Believe me. When John and Deron came here with those tree trunk legs, did they not need to add strength? You got to do it.
I mean, people think football's so different. When you get out of high school and go to college, you got to study more. When you get out of college and go to graduate, like every step is a new level.
You got to do a little
bit
more or get very, very consistent at it.
Right. So I'm with you there, B. I don't think there should be a ton of surprise. He's also so young. He played in the last 2 years. He started 28 games at University of Oregon. Big boy football. Of those 28 games, I'm guessing he played 26 of them at either 19 or 20 years old. Like, he didn't turn 21 until last November. Like, the dude is young. And then for the folks that want to point out the draft capital allocation at tackle, well, outside of quarterback, you can make the argument tackle is your most important position on the field. But regardless, yes, you traded away picks to get Tunsil. I'm very aware of that. But if you consider what they have brought in with Tunsil's contract, he's got $10 million guaranteed this year. From what we know about Laramie historically, there's going to have to be some more guaranteed money figured out here. I don't if I believe that, I'm confident the folks in Ashburn are aware of that, right? I think at 31 with Tunsil, you're probably looking at you'd like 4 years here to validate the trade. In 4 years, say you get Tunsil for 4 years here playing left tackle. In 4 years here from now would not even be the first year of a Connerly contract extension because you have a 5th-year rookie option on that thing, and he'd be 25 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and you know what else is interesting just from a straight-up size perspective? They still list Tunsil 310, 315.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's a body type they like.
Here we go, though, Jay. When you're younger, you want to be weighing heavier. When you get older, you want that thing to look a little less.
Sure.
Hey,
who
man,
you telling?
I know you got 345, but you know what? Put 325 with it.
Right.
When you're young, you know, you're 311. Hey, put 330.
There are questions, right? Like, I think it's fair to ask questions. I think not all, I think most fans are really excited about the pick. I think it was a bit of a surprise because people were kind of conditioned to think, all right, it's going to be an edge rusher. All right, it's going to be a corner.
Because that's what everybody felt.
But then you always have the population that's like, no matter what, weapon,
receiver,
running back.
What I love about Peters and this whole staff, this whole operation now, we all felt it was defense. And then they came with offensive linemen. And you still, if you really are invested in this thing and you're waiting to see how they work things out, you're still happy about the move because the move makes the team better. Tunsil comes in, and you know I can forget about left tackle now. Now it allows you to get another guy on the field in Coleman. Now you go and you get Connerly, another guy on the field. You're getting athletic. You're getting younger, athletic, and you're getting better. You're also gaining depth on your football team. So that improved the whole – whenever the offensive line improved, guess what else improved? The actual production of the offense. Jaden now doesn't – like –
what makes Philly so good all these years?
They got
a lot of good pieces. Don't get me wrong.
We got Jaden. Jaden is magnificent, but he can't do it all by himself. And now if you could block one-on-one with your offensive lineman, and then you get the other 5 people releasing out the backfield, you know who becomes even more dangerous? Number 5. He becomes extra dangerous at that point. You know, and if you have to be concerned about him, then you're leaving somebody else one-on-one. And I think when any receiver sees one-on-one, I don't care who you are, running back, tight end, or receiver, when you see one-on-one, you should be smiling from ear to ear.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot for us to discuss. Not getting an edge, people are concerned. I would wait for any concern.
Didn't they say from 5 to 70 are the same people?
Right.
You can still get an edge.
He talked about the depth of edge rusher in this draft. I think all concerns should be delayed until Saturday night. Let's see exactly what happens. Also, what about a trade back option? He said there were options. We're going to get into all of that. We're going to play a lot of Adam Peters audio. B and I were both there last night in the building, got to kind of feel the reaction. Obviously, the Caps play tonight. I don't want to ignore something that is important real quick. Craig Laughlin just announced. We love Craig Laughlin, the Locker. Joby and the Locker are absolute legends in this town. Joby and the Locker are Caps hockey for so many people. Locker just announced, hey, Caps fans, unfortunately, I haven't been feeling 100%. My medical team has advised me to miss a few games. I'm so disappointed to step away from the booth again, but I can't wait to rejoin our Monumental Sports broadcast team very soon. Go Caps. Locker, as always,
we're praying for you, brother.
Your health is what's most important. We are thinking of you. I imagine Alan May's on a plane to Montreal as we speak. They're going to figure that out. Caps play tonight. We are going to talk to Carl Alsner coming up at 12:30. Prior to that, though, we're going heavy on the draft. You're going to hear what the NFL reacted to the Connerly pick, Adam Peters' reaction to the Connerly pick. Then we're going to turn our eyes to what they can do tonight at 61. We got to have a Shador, Jackson Dart, Giants conversation. We're just getting warmed up. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. The Commanders stay put and select Oregon offensive tackle Josh Connerly Jr. with the 29th pick of the NFL draft. The Nationals fall short 2-1, failing to sweep the Orioles. The Nats open a weekend series with the Mets tonight at 6:45. You can listen on the Team 980. And the Capitals look for a 3 games and lead this evening in Montreal. Puck drop at 7 right here on The Fan. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
With the 29th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Josh Connerly Jr., tackle, Oregon.
Hurt me.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Hell, I guess it is Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday, huh?
Hell yeah.
I'm in draft mode. I hadn't even realized what day it is.
I think I jumped into it right after 12 last night.
Did you?
I had to get a little sip.
I just I'm not mad at him. I understand why. Like every time you've been on the highway and you're like, why don't they do the construction at night? Well, on the Beltway
They did it at
do.
night, and then you got mad at them.
I didn't get mad. I cut through McLean. Shout out to Balls Hill Road. That's really the name of the road, Jeff. It worked out. But I'm glad I looked at my phone, because if I just stayed on the toll road to the Beltway and just had to sit, oh dog. But I don't even want to joke about the traffic, because I think this morning there was really bad traffic for a really bad accident. I hope everybody's all right.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Connerly Jr., big boy out of Oregon. I think a lot of folks are
From Seattle,
excited.
Washington.
Dude, you know what I was thinking about? I tweeted this out last night. You remember at almost like the peak of all the bad, when they couldn't do anything right out there,
mm-hmm.
and they accidentally were selling those coffee mugs
And
with Washington State on there? This is the dude that they're perfect for. Like, this dude and Drab are the right dudes for the Commanders logo on the Washington State coffee cup.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's a lot to like, and it was brief, but just getting to speak to the young man last night, you could tell he is all about football and just all about wanting to get there and do everything right. Let's start. This is Commanders general manager, or I'm sorry, Landini. Let's go to kind of what people think about the Connerly pick. Let's start with this was the ESPN, the cast that the ESPN draft hosts reacting to the pick at 29 when Washington selected Connerly.
With the 29th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Josh Connerly Jr., tackle, Oregon.
Interesting pick. So they take the tackle after signing or trading for the tackle. Josh Connerly has been on the radar a long time. He won the Anthony Munoz Award as the best lineman in the country in high school. Played in all 13 games as a freshman at Oregon. Started all 14 as a sophomore. And then Mel made first-team All-America last year as the Ducks went undefeated through the regular season.
Steadily improving player, Greeny, a kid who was outstanding throughout the course of the year. We talked about what he was able to do in that game against actual partner. He wasn't up against Carter all that often, but he did able, when he had the one-on-ones to show what he could do. The Mike Green was one play at the Senior Bowl. So throw that out. He has the athletic ability to be a guard or a left tackle, a developing standout at that left tackle spot. I was surprised. Run blocking, That showed the ability to drive defender off the ball, torque, and then seal, block in space. The ability to pull and get to the second level, I thought, was excellent for Josh Connerly. We saw pass protection as well. Talking about against Abdul Carter, didn't allow a sack there. The athletic ability, consistently take away the edge, then mirror that defensive end, use that punch more to keep defenders from getting into his pad. He can lose out a little the power. We saw that during the course of the season, but his hand placement, that could be improved. So an offensive line coach is getting an unfinished, needs a little more polish, refinement. But the talent level, the skill set of Josh Connerly, you give him one more year at Oregon, he's probably a top 5, top 10 pick.
See, I like that a lot. I know Bobby Johnson a little bit, and I saw him walk into his car last night. Looked like he was quite excited. The tools this kid has and the work ethic he has, I would bet on him.
What I
in a big way.
Oh yeah, definitely. And then I just think when I'm looking at this coaching staff and the people that are making the decisions, we watch this sport and you can see Jeff, Landfield, Brian, you and I, we become kids again when we checking out the sport. And a lot of people get involved with sport and they get too damn serious. Last night you saw the youthfulness come out of a lot of people. And it just lets you know how excited they're about this thing. You know, I'm ready to see him go. And you know, he said that, oh yeah, they getting an unfinished product. Hell, ain't nobody finished when they come out of college, dude. I think sometimes they talk so damn long, they just say stuff and they forget what the hell they're saying.
I mean, dude, last night the Cam Ward comps were Mahomes, the Ashton Genty comps were Emmitt Smith. Like, sometimes they're just talking.
Well, what he said,
dude, you and I know what it's like to fill airtime. Sometimes you just got to fill airtime.
The thing about Emmitt, what they were saying is that he has Emmitt's balance. Yeah. They pointed out Emmitt don't have his top end speed by no stretch. Emmitt was a 4.6 something, but Emmitt had an offensive line that you know what, he got hit 5-6 yards down the field. Ashton Genty has the balance of an Emmitt, but he got that breakaway like Saquon. So I would think the best comp is Saquon, because Saquon has that same balance. Now, they got to get an offensive line over there for the Raiders.
Sure.
But if he can do the things he's capable of doing, Geno might see a lot of wide open people.
If anybody happens to be in the media room in Ashburn and can confirm that I left my computer and phone charger there, I'd greatly appreciate it. Yeah, I sure as hell don't have it here.
You need some charge, dog.
I'm cool for a moment, but certainly before the show's over. I think, yeah, I'm with you. I did want to play. Let's play this straight up, the Westwood One draft profile, because those are really cool. I hadn't heard those until I was listening to Grant and Danny yesterday, sitting in the parking lot in Ashburn, and they were playing these, and I appreciated them. This is the Westwood One draft profile on Josh Connerly.
Josh Connerly Jr., tackle, Oregon. The 6'4", 315-pound tackle developed into the anchor of the Ducks' offensive front, helping propel them to an undefeated season and a Big Ten championship. He's an elite pass protector with great range and natural body control. He has the tools of a day one starter and is far more polished than tackles typically are at his age. He combines high upside with technical refinement and continued upward trajectory. Simply put, Josh Connerly Jr. is a blue-chip offensive line talent.
Is there an argument with that?
Nope.
I mean,
you know what hit me last night?
You're getting him a year early. If he stayed another year, he's probably a top 5 pick.
Yeah, you're getting him a year early, but you know, hey, you got him early. He could probably be a top 5 pick next year, but guess what? He's a guy 1 year into his career next year, which means he's better for you already on your team. But I kept hearing people say, see, this draft is not like it normally is. You're going to get a bunch of starters out this draft. What is wrong with – is anything wrong with that?
Yeah, too.
I mean, listen, man, sometimes I'm like, people try to make great moments sound negative. If I get a bunch of starters out of this draft, that's a plus, is it not?
Right.
God.
That's what you want.
That's what the hell you want. So if all these people jumbled up are the same people, if I could get down to the 4th round and I get me a starter from that, that's a plus, people.
Right. God. Right. Okay. I like McShay. What? I don't know where you were last night. We had NFL Network on for the draft. Do you have NFL or ESPN on?
We had all kind of TVs on, bro. And after eating the steak and lobster, I was battling the eyelids getting heavy.
We had Paisanos, which was great. Shout out to Paisanos. Love you, Fuad. They had the Paisanos boneless buffalo wing nugget joints. Those were hitting. Regardless, we went with NFL Network in the media room. Mel Kiper's obviously a legend. He's created a cottage industry with this stuff. I'm just kind of over Mel Kiper. I thought when McShay was on ESPN, he did a good job of kind of counterbalancing Kiper. Now I don't know that there is a counterbalance. I'd rather listen to Daniel Jeremiah. This is Todd McShay on the Connerly pick, numero 6, Landini.
Oregon left tackle Josh Connerly Jr. is my guy. Josh Connerly is going to be one of the top 3 offensive tackles taken in this year's class. He's got the best feet of any offensive tackle in this class. I love this guy. I love him. Dwayne Brown, remember him? 6'4", 220. My goodness, can this guy move silky smooth, change of direction? It's the same thing with Connerly. And last year, it was his first year as a full-time starter. He's still getting bigger and stronger. Still needs a little more sand in the trunk, But I'm seeing more development with his hands, his placement. You just watch him mirror and pass guys off. It's everything you look for. I have not heard a single thing about Connerly Jr. as a first-round draft pick. I've not read it on social media. I've not read an article. I have not heard a single person. Just mark it down today. This guy could be the fastest rising player as we get close to the NFL draft.
McShay talking about Connerly sounded like that noise White Brian made that day. I think Brian played it at a really high level for a really long time. I've talked to enough O-line coaches over the years. They care way more about their feet than anything else. And if you have those quick feet, the ability to pass off players, you know where that helps you? Stunts. When there's movement on the defensive line.
Well, you watch him on a lot of his highlights showed that where guy would go inside, he just passes him off, and it looks like it was effortless. A lot of guys look like they have to hurry him, struggle back. Now he just slid him off, step back, he was waiting on him. So, I kept looking at the way he was moving, how I would see Jim Lachey move. That dude was as smooth as I've
Hearing
seen.
Jim Lachey's name is pretty damn
dude,
high
bro.
praise. All right, you're going to hear from Adam Peters talking about his second first-round pick ever next.
who plays very under control. You don't see him get out over his skis. He's patient with his hands. He can sit back in the rocking chair. He's real strong and sturdy. He faced a lot of good rushers on the schedule this year, including a battle with Abdul Carter. You see the athleticism when he gets out there in space in the run game. Another example here of him just staying attached, which you'd love to see.
On my sleeve.
Shout out to everybody watching on the stream. Appreciate you. Last comment I see is from Gray V. Says, I trust AP and company either way. Shout out to Gray V. Adam Peters last night said that specifically how Connerly played against Abdul Carter was one of the real positives in his evaluation. Now, you don't want to draw too much from any one matchup, but Carter looks like a beast.
You know what? Seeing him a lot.
Yeah, I think the Giants had a good draft. You can argue if you like Shador better than Dart, but that D line now with Carter, Burns, Lawrence, they're going to keep Thibodeau. That's a lot of guys that can get after a passer. I think Giants fans that want to play the Ole Miss game, like, oh, the last Ole Miss quarterback we drafted was good. I think that's a little silly, but they found their guy and went and got him. To me, it reeks of self-preservation decision-making, but
Big time.
What do I know? I did like this a lot because a lot of fans, I think, of the Burgundy and Gold are like, yo, what about the edge? Who the hell's going to rush the passer? Adam Peters, forgive me, I don't know who asked this. I just don't remember. It was late and there was a lot going on. Adam Peters got asked last night if he feels pressure to take defensive players going forward in the draft.
I think it's just looking at our board and picking the highest player on our board. So I don't think there's any pressure to pick a defensive guy, except I feel bad for Joe Witt a little bit, but he was extremely supportive of this pick too. He's a great team guy, all jokes aside. But no, there's no real pressure to do that, to force a pick on the defensive side of the ball. It's just trying to pick the best commander for us.
I think it's pretty clear that's what he's doing. Is just they're sticking to their draft board, and it's my understanding that Connerly was it was a pretty wide margin on where they had him at their draft board compared to what they were able to get or even trade out of at 29.
Totally.
Of course he's going to say that. Do you believe that, B, that he does not feel like, all right, we got to add pass rush one way or another?
I believe him. I just think that, people that force things get into trouble. And he doesn't seem to be a guy who's going to force it. And my thing is, if you improve your offense and they think they've done some things to improve the defense in the offseason, if they can score another 1.5 a game on offense or 2 points on offense, it helps the defense, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like you're not helping them. If you improve what Jaden and his crew can do, you make it a little easier for the defense to play. So with Jaden in the backfield and they improve the offense, you have to believe that it's going to help the defense out.
I think it's obviously what they expect. I mean, look, I've gotten a bunch of these tweets like, oh, man, they're just going to turn into the Bengals from last year. I don't think that's the case. It's so premature to try to decide what they are right now is all I'm saying. And I think I just went through this from Daniel Jeremiah kind of put out his remaining best available. Like, it's the second round, dude. There's still a ton of talent available. Washington doesn't pick till 61. I don't know if they're going to try to trade out. I don't know what they're going to do, but they're increasingly, I think, the top 30 visits matter. Connerly's a guy that visited here. Mm-hmm. And if you look at guys remaining, there's a bunch of dudes that are on these best available lists that also had top 30 visits with Washington. I would think, I wouldn't say definitively, but like the other tackles that had top 30 visits, I would guess that probably gets a little pushed down the board. But I mean, depending what you're looking for, the kid Ezeraku's still there, the edge rusher from Boston College that so many people were excited about. The running back Caleb Johnson from Iowa's still there. As of right now, Travion Henderson's still available. Our guy Marcus Washington, when he was on with us earlier this week, said the UCLA edge rusher Oladejo, just as a guy that really made sense to land in Washington, he's still available. He's projected, and who the hell knows what the projections are, right? I'm not saying the projections are always right, but he's projected to be roughly available around 61, somewhere in the 60s, which I find pretty interesting. He's also another young guy. He's only 21 that you feel like maybe you're getting a year ahead. The athleticism score is really high. These things are going to be pretty interesting to watch unfold, man. And I just think if you're freaked out that they didn't do enough,
they did enough. They had one pick, and they got a guy that should be a 10-year or more player. How can you say that's not enough?
I totally agree with you. I do want to take a look kind of further down the draft board, but let's get one more. Number 2 from Peter's landfill, just explaining why Connerly was the pick.
I mean, I think it's every move we make, we're trying to maximize him and really the whole team. So he was the highest player on our board. Is really what it ended up being. It wasn't really so much we needed to get an O-lineman or anything like that, but he was clearly the highest player on our board. So if it was a defensive player that was the highest player on our board, we would have done that.
It wasn't about offense or defense. It was about just getting the best player they thought they could. Yeah. I think they have built an organization where the work they said it. Like I'm not necessarily providing analysis. These dudes have said it. The work we do in free agency allowed us to not feel like we have to need any one position, and we can just take what we think is best. What they did. Now, when we come back, Nick Baumgardner covers the NFL draft for The Athletic. I want to talk to Nick about what he thought of last night, what he thinks of Connerly, and what he thinks Washington's going to do tonight. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is driven by Oarsman Chantilly Toyota. Let's ride together. The Nationals got a strong 6-inning effort from Mackenzie Gore, but it was not enough in a pitcher's duel that goes the other way.
He deals. Swinging a ground ball up the middle. Henderson has it behind the bag, throws to first in time for the out. And the Orioles take game 3 of the series and avoid being swept.
Dave Jackler on the call, heard here on the Fan as the Nats fall 2-1 to the Orioles, and they now welcome Juan Soto and the New York Mets to town for the first of 3 tonight. A 6:45 first pitch. You can listen on the Team 980. The Commanders in the first round take Josh Connerly Jr., an offensive tackle from Oregon. The second and third round today. The Commanders have 1 pick, and it will be 61st overall in the second round. And the Caps take on the Montreal Canadiens in Montreal tonight at 7. Game 3 of the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Caps lead the series 2-0. Listen to it here on The Fan. Oarsman Chantilly Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Drinks are free. We like some rock. We like Patron. Shot. Everybody.
All right, folks. 11 a.m. Enjoy responsibly. It's a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Right now, time to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. Talk to our friend, Mr. Nick Baumgardner from The Athletic, covers the draft, works with Dane Brugler, does it all, man. Nick, what's up, dude? You get any sleep?
How we doing, guys? Yeah, a little bit, like 4 hours. So I think we're doing okay, more or less. Yeah, on we go.
Yeah, I mean, it's about what we got too. We're not used to the burgundy gold picking so late, dude. It's a whole new world.
I know,
for
right?
us. Dude,
I'll take it, though.
Adam Peters actually joked about it. He's like, man, these East Coast drafts go late because it's only his second draft
first world
here.
problems now for Washington, yeah.
Well, last year he drafted second, so he didn't have to worry about it.
Right.
Let's start at the top because we've been so focused on the Connerly pick. Ward going 1 was no surprise. What'd you make of the Cleveland-Jacksonville trade?
Yeah, I thought that was terrific, quite frankly. And, we had a story in The Athletic this morning. Mike Silver wrote about how that was agreed to like 3 weeks ago, and they actually kept it pretty quiet all the way through. And more than that, though, I thought it was a home run for both teams. Jacksonville, is closer talent-wise to being a competitive team that can get into the playoffs than I think people realize. And they obviously felt the need to, hey, we're going to go get the best player in this draft, make a splash, make that happen. I thought that was a good decision for them, starting off a new regime like that. They get a phenomenal talent in Travis Hunter. And then on the flip side, I thought it was even better for the Browns to do that. I mean, there's not another team in the NFL that needs more draft picks right now than Cleveland. All the stuff that they missed, during the Deshaun Watson mess. So it was a terrific trade, I thought, for both sides, and one of those rare ones that's kind of a slam dunk on either side. I don't know if you could say one team, won it and one team lost. I think both teams kind of won that one.
And then as you go further down here, what'd you make of Loveland going ahead of Tyler Warren in the the tight end situation? That one was the first kind of surprise to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a much closer debate than a lot of people realized. TE1 and tight end 2, and those guys were kind of neck and neck the whole way. But I do like how it worked out. I think that Loveland is a better fit for the Bears and what they want to do than Tyler Warren would be. You know, the biggest comp that you hear about Colson Loveland is kind of a taller version of Sam Laporta, who Ben Johnson obviously had there in Detroit, and, you know, they did such great things together for those 2 years. I think Loveland is a lot more like that than Warren is. And with how the Bears are going to run offense, they're going to use a lot of 2 tight ends, and they're going to let him run all over the place. I think that's a terrific fit for Chicago. And then at the same time, I think it worked out for Indy to get Tyler Warren. I mean, he is a Dallas Clark clone who everyone there, you know, should be very familiar with.
He wears the same number.
Yeah, wears the same number and all that stuff too. You know, I think they're going to use him more as a blocker. I think he's got a higher, you know, higher range there as a blocker too, a higher ceiling, we'll say. So it was a little bit weird, but also I don't think it shocked too many people in the league because, you know, the fit there made a lot of sense for both sides, and I don't think it would have made as much sense if you flipped it around.
That was a run of O-linemen and defensive linemen going last night. Do you see that continuing, or are you going to see some other positions begin to go in the early second round?
Yeah, I think you'll still see a lot of defensive linemen go. This was a terrific defensive tackle class, a pretty deep edge class also, and there's still some pretty good ones on the board. You know, Donovan Ezeraku is one that stands out.
Yeah,
you know, towards the top of the draft here. But really, there's going to be a lot of defensive backs. I think, you know, Will Johnson is still on the board. Nick Emanwari is still on the board. Xavier Watts as well. There's a ton of good safeties, a bunch of really good corners. Siobhan Revel as well. So a lot of guys, you know, Johnson was, you know, 4 or 5 months ago, a top 15 player in this draft, and injury concerns and everything else had him fall. So that could be terrific value for anybody there at the top of the second round. So I think a lot of defensive backs and defensive tackles we'll see today.
Siobhan played only 3 games last year, but still has high markings. How good would he be for somebody to get him back healthy?
I think that would be a terrific pick. I mean, I think it would be great value for a guy that, you know, the thing about him is he played at a small school, right, obviously, and you said it. I mean, he only got to play the 3 games, and he just disappeared because he got hurt, and everybody kind of forgot, you know what I mean? Like, I think that sort of happens sometimes to those small school guys when they go out of sight, out of mind, and then you can't work out, you know, for the rest of the year because you're rehabbing. And so any questions that teams might have, you know, it goes away. But I think if you go back into his tape from 2 years ago or a year before last, it's outstanding. So if you can get him back to healthy again, you know, this was another one of those guys that kind of like the Josh Simmons kid from Ohio State, the tackle. Look, if he hadn't gotten hurt, he would have clearly been a top probably 20 player in this class and a guy that would have, you know, been great value. And somebody could get him at the bottom of the second round today, you know, or somewhere in there. That would be a terrific pick for them.
We're talking with Nick Baumgardner from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at Nick Baumgardner, Baumgardner. Nick joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. I'm checking out. You already got analysis up on every pick from last night, looking ahead to who's available tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, there's so much going on and so many players still to come. It's so premature to try to grade to try to analyze a complete draft just on the first round because there's so much talent left, like you said. A couple specific picks from last night I wanted to ask you about because I still believe there's going to be a lot of player trades to come. You know, I go back to it was day 2 of the draft when Trent Williams got traded. It didn't happen Thursday. It happened Friday. So I'm looking at Shamar Stewart, Texas A&M edge rusher with all the tools and no production, and that's fine. Maybe he'll prove to be a really great pro. Goes to the Bengals at 17. What do you think about that pick, and what do you think that does for a guy like Trey Hendrickson?
Well, I think that's a great pick, and I think exactly for, you know, you can put him opposite Henderson in a year like this and not ask him to be necessarily, you know, if they decide to keep him, you know, I guess one way or the other. But if you could put him opposite a star and not ask him to be the, dominant edge as a rookie that is, you know, doing everything right away, because it is going to take some time for him to sort of round out his game. But I really like that pick a lot. I think that's kind of a developmental pick to a degree. Reminded me a lot of Rashawn Gary when he came out with Green Bay, where it was a little bit of a slow start, but it, you know, pretty quickly once he figured it out, he took off. I think that he's very similar in that vein. Like, he did not play his best football at Texas A&M that we're going to see in the NFL, and it's not because of lack of effort or anything else. It was just he's a raw prospect who was still sort of growing into his body, still trying to figure out, you know, more or less where he was best deployed, kind of on that defensive line. They also had a really deep defensive line at A&M, so he rotated a lot more than a lot of other guys that normally would. I think that could be a really high upside pick for a guy that went 17 overall that had top 10 traits in this class. Like Stewart was one of the rare guys I felt like on the board, maybe among 12 to 10 guys that probably had true first round grades, just because 40-inch vert at 6'5", 270, 4.59 40, I think it was. Just elite length, everything else. Like there's not a single Trayvon Walker, Rashawn Gary. That's what he reminds me of, like a blend of those two guys. Both of those guys needed a little bit of time, but in time they made it work. And I think that Shamar, you saw him on the stage last night too. He looked pretty ticked off, quite frankly. So I think he's ready to go, and that seemed like it was a good sign to me. I think if he listens to coaching and takes it well, he could be a really, really good player here pretty soon.
I think that's something a lot of those guys can learn. You may not have gone where you thought you would go, but you still get the opportunity to go on the team, and you can open up some eyes once you get there.
Absolutely. I mean, a guy like that, especially, let it motivate you, right? Like you went out to the combine and you killed it. And I think for a guy like that, you're probably also frustrated that people didn't get to see everything that maybe you think you have in a heavy rotation in college. So, I love it when guys enter the league ready to prove something and ready to prove to everybody who passed on them that was a mistake. And I think he's one of those kids.
And then specific to, all right, so they draft an edge rusher here. It was my understanding leaving owners' meetings in Florida that the Bengals didn't really plan on or want to trade Hendrickson, and that they were going to just get to training camp and see if he would actually really hold out. Have you heard anything different there? Do you think drafting Stewart impacts a Hendrickson trade?
I don't know. I don't know if it would or wouldn't, because again, like we said, I don't think you can bring Shamar Stewart in and say, okay, he's going to replace Trey Henderson tomorrow.
Yeah,
I don't think that's
sacks.
Yeah, that's not realistic. So I think that if I'm the Bengals, and I think that this is kind of what it's been, I think that they're probably still listening, and they'll probably continue to do that. But I think at this point, like you said, I mean, I think that they'll probably try to call his bluff and see what happens here. And if they make it work for another year or whatever it may be, that might be what it is. But yeah, I don't think that Stewart necessarily is that. Now, if they go and get another edge, that would be, later today or something. Maybe that's another conversation. But I don't think you can put Shamar in there immediately and just expect him to be, a full-on replacement for what you're losing with Hendrickson. So they're going to have to be a little creative with that one. I don't know if that's a shot-for-shot replacement. I like the pairing. If they can make that work, I think that would be a great pairing. And in time, you absolutely could move on from Hendrickson and have another guy ready to go. And Shamar Stewart possibly.
3 skill position players. Abuka goes 19 to the Bucks. Hampton goes 22 to the Chargers. And then Matthew Golden, for the first time in 100 years, the Packers selected a wideout in the first round. Personally, I think Hampton with Harbaugh and the Chargers makes just the most sense. I'm curious, of those 3 skill position guys, which one you think is kind of the best pick, best fit, all of that?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I think Hampton to the Chargers was almost like a no-brainer. It felt I think they were on the phone with maybe Philly or somebody trying to, that wanted to trade that pick, and they ended up just saying, no, we're going to stick here and take this guy. I think he's a terrific fit for everything Harbaugh does. I know a lot of people wondered if they would still go running back in this class because they signed Najee Harris, but I think that that's actually a really good pairing. I think Hampton will be the one that's, pretty quickly there. He was a guy that in 2023 outperformed Ashton Jeanty. I mean, he was right there, in terms of yards after contact, and he was the second highest guy in the country last year with missed tackles for. So he's a terrific player, 3-down weapon. I thought he was warranted of the first round grade that a lot of teams had on him, and a guy that should fit everything that Harbaugh wants to do. The other 2 guys there, I love Ekbuka and I love Matthew Golden. And I think it's cool that Green Bay finally took a receiver. But I did feel like that might have been a little overkill in both of those spots. Like Tampa still needs a ton on defense. I was a little surprised to see them go receiver there with everything else they have. And same kind of thing with Green Bay. They could use another receiver, but they already have some guys. So, I think that both those teams want to score points. They want to spread the ball around. You look at both their coaches. That's what they're all about. And I think that they're really good fits. It was just kind of one of those things that did surprise me a little bit because I thought maybe they would go a different direction.
Do you think that was the pick because Watson stays hurt?
Could be. It could be. And I think Golden is one of those guys that in a division like the North there for the Packers, and I think they said it on one of the broadcasts last night, like you need to score points in that division. Like everybody in that division has an offense, including Chicago, who will be much better, once Caleb continues to grow with Ben Johnson. So you have to be able to score and score quickly, and it can't just be, long drive after long drive. And I think that, that was one thing Green Bay didn't quite have. And Golden is, for some people, he was the best receiver in the class. Some people had him ahead of Ted McMillan just because of the ridiculous speed and ability to win in the air that he has. So very exciting player and very young as well.
All right. The Giants trade up for a quarterback. It's Jackson Dart, not Shedeur Sanders. I think for folks that have been paying attention the last week, 2 weeks, that kind of became what most people thought would happen if there was a trade up. Still, I think there was some surprise when Pittsburgh passed on Sanders. And then I think to the larger football audience that maybe isn't as involved in the granular day-to-day of the draft, there was real shock that New York took Dart ahead of Sanders. What was your surprise level, and what do you make of that big move by Big Blue?
Yeah, not really surprised at all. It really did seem like you said. I mean, they've gone over all this stuff as exhaustive as you could possibly do it. They met with Sanders a ton. They met with all these guys a ton. The Giants, that is. And at the end of the day, none of it made sense to me that he was going to be a fit with the Giants for a number of different reasons. Certainly not at 3. And then the other part of it too that is a factor here is Deion and all of the media attention that they create around him, fair or not, right or wrong, whatever you want to call it. I don't think that was going to go well with Brian Daboll and Joe Shane, 2 guys that are on the hot seat trying to make it work. I think that it's, to a degree, they looked at this set and said, hey, we think him and Dart are pretty close. It's going to be a lot less drama with Jackson Dart, fair or not. And I think that might have been the tiebreaker. Like, I was surprised that Pittsburgh didn't do it. And I almost wonder if a team like that would try to make a move to go get him to do it, because I'm not so sure that Cleveland will do it at the top. I mean, I picked him, or I mocked him there at the top of the draft, but it wouldn't surprise me if they don't do it either, because I do think that there's something to be said about you're going to need to have a very strong personality as a head coach. Like I think the Jets could do it with Aaron Glenn, like a guy that Deion is going to respect and leave him alone, because I like Shedeur Sanders. I think he's a good player. I think he could turn into a functioning starter in this league. But if his dad is going to be involved in all this other stuff that they just refuse to stop is going to be a thing, then nobody wants any part of it, especially teams that don't have a strong personality leading the franchise. That's why the Steelers have made so much sense to a lot of people, because Tomlin's just not going to deal with that. And everybody knows it. And I think Deion would probably back off if Tomlin told him to back off. You know what I'm saying? So I like his fit with teams like that, teams that have some talent that they can work with him and give him some time and not rush him. But I hated his fit with teams that are still kind of directionless and don't have a lot of talent and are kind of weak at the top. It would have been a total nightmare. So I think the NFL kind of got it right with him. He did not help himself. His people didn't help him. He did not help himself over the past 4 months, not working out, skipping the Shrine Bowl, sort of acting like he was above it all. That's not what anybody wants from a quarterback in the NFL, no matter who your dad is.
It's going to be really interesting with Shedeur, because the NFL, above all else, is a self-preservation league. And I think for the Giants, man, Shane and Daboll are watching, or they're protecting their neck. And
but they better win now.
I know. That's the other part.
I mean, do what you want to do, but if you don't win now, you're gone for sure.
The part people ignore is that, what if Shedeur comes in and just helps you win? And then everything's a lot easier. It's going to be really interesting to watch. Let's talk your opinion on Connerly. Washington takes a big tackle prospect at the end of the first round. There's a lot of excitement around him. Clearly, their offensive line got better with the addition. What'd you make of it?
I think that's great value where they got him. You know what I mean? I think that was there were some tackles that went above him that I did not have Kelvin Banks above him, and some. I think he's a really, really good football player with a lot of a future ahead of him. I think is really what it is, because he's still got some rawness to his game, but there's really not a better athlete, like a full-on athlete at tackle right now in this draft than Connerly. I think he might be the best overall athlete. If you watch him move, if you watch how he bends, everything else, like it's just nothing but, you get him around an NFL offensive line coach and really, get to work. I think he could iron out a lot of the technique issues and the consistency issues that come and go with him. But once he finds his rhythm and figures it out in the NFL, like I think he could be a left tackle or a right tackle. I mean, shoot, I think if you needed him to play guard, he could do it. Like, he's a very versatile, very quick and athletic and explosive and all the things that you look for in a guy with a good length and all that stuff too. So Connerly was a polarizing kid for a lot of people this year, because, a lot of teams, I think at the top of the board would have loved to be in on him, but it's kind of like, can we wait, on a tackle? Can we hide him? Can we get away with that? But a team like Washington, I think they probably can. And I think that, like you said, their offensive line definitely got better. And I think he's got the ability to be a guy who starts for a long time.
What do you think Washington leaned to today?
I like them going on defensive line, maybe an edge, maybe a defensive tackle. The one thing with them last year that stung more than anything, it seemed to be, was run defense. And I feel like they've got an opportunity here now that they got the tackle addressed, that they can attack that defensive front position. But also, wouldn't rule out a receiver. I feel like another offensive weapon for Daniels could also be really cool here. Like, there's some explosive guys out there, even a running back maybe if you wanted to go that way, a guy who could move around a little bit. So I would start with the front, but it wouldn't shock me if they try to take a playmaker as well.
Yeah, man, I'm kind of looking at Ezraku, Oladejo, Higgins.
Oladejo, I like him, yeah.
Higgins and Caleb Johnson are guys they had in the building for these top 30 visits. And the more we start to learn about this Adam Peters-led front office, they seem to really like these top 30 visits. It's not always going to work,
yeah,
but a lot of them did. Connerly was here,
Yep. Yeah, I think that Oladejo would be a great fit. I also think Higgins too. Like, that would be a really good compliment there for Jaden.
First QB off the board tonight.
Yeah, I do think it's Shador. I don't know if it'll be Cleveland at the top of the second, but I do think he's the next guy off. I think that, like I said for a long time, I think he was closer to Jackson Dart than he was to Cam Ward, and I think it's kind of splitting hairs with those two. So I think he's QB3, and then I think Milroe won't be too far off, or Tyler Shuck as well. I think will be in there behind, but I think we'll see more quarterbacks go today because I think those guys are all solid players. Like, that's the thing; it's just not a bad quarterback class. It's just not an elite one, and I think that's what we'll probably end up seeing today.
Nick, thanks for the time,
Appreciate
man.
you, Nick.
Really appreciate it, dude.
Absolutely, you bet, fellas. Anytime.
All right, Nick Baumgardner from The Athletic. Give him a follow at Nick Baumgardner. Joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. We're going to open these phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. What do you think of the Commanders going tackle in round one, and what do you want to see tonight?
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Don't miss your chance to bet on all the clutch shots and legendary performances with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. FanDuel is your best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, playoff time is the perfect time to join. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is driven by Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. Let's ride together. With their first-round pick, the Commanders select Oregon offensive tackle Josh Connerly Jr. The Nationals fall to the Orioles 2-1. They host the New York Mets tonight at 6:45. Listen on the Team 980. And the Capitals with a chance to take a 3-0 series lead in Montreal. The Caps and Habs puck drop at 7 for Game 3 here on The Fan. Orangeman Fairfax Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
I want to see Landfill in some animal print pants.
Yes, everybody.
NFL draft's going on. Caps game 3 against Montreal tonight in Canada. Coming up at noon, we're going to Oregon. James Crepea covers the Ducks. We're going to talk to him about what Washington's getting in Josh Connerly. 12:30, we're going to talk to Carl Alsner, former Capital and current Monumental Sports Network analyst, about the matchup tonight for the Caps in the Bell Center. That place is going to be buzzing. But right now, we're taking your calls, 800-636-1067. What'd you think of the pick? I want to start with the boys in the aquarium. It's been a busy morning. Haven't been able to talk to them yet. Let's go with Jeffrey. Good morning, Jeff. My name is Jeff.
What up, JP?
How you feeling, dude? You got another tackle.
Yo, I'm actually excited about it, JP. I didn't know much about the guy when we first picked him, but I was like, all right, let me go do some research about him, because one thing I learned, Adam Peters, he makes decisions after a lot of research. Like, he's set on it. Like, he goes in with intent on what he's going to do. So I went to look. I love the pick, JP. In 2 years, he's given up 2 sacks. He has not missed no games to injuries. How can we not love what's going on here? We got somebody that's going to protect Jaden. And I don't know what people was watching, but, you know, in the NFC Championship game, our line was in the backfield a lot on run plays. It's not supposed to be like that.
You got that.
So right. I'm loving the pick. And like I said, I'm trusting AP. And one thing I do want to say, JP, to all the people out there, especially the deep in them Twitter trenches, them X trenches, hey, if you're going to trust AP, you got to trust him with everything. You can't just trust him when it's a name you know or a name you looked at, because this guy was brought here to build a team. And after the results we had last year, it's no way you can, you know, not trust with the way he's moved. Of course, have your own thoughts, your own mind, but it's hard to be critical when he has done in this little time that he's been here, and we can't measure it all up as success right now, but he has had some success from what we have seen in the past couple of years.
You know what happens all the time, Joe? People, they go out and they start promoting all this stuff, and then when he goes against what they said, they have to act like that they know more than him. You don't.
Dude,
I was talking to Logan last night, and Logan talked, you know how much stuff Logan looks at. Logan started talking about the people he talked to and how much stuff they look at. He said, what I realized, B-Mitch, is nobody knows anything, to be honest with you.
Totally.
It's a ton of stuff out there, man.
Well, I also think there is some East Coast bias at play. Not a ton of Commanders fans probably watch a ton of Oregon games. Maybe that's changed a little with them being in the Big Ten, but those games are on late as hell.
Yeah. But they got a lot of highlights.
I also think, dude, more to that point about highlights specifically, B, like, everybody wants to talk about O-line and building the O-line.
Mhm.
But then when you actually draft an O-lineman and there aren't dope highlight plays you could watch on Instagram, like it's one of those things that it's like you're all about it till it happens. And then you're like, damn, man, I wanted a running back. You know what I mean? Like there's just like there's this rewiring of fans' brains to want skill position guys.
Let me just give people a little hint here. When you're looking at ESPN or Fox Sports, whatever you look at, and you see a running back running down the field, or you see a quarterback throw this deep pass, do yourself a favor and go back. Since everybody said they watch all 21 anyway, go back and get to the offensive line and look at that to see what sparked or ignited that big play. Then maybe you'll learn a little bit something more about football instead of just thinking the quarterback, receiver, and the running back just made the play by themselves. Look at the beginning of the play, see the defense, watch what the O-line does, and see who does the key block. And then you'll start realizing when people – that's why last night when they were showing when they drafted the offensive lineman, what did they show? A lot of big plays, but they highlighted that offensive lineman first to show you this is why that play worked.
All right, I'm going to let these folks get on them phones. Let's start with our guy, Jupe. Jupe, what'd you make of the pick, man?
Hey, what's going on, JP, B-Mitch? How y'all fellas feeling?
Good, buddy.
I'm good. Look, if AP like it, I love it. And like Jeff said, we have no right or reason to be questioning anything AP do. And even if any of these players they pick don't hit, we still don't have no right or reason. Because, again, name one GM that hit 100% of all the players they picked. With that being said, you see what the Giants did, picking up Carter. Each team in our division got dogs in their defensive line, so we got to be able to combat that. And now with this pickup, that helps us have more better quality O-line depth with possibly moving Allegretti in the back when Cosby gets back, depending on how they situate everybody. On top of that, what I like to see them do is remember last year, Beardas got hurt, and when he couldn't go, our O-line suffered. Now, if all four of these guys outside of Beardas are studs and he goes out again this year, maybe they can help reduce that drop-off in the O-line play. So I'm liking what they're doing. I'm thinking possibly to go edge, running back, and maybe kicker with the rest of the picks if they don't trade back and get more picks. But I'm liking what they're doing, fellas. That's all I got for y'all.
Appreciate you, Drew. Thank you, buddy. Nick Saban. I was thinking.
Now, what's that dude that he just said?
That was tough. Our boy Drew is calling from the Eastern Shore.
Man.
Drew, what do you think of the pick?
So I was surprised, that they didn't trade back, but I'm always okay when they draft in the trenches and draft the O-line. I was thinking about it, and last year before free agency, right, in 2024, we were like, our O-line is terrible, really need to upgrade. And if you look just two free agencies and two drafts, now we have 7 guys on the O-line, assuming Cosby comes back healthy and Connerly works out, that all could be legit starters, and maybe a couple could be Pro Bowl. So, we talk about building the trenches. That's pretty quick to turn what we had to what we got. So I'm excited.
Yep, totally.
I think if you,
thank you, Drew.
Based on what Drew said, if you look at what was there when they rolled in and what's there now, the projections of what's there now, you have to see that things got better. It's not what it was. It's gotten better.
Well, and think about the ages if it works out this way. Obviously, Tunsil's the veteran. He's 31. It's not like he's 41. If Coleman ends up at left guard, he's 24. Biotis is 27. Sam Cosmi's 26. Connerly's 21 if he's at right tackle. A lot to like, man.
Young buck.
Shane is in Oxon Hill. Shane, what'd you think of the pick?
Man, I love the pick. Actually, the first guy, Jupe, I think he said what I wanted to say as far as, just getting ready for the teams in the division. They all have great D-lines. And like you said, man, anytime that we struggled against a team last year, I felt as though it was because our O-line wasn't able to hold up. But going off that, I think they made a great selection just based off their board. I don't think they're just talking about it because if you look at the board, a lot of the edges that we thought were going to go in the first round actually slid. So with that being said, I think they looked at the board and said, well, shoot, we could still get a good edge in the second because the way the board played out, they still available, like Ezeraku, the guy from Arkansas, the
Landon
Ohio
Jackson.
State guy, JT Tuamalu.
Jack
we got Nick,
Sawyer.
the
Yeah.
safety from South Carolina. So, I just felt as though they looked at the board and seen a lot of edges sliding and thought that, it wasn't a pressing need at the moment in the first round, seeing as the way that the board played out and that the draft was, unfolding in front of them. You know what I'm saying? So I think we still have time to add great players like Luther Bird and maybe, or, even if we want to go edge, like I said, a lot of them guys slid. So that was my thought process in it, man. A lot of them guys are still on the board for it to have.
It's a great call. Thank you,
thought
Shane.
process, too.
Well, and Peter said, he's like, every time we look at an opportunity, we look at 10, 15
They
picks.
looked at the board and said, well, shoot,
We look at 10, 15 picks around there. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's not just about what can happen right now, but if we did go back, what could happen in 9 picks? And I think you gotta recognize the delta in value of what your draft board shows versus what you could get.
There you go.
Phone lines remain open, 800-636-1067. We're going to Oregon at noon to talk to a Ducks reporter about what Washington's getting in Connerly. Nobody go anywhere.
unbelievable person, great teammate for anything, an amazing player on the field, someone that's going to make sure their quarterback stays upright and opens up lanes for anybody else. So, yeah.
B. Mitch and Finley 1067 The Fan. Right now, taking your calls. What do you think about the Josh Connerly pick?
In the house tonight.
My boy Vinny's in Seat Pleasant. Vince, what do you think,
Vince?
buddy?
What's going on, my guys? How you feeling today? Man, hell to the Commanders. Hey, to be honest, what move other than something with Jaden Daniels is a bad move? I mean, I think this is a great move. I really do. I think it's a great move. Us having someone to be able to protect Jaden's front and his back and then be able to kick my man Coleman in the inside. I mean, come on, man. That changes the offensive game plan. They changes the passing game. It opens up more things for the deep ball. I love it, man. I like the way Carly handled his own over in that Big Ten. Oregon's competition is great, man. Oregon's competition over there is real stout. And he did what he's supposed to do, came into the combine, did his thing. I'm going with Adam all day long. Adam is a very intelligent, smart guy. And I think that, Connolly was a great pick. I can't wait to see him. All hail to the Commanders. Love all y'all. Appreciate y'all taking my call. And all hail, baby. Let's go.
All right, Brent.
Great call.
Cool,
Thanks,
brother.
Vinny. There's a lot to like with this pick, man. And we talk about they're chasing Philly, right? What has Philly had probably for the last 7, 8, probably maybe close to a decade? What has Philly had? The best offensive line in football.
Yeah.
And it's a lot harder to have consistent, dominant defense than it is to keep a consistent, really good, explosive offense.
Let's remember this.
There's just volatility in defensive statistics. That's
I know
just a fact.
most people don't like to look at history at all. They just think everything happens once they came about. This football team was perennial for 10 straight years. You know what was consistent? The O-line.
Totally.
They ran it, they threw it, and you know what their defense was when they went on the field? Fresh.
Right.
It can help out a lot.
Our guy Rusty's in Delaware. Rusty, what do you think of the pick, dude?
Fellas, good morning. How are you?
We're good, buddy.
Hey, I love the pick. I mean, you know me. I'm an offensive lineman. I'm an offensive lineman coach. Are you guys familiar with the term crashing out that these kids use? I'm going to crash out.
Go ahead.
So we had some of the kids over last night from the football team to watch the draft, and we made it to 29. We were all kind of in a daze. But my son wanted the kid from Michigan to go with Mikey. And when they didn't pick him, he kind of crashed out. And I said, well, let's jump over to the Facebook page and see what B. Mitch has got to say. And we watched B. Mitch and Logan talk about how awesome this kid is, how versatile this kid is. And I think anytime you get a chance to protect your franchise quarterback, you got to take it. So I love the pick. And tonight, I really want Jack Sawyer on our team. I think you guys had mentioned that the other day.
I like Sawyer.
I hope that's the guy that they go after tonight. So I'd love to see him in burgundy and gold.
Thank you,
brother.
Rusty. Appreciate you listening. I like Sawyer, but I also like JTT, the other edge rusher for Ohio State. I like Josiah Stewart for Michigan. There's a lot of edge left in this thing. I'm going in chronological order, so don't be offended. Mama Stu, haven't heard from you in a while.
Mama Stu, where you been?
You like to pick?
I love the pick, guys. Work be working, life be life. I love you guys. Happy Friday to you. I love the pick. At first, I was shocked. I'm not even going to lie to you because I thought, maybe they would trade back. But when I was asked about what I thought that they were going to do, I said, well, you know what? I think that they're going to go with the best available player. They're going to go with their guy. And I'm happy that they went with their guy. You have a guy back there at quarterback that is your asset. Like, you want to protect your assets. And one of the things I thought we needed to do above anything else was get deep in the line on both sides of the ball. So now we have a nice security blanket. We got some longevity. We're thinking about the future. Everything that Adam has said he was going to do from the gate as far as supplement, through the free agency and add through the draft. So we're building, and I love what we're doing. So tonight, I hope that they do get an edge rusher. But at the end of the day, whatever he does after what he did last year and his proven track record, I'm with it. I'm all in with AP, BQ, Josh. Let's get it.
All right. Thank you, Mama. Great call. Appreciate you. I got a confession. Left hand up. I like the way Mama Stu says assets.
But I was thinking when she
extenuates the
said it, I would say whether it's a set or the sets, you got to protect them. You know what I mean?
Agreed. Landini, we haven't heard from you, brother. What do you think of Josh Connerly?
I like it. It's not all that exciting of a pick, but you need offensive linemen. I think Jupe was pointing out there were definitely times last year where they had a lot of injuries on the offensive line, and the offense was a lot worse those weeks. Now we've got more depth. Anytime you could take a guy who I think you felt was good enough to start for you last year and have him be one of your primary backups, I think that's a good thing.
I'm with you, man. Let's go to Elijah in D.C. What's up, Elijah? What'd you think of the move?
What's going on, fellas? I love the move. Mama Stu kind of took what I was thinking about. Buying a mansion, for example, putting Jaden Daniels here, or buying a Learjet or a Lamborghini is one thing, but the upkeep and housing that thing and making sure that everything is correct, and you make sure your grass is correct and everything is right. It ain't no dirt roads. I feel like Washington has done that in the past, and to see them be able to protect their assets and make things like, no, we want this to be better. They're able to look in the mirror and realize, okay, you may have a good offense or you may have a good defense, but if he gets two more, it's like racing. Everything's real close. Like if he gets a half more second, or we plug this guy in, and now we have this athletic mold, because what you're doing is you're drafting potential, and you're drafting a mold or a cast that you can say, I can mold this cat into what I need him to be. He has the measurables. If you look at his stats, if you look at his combine numbers, you understand why. Because I'm talking about business decisions. You know what I'm saying? If a guy has to make a decision coming around the corner, and then it's like, okay, I'm going to run into this guy and have to slow down, or I have to backpedal, I have to think, you want to be advantageous. Now you don't know. Debo may get it. Now you cheating up. Oh, what? Terry's down it. So I think can really happen. People talk about the picks. I'm looking for undrafted free agents. This is a long process to September, everybody. So we like, what are we going to do with these picks? Are we going to move back with the type of potential to get faster at all these positions? Don't be surprised if they're able to get somebody later in the draft that people kind of turn their nose up, because they understand measurables more than kind of like, I need to see you popping this way. If you can show me something on the tape so far as with raw potential, or you have the qualities that we need as a commander, we're going to come and get you. Then we can mold you to how we need. And teams, if you're going to see players going to flock, or people going to want to be here, or the idea of what being here and working hard, you could tell is going through the league, it's going through the fan base. We all excited. So just sit tight and understand why. Remember certain moments in games when we wished we had another guy that we could pencil in on game day to help be heavier when we get off the bus, especially off that offensive line. We know what's real and we know what's not. So let's keep this thing clear. Let's be true to the game, and that's what they're doing. I love it. He's being true to the game. He knows his squad. They know their coaches. They know what they're doing. So I can't wait to see, when they get this stove really going and we see what's cooking. We get them pads popping.
We got great call, Elijah. We got to bounce, brother. I
love y'all, man.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. All right, that's our guy, Elijah.
Excited, baby.
Yeah, dude, really excited. Can't wait to see what happens when the stove gets cooking. When we come back, we're going to Oregon. Figure out just who Josh Connerly is. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Will Alexei Protas be back on the ice for Game 3 for the Washington Capitals? Protas, who scored more than 30 goals this season, he was injured late in the regular season. He has traveled with the Capitals to Montreal. He has been practicing fully as of late. The Capitals are looking for a commanding 3-0 series lead. Game 3 from the Bell Center tonight. Puck drop at 7, and you can listen to it here on The Fan. The Nats lost 2-1 last night to the Orioles. They did take 2 of 3, though, from Baltimore. They open an important divisional series with Juan Soto and the surging New York Mets tonight. First pitch from Nats Park at 6:45. You can listen on the Team 980. And this evening is day 2 of the NFL Draft, the second and third rounds. The Commanders have a second-round pick, 61st overall. They currently do not have a third-round pick. We'll see what Washington does here this evening. This April, only get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. From the Krupp Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is high noon in the District of Columbia, where the Washington Commanders just took a tackle from the University of Oregon. That is where James Crepia lives and covers the Oregon Ducks for the Oregonian. James, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Appreciate you.
Let's start. What do we know about this kid? It seems like there's a lot to be excited about with young Mr. Connerly.
Yeah, well, you hear about, obviously, for college fans who don't, for NFL fans who don't necessarily follow the college game that closely and all that. So you get into first round picks, and every year you hear about all the 5 stars and that kind of stuff. Well, but that's who Josh Connerly is. He was one of the top offensive tackles 3 years ago, and he came out of the Northwest. Obviously, he was from Seattle, and he was heavily coveted all over the country, could have gone virtually anywhere. And at the end, it was coming down to Oregon and Ohio State mainly. Washington was involved. SC was involved. And it was a big deal here because Dan Lanning in his first year, it was the transition from Cristobal to Lanning in that December. And Lanning and his staff really didn't get in place until January. And Connerly waited. Connerly waited all the way till April. And that was the first 5-star of the Lanning era. And it was a huge deal. And it was getting him out of Seattle and the rivalry that was. And, oh, yeah, by the way, when you come in with all of that, you're expected to reach this level. You're expected to be this first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the significance to this region and to this fan base and what matters. But then he met it. He met at every stage of the way. He played as a true freshman, actually caught a touchdown as a true freshman.
Wow.
They created a personnel package simply to get him on the field. And it was 14 personnel where he was, they call an extra tight end. It was literally 14J or 14 Josh to get him out there. And if you go back and watch the 22 Oregon-Colorado game, that was pre-Deion Colorado. So that was the epically bad Colorado. And yes, he caught a touchdown in that game. But he's been that guy. And then he was the starter the past 2 years at left tackle. And like I say, played obviously extremely, extremely well, lived up to all of the hype, all of the potential. And that's how you can leave early and be a first-round pick as he was and have all the teams really in the last 5 to 10 picks of the first round were teams that he had either formals with or had top 30 visits with.
This team seemed to want to get a lot of character guys. What type of person is he?
Top of the list. And look, I'm not a fan. I'm not from here. I didn't go to school here. I'm not some homer at all. No, this is a guy who you hear from everybody in the room. You hear from every coach. You hear from every teammate about. You hear things like cerebral from an offensive lineman. You hear about how much extra time he's spending. You hear from the offensive coordinator here, Will Stein, and Dan Lanning, that Josh could play almost any position, athletically gifted enough to where he could play almost any position on the field. And the OC says even quarterback. They're not kidding. By way of understanding of the offense, yeah, like he spends that much more time. He cares to know that much more about everything that's going on, not just his blocking assignment. And you could say, well, he overloads himself. No. He wants to understand the game at that level. He cares about it at that level. He cares about his craft at that level. So, and then in the character bits and all the rest. No, this, like I say, from all accounts, really an upstanding young man and really an upstanding football player.
Wow. All right. This is a serious endorsement for this young man. Also super durable, right? Hasn't missed a game in 3 years.
Yeah. Like I say, now it helps to be his size too.
Sure.
He's usually the one inflicting the pain and the damage, but or walling it off from two Heisman finalist quarterbacks. That helps. But yeah, no, he's been, like I say, they created a personnel package for him as a freshman, got him out there a whole bunch when they could, and for that matter, not just I mentioned the touchdown catch, which was amusing, but also ran him out there as a 2-point conversion as a running back.
Wow.
And had him, try, which again, hard to stop a man that size in short yardage. So it wasn't quite the tush push, but they come up with another name for it. But yeah, they found out different ways to get him the ball if need be, and it worked. It worked out well. So no, like I say, really athletically gifted. And look, I'm not going to say raw by any stretch of the imagination as a lineman, but does he still have room to grow? Absolutely. And I know everybody is going to way freak out about the one rep at the Senior Bowl at right tackle against the nation's leader in sacks. It was his first rep at right tackle, not just of the day, I think in years, because he was a left tackle here. And then, by the way, like one rep later, then he stonewalled Mike Green.
Yeah.
That didn't quite get as much, credence and didn't get as many retweets.
People like to knock you down. They don't like to build you up. But I forgot, totally, I didn't even think about this last night. Mariota's from Oregon. So he got somebody that could welcome him in and show him the way.
Yeah, a little bit. And not just somebody who like, by the way, was here. Like Marcus was here about a week and a half or so ago.
Okay.
And has regularly come back. They literally have the Mariota Center. That's where the team works out in here. He's a bit of a big deal in Oregon, you might say.
Yeah, clearly.
Little bit of a thing. And yes, I mean, this is somebody who is actively engaged with the team on a regular basis to where I'm quite confident that Josh Connolly has spent time with Marcus Mariota.
We're talking with James Crepea here from the Oregonian, knows the Ducks inside and out. Let me ask you this. I happened to see Cliff Kingsbury just in the hallway last night, and he was super fired up. The Commanders' social media channels later pointed out that Cliff left a note on Adam Peters' desk to make sure he takes the Oregon tackle. I don't know how much of the Commanders' offense you've watched or maybe previously what Cliff has run. What is – you talked about the gifted level of athlete. What is his ability to kind of get downfield, get to the second level, get out in space? Because that's going to be asked of him, and it seems like Cliff thinks he can absolutely get it done.
Yeah, and those are things that hardly foreign concepts here. Again, they do a lot of pulling at Oregon, a lot in their run game, and they do a lot of guard tackle combo and counter and pulls and those sorts of things. And yeah, Josh is one of those guys who they were very, very comfortable asking to do that. If you go back to the years now, this is Cristobal, so it was before Lanning and this crew and what he got to play in, but they kind of imposed that, and you saw that with Penei Sewell at the time. Well, Josh really, for all intents and purposes, really followed Penei. There was a slight gap there, but yeah, I mean, stylistically, and yeah, coordinators change and the like, but they were still extremely effective on offense, and particularly in the run game as well. this past couple of seasons. We had Bucky Irving a year ago, and now Jordan James this year. Yeah, two really effective rushers, receivers out of the backfield. So getting tackles out in space, particularly they did a lot in the screen game each of the past 2 years. Believe me, just ask any Oregon fan who wants to see the ball thrown that much more, or any opposing fan base who wanted to discredit their quarterbacks about how much the screen game was there. But for the tackles, that means getting out in space and opening some stuff up on the perimeter. And yeah, Connolly did that quite a bit.
That's wild, man. Were you surprised he lasted until 29?
No. And I said not as a knock, but no. For one, there were quite a few talented tackles in this class. Start there. Two, in terms of, I mentioned the teams who he had formals with or top 30s. The two teams that he had both a formal and a top 30 with were the Texans and the Commanders. So I thought my own self that the second half of the first round was when my night was going to get rather interesting, and lo and behold, it did, because Derek Harmon had the same thing, both a formal and a top 30 with the Steelers, and was widely mocked to the Steelers, I think, by everyone with a pulse. So that made sense. And then when the Texans traded, I was like, okay, well, the Commanders are still there, and he had either a formal or top 30 with, I tweeted it last night, but I think it was like 5 of the final 6 teams picking in the first round. So I figured that of the teams that were most likely, Houston and Washington were at the top of the list, but it really could have been just about anybody. And then you saw tackles go to several of those teams where, frankly, if Washington didn't take Josh, then I thought that Kansas City was almost a lock at that point.
Well, I know folks inside the Commanders organization were really worried they would lose Connerly as early as 11 to San Fran. And then they were worried about the Bears trading back up to get him. And they were worried about the Rams, who ended up trading out of that pick at 26. I really wonder what LA might have done if they didn't trade out of that and just get an absurd offer from Atlanta to get out of that pick. We're talking with James Cripia here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow him at James Crepea, writer for the Oregonian, covers the Ducks. It's got to be fun covering the Ducks. I mean, that's serious college football. Are good. I mean, Oregon doesn't mess around, man. Looking to tonight, obviously Washington clearly scouted the Ducks heavy. Other Oregon players you expect to be drafted, or even what I was about to say, Pac-10 players, or just other Big Ten players that you can't wait to see where they end up tonight?
Yeah, so for Oregon's purposes, this could be another program record weekend. Last year was really successful. Obviously, everybody knows Bo Nix led the way, but there were several others in what was a record class, and several really talented players already made instant impacts in the league. That's what could be all over again, and that much more this weekend. So yes, Harmon and Connerly last night headlines it, but tonight I think you're going to see Jordan Birch, their defensive end, who went up against Connerly a lot in practice, and they talked about how they made each other better over the last couple of years. I would expect him to go tonight. Could see the tight end Terrence Ferguson go tonight as well. I think it just kind of depends on exactly how much of a run is in the position, if he can get to the third round or not. Receiver Tez Johnson, he's electric. He's a water bug, but he's little. Yeah, he's real little. So it's going to come down to which GM is going to put their name on the line with a guy who's under 165 pounds, but runs.
There's a guy in Kansas City that like exceptional speed.
Yeah, that's kind of the big deal. So he's one of them for sure. Their right tackle, Johnny Cornelius. I don't know about tonight, but we'll definitely get picked up throughout the course of the weekend. Jeff Bassa, the linebacker, their green dot this past year, their defensive leader, really kind of the face of the defense in a lot of ways. Outside of Harmon was highly productive, Birch is highly productive, but in terms of the middle linebacker spot specifically, Bassa. And they've got several others as well. I mentioned James before, the running back. Again, they've got a loaded draft class. They expect this to be anywhere from 10 to 12 guys get drafted.
Damn. Can I ask you just about a couple other, I guess, West Coast Big Ten players that I think are really on Washington's radar that came in for top 30 visits?
Absolutely.
One of them is Femi Oladejo, edge rusher, kind of linebacker from UCLA. Well, what have you thought of his game and how he projects as a pro?
Yeah, I also thought that he was certainly really effective. Now, again, UCLA was amid quite a rebuild.
Yeah.
So you can't just go buy team success or even team defensive success, because ultimately that team had talent. And he was at or near the top of the list in that as far as they're concerned, along with Medrano, one of the linebackers, Schwetzinger, one of the linebackers. They had talent on both sides of the ball, quite frankly. Yeah, they were just amid a really, really big rebuild. But Odeja was quite an effective player. Now, exactly how it translates and all that, the harder part for you mentioned another West Coast guy from the old Pac-12 to now Big Ten. Now, he brought it into the Big Ten to where he was productive against legitimate teams, legitimate opponents. That's where the 4 West Coast schools who joined the Big Ten, that to me was a bit of the barometer. And in terms of when you were doing it in the Pac-12, some of those teams, just calling it what it is, you really didn't know how some of those things translated, because how much of this was stat padding against guys who, frankly, ain't making the league.
Right.
It just wasn't happening.
Yeah.
Well, when you're going up against offensive tackles who are also in the league or bound for the league, who did UCLA play last year? Forget about whether they won or they lost, how the team did. That's neither here nor there. Who did Oladipo play, and where was his production against? Well, he did it. He had 4 TFLs against Iowa. That helps.
That's a hell of a line.
Yeah. You start there and you look at other teams that they play. Like I said, they even played LSU in non-conference, Oregon, Penn State. Yeah, he had it against some very real teams. So he was one of those guys who I think he backed it up by the fact that he had the production. He didn't just stat pad against the likes of Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't just completely tar and feather Rutgers, and that's where he got his numbers from. Like, no, he got it against some of the legit teams in the Big Ten, and that's where, yes, I thought some of his numbers. And a UCLA defense in particular that did have some talented players. It was just, yes, it made a big rebuilding season for them.
James, I got to say how thankful I am you did not take a shot at my Maryland Terrapins right there. You decided to go after Rutgers, and I appreciate that. One other player that qualifies, Jalen Smith, the corner from USC.
Yeah, I like him.
Obviously, that Trojans defense was getting torched most of the year, but I don't know what the hell they got going there. Smith has some real skill, I believe. He came to Washington for a top 30. What do you make of his NFL prospects?
Yeah, unfortunately, didn't get a chance to see as much of him because Oregon didn't get to play them, quite frankly. So
that's bizarre.
At least so just
how do they not let all the West Coast teams play each other?
Because they added a million teams
when you
over
have
here
an
now.
18-team conference, until they expand the size of the schedule and the number of games the college plays, it's going to be awfully hard to pull off full blown. They're never going to have a round robin again. That's for sure. But no, like I say, unfortunately, didn't have a chance to see as much of them just because these teams didn't play this past year. But in the past, when I did get a chance to see them, when they played, I believe, the year before, again, I get talented. But when you're talking about he kind of played, I think, both safety and corner, I think, at times. I think he stood out to be a little bit more at the safety spot, in fairness. At corner, probably, I wouldn't say undersized exactly, but maybe a little bit.
5'10".
Yeah, but slightly, like I say, not a total knock, but slightly. But more in the safety capacity from what I can recall of seeing him. Again, the guy who certainly stood out on that defense. Like you said, the SC defense has had a little bit of difficulty the past couple of years. Though, in fairness, that's mainly been on the line of scrimmage more than anything. They've started to improve that, but in terms of more recent years, and now as I'm looking back, he actually didn't end up playing at Oregon even in 23. So like I say, it's been mainly in the preparation for that game. I think it was watching where he had some productive games, but
he's a late round.
Yeah, like I say, I just haven't a chance to see him myself in a while.
Hey, James, thank you so much for the time, man. We really appreciate it, dude.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that is James Crepea here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Yeah, you can follow him at James JamesCrepea. J-Dogs forever. He was really good, dude. I mean, damn. Talk about J-Dogs. People are into Josh Connerly out in out in Eugene, man.
Well, we know he may have an opportunity to score a touchdown now.
People get high in Oregon. They're really high on Josh Connerly. When we come back, we're going to make time for some Caps hockey. Carl Alzer joins the program.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Chantilly Toyota. Let's ride together. In the NFL, the Commanders selected offensive tackle Josh Connerly Jr. from Oregon with the 29th pick last night. They have one pick in day 2 currently, pick number 61 in the second round. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Orioles yesterday 2-1. They'll take on the Mets for the first of 4 starting tonight. 6:14, 9:80 tonight. Jake Irvin taking on Kodai Senga. Juan Soto playing his first game back at Nationals Park as a member of the New York Mets. And Capitals and Canadiens, game 3 tonight, 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. The Capitals up 2-0 in the series. We'll see if Alexi Protas can get on the ice. He did travel with the team to Montreal. Oarsman Chantilly Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Sandstorm, baby. Time to get hype. Lot of good tonight, man. We got the Caps playing. Game 3, chance to get up 3-0 in the playoffs.
That would be fantastic.
Helping us break down all things Caps Canadiens is our friend Carl Alsner joining the program. Carl, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us.
Oh, thanks for having me. Always happy to jump on with you boys.
Yeah,
appreciate you, brother.
What have you thought of the Caps so far through 2 games, up 2-0 in this series?
Oh, it's been great. It's been really good playoff hockey. You know, I personally am a fan of the low scoring, tight checking, good goaltending games versus, you know, some of the big ones, the 6-2s, the 6-5s. You know, to me it just doesn't feel like playoff hockey, and so I think we're getting that good stuff from the Caps Montreal series right now, and they're I've been saying this throughout the season, but I thought they were built really well for the playoffs. Right, they got good depth, they got players that can play D but can also contribute offensively, and I think we're seeing that right now. I mean, having McMichael score, Ovi obviously chipping in, Strome, guys that you need. But man, I've been so pumped just to see how good the picking up Dubois has worked out. Right, this guy has been playing lights out defensively. You know, little things that you know former players and current players are picking up on that you just need. You need someone that can go out there and shut down and play smart and make those good decisions, and he's doing that right now. So I'm excited about it. Hopefully you can tell in my voice. I think
I can hear it, dude.
The team is in a good spot right now, and you know the competition is going to get harder and harder, and obviously there's still lots of hockey to play in this series, but the team looks like they're in a good spot right now.
Carl, you mentioned goaltending. How impressed have you been with Logan Thompson?
It's been awesome. Look, you need 2 things from your goalie, right? You need them to not give up a freebie, and you need them to steal 1 or 2 every now and then. And that's happened so far, right? There hasn't been really any easy goal. And he made some crazy saves last game. I mean, he's getting peppered in the third period as you'd expect when you're up, and he's been able to stand up to the test. So I'm pumped for him. He's working hard, he's battling hard, and that's contagious for the rest of the team. So the great thing is if anything were to happen, they have an absolutely stellar option 2 waiting on the bench there in Charlie Lindgren. So far, so good.
Talking with our buddy Carl Alsner here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give Carl a follow at Carl, Karl, Alsner, Alzner. Of course, a 9-year veteran with the Caps. Played 82 games your last year in Washington. I can't imagine playing every game in a hockey season, man. That is really nuts. Obviously, the injury, I don't want to say bug, because it's just been a couple guys and pretty fluky stuff, has impacted Washington here down the stretch. I saw that at morning skate today, Protas he was wearing a regular jersey, so not the non-contact jersey, and he stayed on the ice when everybody was out there. Two-parter, when do you think he comes back, and how much of an impact does he make when he comes back?
Yeah, so it's obviously exciting when you see an injured guy get on the ice and be around the team. That's great, but I don't think, this is just my opinion as if I was running this team, I wouldn't bring him back until they needed him and they knew he was going to be better. You know, whatever his percentage of readiness is better than what your other options are, right? Like, is his 80% better than somebody else's 100%? And they need to make that decision themselves. You're up 2-0 right now, so I don't think they're in any sort of rush to bring him in. But you know, if this series was 1-1, if they were down, then yeah, you might want to ask him, you know, how are you? Are you good enough, right? And the tough thing is wading through that answer, because I'd say 99 out of 100 hockey players are going to not tell you the truth if they're feeling bad, especially in the playoffs. They're going to lie to you. So you have to do your own detective work there and just know the person. But he would make a huge impact. I mean, 6'6", 66 points this season. Like, that's a player you want to have in the lineup and someone who can do damage. And he has grown unbelievably this year. So it would be nice to get him some playoff experience sooner rather than later. And he would make an impact on this whole series. But like I said, it's right now, don't risk it. Don't mess with the lineup the way it is currently.
Carl, I know the playoffs are going on, but you played with Ovi. How impressed have you been with what he's done this year to get the record and all that, and still playing at that high pitch 20 years into it?
Yeah, I'm super impressed. I'm like kind of nervous because I don't want him to fall off. I don't want him to get tired. He needs to be able to sustain this for 4 series. And you know, I think we've all seen, you know, over the last few years, there's points in the season where he has some lulls, and you would assume that that's going to happen at his age and the way he's played the game. But this year he's been so darn consistent, it almost doesn't make sense. So I'm happy about it. I think it's been great for the city. It's been great for the league. I think you're seeing a lot of players on other teams kind of show their fandom also, which is pretty cool. They're cheering for him. They're excited that they've been a part of his journey as well. Maybe been scored against, whatever it may be. I think that's really cool. But this team needs Ovi to continue to play at that level for the entire playoffs. You mean, go back and look at it through the years. That one year when they won, I mean, him and Kuzi both played at a crazy sustained level for every single series, and it's just hard to do. So I'm hoping that he can continue it, and if he can, then the team's going to be in good shape.
Well, and I thought it was huge too to get the Game 2 win without needing offense. Not offense is too broad of a word, but without points from Ovechkin, right? Like, you know, you had Strome and McMichael, and because in Game 1 they were almost reliant on Ovi to get over the hump, especially when it went into overtime. I think when this team was at its best in January, February, kind of before the Four Nations break, everybody was scoring, everybody was a threat, and Ovi was still doing his thing. And he was hurt for a while there too.
Yeah, I mean, look, playoff hockey, it's different than some other sports where you can have one player that can just do it all for you. You cannot do that. You go back and look at teams that win. They have players up and down the lineup that contribute offensively, right? You need everyone to play good defensively, but you need to have different heroes, right? Go back to once again to the year that the Caps won. Obviously, Ovi and Kuzi played great, but you had Devontae Smith-Pelly that was scoring goals. You had Chason scoring goals. You had Lars Eller chipping in, right? Like you need those players as well. So Ovi can go out there and create the excitement and intensity the way he does by crashing and banging and knocking over everything that steps in his way. And Tom Wilson can do that as well. Perfect. Chip in when they can, but we in the playoffs game plan so hard, and everyone is focused so hard on stopping those top guys. So you need your other guys to do it as well. I mean, it's so few teams that can get away with it. Edmonton Oilers, I'd say, is one of the rare exceptions because they have 2 of the best players that the game has seen in Draisaitl and McDavid. But it typically just doesn't happen that way. So the Caps are built for playoffs right now.
Caps are playing really well. Capital One Arena has been rocking.
Yes, it has.
But Carl, you've played in Montreal. What do you expect from that arena tonight? It's the first home playoff game in a minute for those fans that are hardcore. How tough of a place is that going to be to win tonight for Washington?
Yeah, it's going to be different. It's going to be a surprise. The comment from some of the players is, how loud the Capital One Arena has been. Ryan Leonard, I think, said it, and I think he's going to be in for a little bit of a surprise when he goes into the Bell Center. It's there's a couple extra thousand people in there, so that makes a difference. But the way that the noise picks up is crazy. The only way around it is by jumping out to an early lead and trying to hem them in so that the crowd doesn't quite get into it. Because you got to remember, these are absolute diehard fans that can get frustrated as well. So if the Caps can play really good, then that'll you're not only trying to beat the team on the ice, you're trying to beat the team off the ice in that arena. So fingers crossed they can do it. But just for the sake of the series, I mean, it would be fun to see Montreal play some decent hockey so that the city can continue to buzz. But in the end, I think the Caps are just a little bit too all around for Montreal, at least from what we've seen so far.
So you feel that that's the key, that they have to get out early if they're going to beat Montreal up there?
Yeah, and you need to be so aware of the momentum swings, right? Like you see it in I think it was Ottawa, Toronto, right? Ottawa starts getting going, and Toronto can't quite keep up. Yesterday, oh my gosh, the St. Louis Winnipeg game. St. Louis looked like they were playing a junior team for the first 7 minutes of that game. It was absolutely insane, and that's what the momentum of the crowd can do. And Montreal will do that for their team if the team is playing good. So being able to, flush a bad shift, get the puck out when necessary, no easy turnovers. I mean, these are all pretty simple cliche things, but there's a reason they're cliche, because that's what has to happen. So as long as they can play strong and no panic button, I think they'll be all right.
All right, a couple other things I wanted to ask you about, Carl. I know you have a charity event coming up at the end of May. Let everybody know what it's about for the Ulster Foundation.
Yeah, of course. We just actually finished our walkthrough, so this is going to be our second one. It's called Swing Into Summer. And it's a celebrity slow pitch softball game and home run derby. So we do it in Tyson's at the Capital One field, and it is
cool.
So much fun. So it's you have some former major leaguers, some World Series champs. Ryan Zimmerman, Adam Eaton played in it last year. They'll be there again this year. We'll have we'll have Ryan Kerrigan that's going to be a part of it, which is super exciting. So some Super Bowl champions as well, and then of course former Caps. And I'm hoping that we don't have any current Caps because I hope they're still playing. But if they're not, then we'll have some of those guys as well. So we just do a fun game. It's surprisingly very competitive. Guys reached out after apologizing that they didn't play better and that they weren't in game shape. And I'm just like kind of laughing because it doesn't matter what the sport is. Everybody wants to compete. So
wants to win, baby.
Everyone wants to win. Absolutely. I was pissed that my team lost last year, so I'm mad. I'm the one that put this thing on and I didn't get the win. I think I didn't create the teams lopsided enough. So I have some work to do.
You got to
this
stack
year.
your team, Carl.
All right, I got one other question, and maybe we could circle back as that gets closer to help promote the event. But one last thing, and you may not know this person. Do you know Chris Russell?
Chris Russell from in what world? I know Chris Russell,
the media guy, the radio station guy. We all work with him. He's big hockey guy.
We call him the Rooster.
We call him the Rooster.
Okay, gotcha.
He almost spilled a cup of hot noodles on Tom Wilson in the dressing room the other night. How do you think that would have gone?
I think it would have been. I think it would have been pretty funny. I think Tom is, although can seem intimidating, he also has a pretty good sense of humor. So he probably would have wondered how the heck that even happened. But in the end, it would have been funny, and it would have been a good story. I'm sure the guys would have loved talking about it. So I don't think it would have been too bad. But hey, it would have been nice also if he would have just went for an uppercut or something like that after. But I'm glad that didn't happen.
Just as a good rule of thumb, do you think reporters should leave their cups of hot noodles outside of the dressing room?
Yes, I think I hope this comes across not too rude, but I hope they leave the cups of noodles and everyone grabs a piece of gum or mint as they walk into the dressing room. we all know we when we're covering sports, we drink a whole lot of coffee, and when you're 6 inches from someone's face, it's not the nicest smell.
No, it definitely isn't. Are you on Monumental tonight for the game?
I'm taking tonight off for a big softball game happening here in McLean, and then I'll be back for game 4.
Make sure you take Kyle Nevin's yard if he's pitching, all right?
I'm going to go and, I don't know, I'm going to give him a leaner on his front door.
I like it. Yo, Carl, thank you very much.
Appreciate you, man.
We'll circle back later in the playoffs.
Great. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
All right. Carl Alsner played many, many years for the Washington Capitals, been helping the Monumental Sports Network coverage of the Caps. Obviously, if you want to listen to the game tonight, it is on 106.7 The Fan. If you want to watch it, Joe B and now Alan May on the call, Monumental Sports Network. Can't wait for the Caps game tonight. Spoiler alert, I'm going to be watching some of that during the draft. Just letting you know, Landfill. When we come back, we're opening these phone lines up again at 1 o'clock.
Hey, it's B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn the root. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and air conditioning system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best. They've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
And here's the thing, B, I haven't told you this. My Rude systems got dropped off. They're in my garage today, getting installed this weekend. I'm fired up. And you know me, I don't sleep very well. I'm a really light sleeper. The best part about this is you've told me time and time again how quiet the systems are.
Yep.
There's no more noisy interruptions. It's just peace of mind. Rude's got the variable speed compressor, which ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in the most extreme conditions. It's comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, you got to tell them about the savings. I know you cashed in. I will next year. You can get federal tax credits up to 2 Gs on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
We're talking about Rude, and they are the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
Beaver to Philly, 106.7 The Fan. Beaver to Philly is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com, find a contractor near you, and available tax credits and rebates. RUUD, and remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. The Caps are taking on the Montreal Canadiens tonight. Be a great game here, and we want to find out from you. Landfill, predictions here. All right, we're going to get our predictions from the guys here on the show, and then we don't have time to even open up the phone lines, but we have active minutes coming. Anything coming up soon, 1-800-636-1067. You think it's going to be a sweep, or you think Montreal gets one?
I know going on the road is tough, but I'm hoping they've kind of, there were two kind of close games there for the first two games of the season. I'm hoping that the Caps pulling it out in both of them kind of broke the Canadians, and they'll just kind of, go away, go quietly into the night.
I would love them just to go quietly, but I think so. I can tell you something I've learned from. I kind of just loiter. I think loiter is the best word to describe my reporting style at Caps games, because I don't pretend to be a Caps expert, but I am in the locations where the experts are. So I try to just hang around them and see what I hear and learn, right?
Mm-hmm. What have you learned?
These Montreal people, very arrogant. Not necessarily the players, but the people surrounding the Montreal situation.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, the original six in hockey? Let's see if we can name them. It'd be the Rangers, the Bruins, the Maple Leafs, the Canadiens, the Blackhawks, the Red Wings. Is that the original six?
I think it is.
Okay. But according to Montreal,
they would have original one.
We are the original one. And so I think there's going to be a level of excitement and loudness at this Bell Center tonight that's going to be pretty difficult.
Well, you just tell them,
so.
Nobody care.
Just bang.
Nobody care if you were the original one. What are you now?
Right. I agree, dude. So I think that joint's going to be buzzing, though. I think it will be quite loud. I think it'll be fun to watch. I think if LT plays like he did the other night, I think they're going to be in quite good shape.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, he was pucking the other night
for sure.
Yeah.
If you're looking to get a jump start on your afternoon, Grant and Danny going to be live out at Pupatella in Chantilly. You can start boozing. I mean, it's a Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday. You can start right now,
whatever you want,
as far as I'm concerned. Just fire at will, man. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to open these phone lines back up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. What do you want the Commanders to do tonight? It's also Ask B Mitch Anything. We're going to start the segment with, I get to ask B Mitch a question every once in a while. What do you want Washington to do tonight? Next.
Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Taste of Tyson's Corner. Tonight, Caps and Canadiens, Game 3, 7 p.m. puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. The Capitals enter with a 2-0 series lead, looking to take a commanding 3-0 series lead. Spencer Carberry said today that Alexi Protas is a possibility for tonight as he traveled with the team to Montreal. In the NFL, last night, the Commanders fortified the offensive line. They selected offensive tackle Josh Connerly Jr. out of Oregon with the 29th overall selection last night. Day 2 picks today coming up for the Commanders. They have just one in the second round, pick number 61 overall. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Orioles 2-1 in the series finale. They'll take on the Mets now for the first of 4 in the wraparound series. Juan Soto's first game back in D.C. as a member of the New York Mets. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game over on the Team 980 tonight with the Caps right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. Kodai Senga goes for the Mets. And in basketball, 3 games tonight in the NBA playoffs. Celtics and Magic at 7 o'clock. Boston's up 2-0 in that series. Pacers and Bucks at 8. Indiana's up 2-0 in that series. And the series is tied at a game apiece for the Lakers and the Timberwolves. That'll tip off at 9:30 for Game 3. Taste of Tyson's is Saturday, May 3rd from 1 to 4 p.m. Experience their wide array of food and beverage offerings with food sampling, cooking demos, chef appearances, live entertainment, raffles, and more. Visit TysonsCornerCenter.com/events for details. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, man. Powered by Scotty's Vodka. DMV made, amazingly smooth, and loved everywhere.
Everywhere.
Brian?
Yeah.
I had a question for you. Phone lines are open for questions for you. But I got this one via social media that I thought was really pretty good and really pretty relevant.
Mm-hmm.
It's from our boy C-Dub 1906. Curtis that always listens. My Ask B-Mitch Anything question was, where were you when you found out you were drafted? Who called you from the team? How did you celebrate? Did you cry?
My eyes sweated a little bit. I was at my apartment.
I thought you were at your parents' house.
No, I was at my apartment
In
Lafayette, Louisiana. And then I left from there, went over to, after I got drafted, I talked with Don Bro. He was the running back coach. He called me and said, we're going to give you a call back in about 5 to 10 minutes. And then I talked with he and Coach Gibbs.
Did you have to stay at your apartment because you had to be near a landline, right? There weren't cell phones.
I had my
the big one even back then.
I had that big cell phone back in 1990. Yep.
That doesn't surprise me. You're like a tech guy and a thing guy.
As soon as they started selling them, I had one in my car, believe me.
I believe
and then
that.
I went over to this place. One of my buddies' dad, one of the guys on the team, his dad owned this little bar called Pete's. And we went into Pete's, and the night just started up, and it went for a long time.
I believe.
Yeah.
When did you talk to your father?
It was immediate.
Like Coach called you, you called him?
Yeah, on the way to the bar.
What was that like?
It was cool. I mean, I say, you know what, dude, I got
was
drafted.
everybody's eyes sweating during that conversation?
I don't know if he's. I don't think he was crying.
What about your mom?
He was just telling me how proud he was. Both of them said how proud they were. But my dad said, like I always tell people, like you get drafted, that's easy. Now you got to study. He said, now you know the work starts. And I say, yep, I'll start tomorrow. But tonight I'm about to have some fun.
Landfill, is it at all surprising, knowing Brian like we do, that his dad said getting drafted is easy now the work starts on the day he was drafted?
Not at all.
To understand people, you got to understand where they come from.
That's the military mindset.
That is
baby.
definitely where you come from. All right, let's hit these phones. 800-636-1067. Tim is in Manassas. Timmy, fire away, dude.
What up, Tim?
Hey, guys. It's Jim from Manassas.
Jim, how you doing, bro?
Shout out to Jeff.
You sound like Tim. My bad.
It's all good, man. Good to talk to you boys again. So my wishes for tonight, I'm hoping they trade. Last night, first off, I want to congratulate Josh Carnley. Welcome to DC. But yeah, I was hoping last night we would trade and get some more picks. I'm hoping for that, as well as some defensive picks. But I do have a question for B. Mitch into this, actually, Mitch, anything. Obviously, we had all that success last year, the best I've seen. But for us younger fans, this is uncharted territory. We had all this success made to the NFC Championship game. But I'm just worried about the team chemistry because obviously we have a lot of new players. And I think what's different from, this as compared to back in the old days is like there was no free agency. So you had a lot of the same core that aged out, but you had the same core. So my question to B, Mitch, is how can that chemistry sort of be stay consistent year after year,
Well, it's your core. They did have free agency. They had Plan B free agency. So you still had new people coming to the team every year. You had rookies and you also had other free agents coming in. But the whole thing about it, if you have the proper core, and I think that's what leads your team. The coach is going to do their thing, and the general manager and all trying to pick people that fit that they think going to fit. But it's the core that's inside the locker room that's going to basically run it. And when guys step in the locker room, they're going to be looking to see how things are run. You hear all these wild stories, but not many guys walk in the locker room and say, to hell with everybody, I'm going to do it my way.
Right.
No, they walk in the locker room and they try to see how this thing is run, what's going to go down. And if things are worked right, and I'm sure Bobby's going to be doing some of that stuff. Jaden does it. Mikey's going to be doing it. I think that you'll have it fixed because guys coming in, they look at the guys who's been around, who's had the success. Terry is definitely one of those guys.
Luvu.
They see those guys and they begin to try and follow them. And I believe the same thing will keep happening.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. There's a lot of hard workers in that room that don't have time for the BS. And they're not actively seeking it out to nobody's looking to run you out because you're not buying in. Everybody's like, yo, what's up? Come on in, but you better be ready to go.
Yeah, because listen, man, one thing that players understand, you have a right to be you.
Right.
As long as it don't affect us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So every player wants that same respect to where I can be me as long as I'm not causing issues. So if you're a guy who like to play your music, you play your music. But when you step into a community place, you got to slip it out.
Right.
You got to step back a little bit.
Totally.
When you step out, and then guys that don't like to talk to everybody, you don't have to.
There are dudes
when we come to work, we're going to work.
There's dudes that are into the fashion, and then there's dudes that just want to wear jeans and a t-shirt.
There you go.
And nobody has beef with the other for what they're doing, but nobody's also judging the other for what they're doing.
Because I think it's a misnomer where fans think that everybody's just exactly the same way and everybody do the same stuff. No. It's just like when you go to work, there are people at your job that you don't see eye to eye with, but y'all see eye to eye when it's work time.
Sure.
So it's the same thing in our locker room.
Greg is in Fairfax. Greg, what do you got for B?
First of all, I got no problem with our draft pick last night. Anytime you can find big body people with those skills, you can't pass them up. But if we could, I would prefer us to get an edge guy. Let me preface my recommendations by saying I mostly watch SEC football. So if somehow Nick Scorton from Texas A&M or Landon Jackson from Arkansas fell to us, I think that'd be great. If we couldn't get an edge, I like the idea of adding to our cornerback room with Trey Amos out of Ole Miss.
Mm-hmm.
And if there was no one highly ranked on our boards at either position as a sleeper, we could do a whole lot worse as a weapon with Dylan Sampson, the running back out of Tennessee.
Yeah, he can play. Listen, man, I think there's more picks coming. B, talked about it. Thanks for the call, Greg. What do you want to see tonight? As of now, they only have one pick. There's 2 rounds of drafts and comp picks at the end of the third. As of now, Washington only has the 61st pick.
And I'm going to tell you, just like I told you before, if Adam Peters decides he wants to try to move out and then go back, I'm cool with it. If he decides that, this guy fell in our lap, he's the highest on our board, and he takes him, I'm cool with that. A lot of the names that the guy just named, all those names came up last night as we were talking about stuff. Logan is big time on it too. But if those guys are not on Adam Peters' radar, sorry, you got to move on. You were the first one said, you say, What we need is to get a GM and then let him do his job.
Yeah.
And he said that's the number one job. And ever since then, I said we got the right GM. We got the number one guy that everybody wanted.
It was the one dude I
and
wanted.
he's been doing his work, and I've seen him have success after success after success. I'm not questioning him. Yes, I played ball. I think I know some stuff too, but I don't look at nearly enough stuff to question what those guys in that room is picking. Not at all. So I don't think they're going to go out there and now listen, to some people prior, they didn't have success. So that gave us even more authority and power to question them. These guys are having it, so we got to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Is there specifically like a position you'd like to see? I'm looking for an edge rusher.
I'd rather an edge or something. I said it a week or two ago. If they went offensive line, defensive line, the whole draft, I would not have one problem with that.
Let's go to Scott in Haymarket. Scott, what up, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
How you doing, man?
Good. I just had a question for B-Mitch. I know this is after his time and everything, but how much do you think that players in today's game, just athletes, professional athletes, read social media, read comments on social media, look at tweets, even go as deep as reading Instagram comments and everything? I kind of wanted to get your thoughts and see where athletes' heads are in today's space.
I think they read it too much. I think they read it all day. I think everybody in all aspects of society today read it too much. I would. People always say they don't care, but they always reacting to what somebody said. So if you're reacting to what somebody said, you actually care. And I tell people all this: if you are not in control of your own feelings, don't read any damn thing.
Yes, sir.
Because
yes, sir,
listen, man. These dudes, back in the day, people say, I don't read the newspaper. But they always had a comment about the story that was in the paper.
Always.
So right now, it's even more accessible. You have to go get the paper or it has to be delivered to you. If you go outside, go get it, bring it in. Now, you're just walking around in your phone going ding, ding, ding all day if you got your little sound on it. And you're reading every damn thing that people say. And as Doc Walker always say, why the hell do you care about people you don't even know what their comments are?
I completely agree. What percentage of athletes do you think have a burner account nowadays? I know there was a story a little bit ago about Kevin Durant and a couple of professional big names having burner accounts. What percentage do you think of athletes?
I don't know the percentage, but I think a lot of them probably do.
Here's what I can tell you.
You think it's
what the percentage? Hold on. The percentage of athletes that have a burner account is the same percentage as people that have one. Like we think there's this delineation. Like they're just people with an Instagram or a Twitter. Like you got accountants and insurance adjusters and attorneys. They have burner accounts. I bet the numbers are damn near the exact same.
Right. So
interesting. Very interesting. I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Take care.
But to his larger point, hell yeah, these dudes are on social media. But people say that towards athletes with this like dismissive.
But everybody is.
Everybody's on it.
Listen, man, all you do, I just tell you this. Just go scour social media one day. You got housewives on social media. You got husbands on social media. You got business people on it. You got people that want to get some attention. There's people showing all kind of stuff on social media. So they basically say, hell, I could just post it right here and I don't have to go around looking. It's all kind of stuff out there. So athletes do it. They try to act like they don't, but a lot of them, they are too heavily involved with worrying about what someone thinks about them that has no bearing on nothing in their life.
100%, man. I think, so I don't do this very often, but just for the sake of this purpose, I don't know what constituted. I don't even know if this is talking about me or someone else. I just searched my name on Twitter. Someone named Cassandra Detweiler 13 hours ago wrote, JP Finley is such a nasty hoe.
For real?
Yeah. Shout out to Cassandra Detweiler. Hope you're all right.
Turns out you found my burner.
There was that one account, like just JP Finley sucks. I wonder if there's a B. Mitch, Brian Mitchell latest. Although Brian Mitchell there's probably a lot more people named Brian Mitchell. Yeah, there's a B. Mitch.
You know one thing that you and I both know? The real Brian Keith Mitchell could give a damn about what they say. One finger salute to you all.
That much
Have
I know.
fun and take it home with your rotate on it.
I just
Just saying,
the
dog.
rotate on it.
I do not give a damn.
Kind of got me.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go look for it. So have fun with it.
All right,
Say what the hell you want.
I do think at some, like I've said this before, I think sometimes we get caught up in like, oh man, what are athletes doing? They're doing the same stuff most of us are doing.
Yeah.
Like it's just everybody
They
looks
do
at
what society does. It's just
through a different prism.
But they're put on a pedestal. When they do something, people, I can't believe. I hear people all the time, oh, an athlete did that. When a judge and a damn lawyer or a doctor or a priest does it, you don't say a damn word. Why is the athlete more harshly judged than those people who take oaths about doing stuff?
Right.
You know what I mean? Give me a break with that crap.
If any of the boys in the aquarium have a question for B, fire away. Right now, we'll go to Brian in Fredericksburg.
What up, B?
A little B on B question asking.
So I'm asking B. Mitch. I'm gonna be heading down to New Orleans and Baton Rouge, and wanted to see what a good local spot that had some good food down there.
I'll be honest with you, just about any place you walk in gonna have good food. You know,
The locals are not the big chains.
don't
and
do
all?
the big chains. Try the locals. If you're in New Orleans, I'll give you a spot where they got a lot of different things. Deanie's is a little spot with a ton of things. Mulat's has a lot of things for it. You'll have, if you want to try Commander's Palace or Acme Oyster Bar, Drago's, all those places will have great food. And now Drago's is in Baton Rouge, Lafayette, wherever, all over the state.
Also,
all right, cool, appreciate it.
Hi, man.
Palace Cafe is an easy one to get into. I think it's right there on Canal Street. A lot of these are harder to get into. Palace Cafe, you just go walk, sit at the bar. They have this crab cheesecake joint, which is
Just look, man, I'm serious.
it is hard to just
The more
go wrong.
of a hole in the wall it looks like, the better the food is gonna be. You can just think about grandma in the back cooking the food for you. That's all it is.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It looks like Landfill is in position to ask B. Mitch anything.
Oh my Lord.
I have a question, B. This is not completely ridiculous. If you after the Commanders draft all their players and they get them all in here together, if you were going to give them one piece of advice, what would it be?
Get off of social media. Listen, I'll tell people like this. Until you are adult enough and mature enough to be able to see somebody that says something negative about you and you're not offended by it, or it doesn't make you move a certain way, if you can't do that, stop reading it, stop looking at it. Like now, I can laugh at it big time. I remember I used to come here every day, y'all know, telling JP about stop letting people bother him. Because
I think I largely have.
Yeah, I'm saying, but you weren't at first.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I would tell every guy, like, do that, to hell with that. But I just want you to go back and look at time spent. I want people to look at your time spent, screen time on your phone, and it'll tell you that, you know what, you're looking at the damn phone too much.
Well, dude,
it is ridiculous the time you'll see.
One of my favorite parts about being out west for spring break was, the flight to and from California with a 6-year-old kind of damn far, but being out there and just the time difference, it like forced me to unplug a little bit more because I was missing games because we're at the pool, right? Like, and then late, like by the time I have time to look at my phone, it's midnight on the East Coast, and I'm just like, you know what, I'm going to sleep. It was just kind of pleasant.
See,
I'm not always going to unplug, but like it's nice to unplug for a portion.
The algorithms on these phones basically manipulate your mind into making you do what they want you to do, and you're not doing what you want to do.
Yeah.
They know what you like. They know. Hell, I told you the other day, CK sent an email, and right prior to him, I was talking about stuff. The email was exactly what I was talking about home. And then I started getting all these. So people are going to try to make you do what they want you to do. And all of us think we have total control over our minds. No, you don't. The damn phone is running it. AI is running it right now.
This is a question from PJ Minley on social media. He says, if you're in the side of the team facility that has lobster and steak, would you bring some over for JP?
If JP would have asked me, I probably would have tried to hook him up. But he didn't ask me.
He was unaware.
I told you.
I was eating paisanos.
I told
which
you
was
before
great.
what they had over there.
I was unaware. No, this is from a random social media user.
No.
This is from PJ Minley.
No, that's from JP Finley.
It's from PJ
When I was
Minley.
walking inside, I told JP Finley what I was going to get to eat, and he never said, "Man, try to give me some."
Well, that would be rude. But the random dude on social media suggesting it's a whole different matter.
Nah, but I'm not going to just offer. If I tell you what it is and you don't ask, that means you don't want it.
Who did you think of that three-pack of skill position guys? Abuka, Hampton, and then Golden that all went within like 5 or 6 picks.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think is in the best scenario?
Green Bay, Golden.
You think? Just Jordan Love?
Because he's going to be on the field immediately, and then he's going to become the number one option because my man always hurt.
Watson
is always hurt.
Mr. Randy Watson. Here's what I can tell you about somebody that's never hurt. The Oarsman Automotive Group of Virginia. They've been selling cars in this area for over 100 years. With that kind of track record, you know they're doing something right. I'll tell you what I could use from Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. A damn car wash. I drive a black 4Runner. It is yellow or green, whatever the color of pollen is. That's what I'm rocking right now. I could use some rain, Doug Kemmerer, but if you need a new car, check out Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. They got 7 locations all over Northern Virginia, from Alexandria to Chantilly. All the makes, all the models, the best selection, great deals, and financing. And don't forget, they've got a tremendous selection of quality certified used vehicles to choose from. But more than anything, they've got that Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
Yeah, they want to make sure that they take care of their customers. So that Lifetime Edge gives you up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes. JP, you already get that. You just don't go. With every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and a lifetime engine guarantee. And if you're trying to sell your car, you need to take it to Oarsman because they will give you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value. Other people try to give you less or maybe a little bit over. They give you up to 125%, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. We're 2 beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Game 3, Caps and Canadiens tonight in Montreal. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. The Capitals looking to take a 3-0 series lead. Coach Spencer Carberry said earlier today that Alexei Protas could be a possibility for tonight. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Mets for the first of 4 in the wraparound series. Juan Soto making his return to Nationals Park the first time as a member of the New York Mets. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear that game over on the team 980. Jake Irvin taking on Kodai Senga. NFL draft, the Commanders selected offensive tackle Josh Connerly Jr. out of Oregon with the 29th overall selection last night, day 2. Just one pick right now, pick number 61 overall in the second round. Second and third rounds, a part of day 2 of the NFL draft tonight. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Hustle pay the price. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 the Fan. Peter Rosenberg usually joins us on Thursdays. We asked him to join us on a Friday today so we could react to the Commanders' first-round pick. Label, I just started laughing to myself. What was the song when you were trying to mess with Peter you were playing instead of that? Backstreet or something?
I swear, something like that.
Yeah, it might have been Backstreet Boys. Who knows?
I swear.
Peter, what's up, man? Thank you for joining us, dude.
Hey, listen, I'm happy that I'm not busy today on an episode of Hot Take, and I can be here with you guys.
Our friend Peter Rosenberg joining us now. He's literally everywhere from WWE to ESPN, ESPN Radio, Hot 97 in New York, about 100 podcasts. Thank you for making time.
Currently Orlando, by the way. Currently Orlando.
I saw that you're there. Are you there for Beyonce? Why are you down there?
No. Beyonce's tour starts in 3 days, you idiot.
Sorry, but, I'm kind of close.
No, you're close. No, I have WWE Evolve tapings. We do our tapings here in Orlando.
Oh, okay. So you and your wife are going to Beyonce this weekend then?
No, we're actually going in New York. We're actually considering D.C. She's playing D.C. on July 4th, which sounds pretty appealing, honestly.
And then your parents can watch a baby, right?
Exactly. So we're considering that, but no, we're probably going to see her in New York in a couple weeks. But that thing that I posted, the tour starts in like 3 days.
Okay, gotcha.
So I was just celebrating with the fellow Beehive. You know what I mean?
Beehive.
I gotcha. All right, so let's start here. I know you don't love the lead up to the draft. Well, how do you feel now, the next morning, that the Commanders decided to continue to build around Jaden? They took a tackle out of Oregon that evaluators and people that know this kid, I mean, there is nothing but good things coming out about
no bad stuff about him.
I mean, listen, I hate to be this bore, but like I told you guys this last week. I've been saying it on my radio show all week. Like when you have a GM you trust, you just sit back and let it go. Like I'm sitting here, I'm going to have the Giants and Jets fans sell me on why this draft is going to change their teams. I'm not going to believe any of it. The Jets went out and drafted a offensive tackle to protect who? Justin Fields, or like the next quarterback who's in 6th grade right now. The fact that we're in a place where we're just doing the stuff you need to do when you have a team that's actually kind of built is pretty awesome. And so, yeah, I love the pick. Obviously, I know nothing about the kid except for what I read this morning, but I am here for it.
So I wanted to ask you specifically then about the Giants, and I recognize you're in Florida, but you're going to be on the air on ESPN New York in just a few minutes. I really like the Abdul Carter pick. I thought that was the obvious pick at number 3. I think he can be a real impact player on the edge. Then they trade back up to go Jackson Dart instead of Shedeur Sanders. I was not surprised based on everything I had heard from folks around the league over the last 10 days or so that New York really liked Dart. But how do the fans up there feel? Is this thing split? Is there support for it? What are folks saying?
Well, I think, one of the reasons I make fun of the draft and call it lying season is because it's just, people just start following trends. Well, what's everyone saying this week? So I think everyone's going to be fine with it because I think the current feeling of the moment was that Shedeur Sanders isn't the guy. Oh, and Jackson Dart is a guy. Like, I'd love to know how many of those people were talking about Jackson Dart all year. But from my early sort of research, which is essentially my group chat for the show.
Are they all Giant fans?
Half.
Okay.
And they were excited. They considered this a win for Shane already. Like they felt very good about this move. Not only Dart, but the fact that they were able to get potentially a generational defensive player and then jump back in and get a quarterback. I think the combo has people very excited.
I want to see if they feel like that when the season starts, though.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah. All of this.
The absolute dumbest thing that I have seen from some Giants fans was pointing out, hey, the last time we took an Ole Miss quarterback, it worked out pretty well. I don't think a lot of people are confusing the prospect of Eli Manning with the prospect of Jackson Dart. Not that I don't hate Dart. I think he might end up being a good player. I just think people got to chill with some of these comps, man.
Oh, yeah, of course. People are out of control, bro. This is what they do, though. This is the season for it. And that's why I'm ultimately not the biggest fan of the draft, because I went back and was looking at our last several drafts, and woof, there was a lot of stuff to not be excited about.
Sure. A lot of
believe me, I know.
big misses, dude. What do you think about Shedeur sliding? Are you surprised?
Again, no, because all of these people are so bandwagon, and that started being the conversation over the last week. So, to me, it didn't feel like a surprise just on account of it's all about where the trend is going. Now, I personally, as you guys know, I'm no college football expert, but obviously everybody with a pulse watched Shedeur Sanders play. I was never blown away by Shedeur Sanders. I just wasn't. I wasn't blown away by his arm strength. He's a bit of a statue. I thought the number retirement was absolutely ludicrous.
That's ridiculous.
And I found it hilarious that Deion's response was the only reason this is is being treated this way is because his last name is Sanders. And I'm like, no, sir, that's the only reason he's getting his jersey retired.
Right.
He was not a generational college quarterback. Again, I'm not the biggest college football guy, but I'm quite aware when someone who's changing the scope of college football as we know it,
like his teammate Travis Hunter.
But see,
did.
I don't think
Travis Hunter did all that.
He did, but I don't think every quarterback coming out of college that gets drafted in the first round is that person that you're describing.
I'm not sure Dart is.
I don't think Dart is. I think Deion being involved with this has caused more issues than anything. And I think the kid is being treated a certain way because they know Deion is not going to back down from saying what he needs to say about anybody. And that seems to be, he's attacked in a different way than most people would be or have been over the years.
So I don't disagree with that. And by the way, my point was not to say that he shouldn't be drafted. I would think that he'd get drafted somewhere. It's just to say that, it's a double-edged sword with being a Sanders. And I really feel like if people believed he were generational at this moment, I don't think the Deion thing would be such a big deal. But I think they see him as a bit more of a project. And because he's a bit of a project, Deion doesn't feel worth it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, maybe it's not that. I think what you said about the arm strength is my biggest concern too. I just don't know that he can throw an out against pro corners.
It's at least 10 people in the league right now that can't throw the out.
Totally.
Pro corners. And they get chances.
And by Thanksgiving, it'll be half the league.
Yeah.
When guys start getting injured and everything. There aren't enough good quarterbacks. I don't discount that.
Listen, the bottom line is I'm not crying today about Shador. He's going to have a job by tomorrow. Like, yeah, he may not be drafted as highly as he would have thought he should be, but whatever. The bottom line is he will have a job tomorrow. I've got other things to cry about. Like me seeing people post about it like it's some sort of deep political issue that Shador Sanders
I agree with that.
wasn't drafted. Like there are other things going on in this world, guys. Rights are being stripped away from human Americans day by day. I can't cry over Shador Sanders today. I can't.
Yeah, it's remarkable the type of reaction it brings, and we see quarterbacks slide all the time. Like this one just feels bigger than that. I don't know. It's a serious question for both of you because I thought about this last night. Roger Goodell comes out on the bicycle, which I thought was kind of odd.
And
I think it's just
clown.
Okay, so this is exactly why I want to ask. What every commissioner just gets booed like crazy every time they're anywhere publicly.
Uh-huh.
Why are we still booing Goodell? And I'm saying we royally.
I think normally you got to depend on it's certain cities that boo him all the time.
What is Green Bay mad about?
Mm-hmm.
Well, but I think that speaks to what I'm saying. Like I think in the case of Goodell,
he doesn't care about the fan as much as he cares about the owners, and I think fans know that.
Yeah, he's a big time. All he is an owner pleaser. We know that, but that's okay. I mean, that is the job, right? But to me,
but that's what he meant.
But he's just a tool. Like he's a 66-year-old man jumping up and down and dapping up 19-year-olds. You are a tool, like an overachieving.
$60 million a year.
By the way, where it says DEI in the dictionary, should be a picture of Roger Goodell, an upward ascending dude whose talent is what? Like, tell me the talent of Roger Goodell. He inherited a league.
He is good at deflecting questions. I got Dikembe by him one time. He is good. He can deflect the hell out of a question.
Well, I mean, listen. Like there have been the commissioners who really deserve to not get booed. You know, like there are guys like David Stern who came into a league and changed it, right? And like really were able to like do something different. Gary Bettman in the NHL. Now they still get booed, but in the case of Goodell, I think it's a league that can't fail no matter how hard it tries. It's the greatest, most insane business ever. And
dude,
he has grown like a nozzle.
Dog, he has grown the NFL's bottom line probably 10x. I mean,
I think it's a natural thing that was going to happen, whether he was there or not.
That may or may not be true, but he's still there.
Yeah, he's there, but it's not all because of him
pushing international.
What year was his first? What was his first year?
I think he's in like as close to his. I don't know. Let me look that.
I'm gonna tell you, right?
Getting to 18
Paul
games.
Tagliabue put this thing on a trajectory that no matter who you put in place, it was going to succeed.
Tagliabue was the one who took this league to a completely different place, and Goodell got to be, in my opinion, the talentless blowhard who was sitting there next. And then when you see the way he carries himself on the stage, to me, that sums it all up. Like the riding in on the bike and the daps and the hugs. Like, my man, you're 66 years old. Be a face of professionalism. I just find him to be complete corn pone.
The bike riding was a little much. Peter, we'll let you go, man. I know you're busy. Thank you for making time for us on a Friday.
Wait, did Goodell's office call? Hello?
No, he's been commissioner since 2006, so just about 20 years.
I could have done that.
You know, he grew up here before he moved back to New York.
Where did he go to high school? That could be very telling.
I think he went to school up there or like a boarding school or something.
My guess is Whitman. All right, I'm out.
His dad was a U.S. senator, but I believe he went. My guess would have been Prep, not Whitman, but I think he went to school in New York, Bronxville High School, according to Wikipedia.
Damn it.
Sorry,
he wanted to go to Whitman.
That's the BCC in us right there. All right, thank you, brother.
All right, Pete.
Later, boys.
All right. That's Peter Rosenberg. Give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. When we come back, we got to wrap the show up, make some bets, baby. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, the Fan. If you're looking for something to do this afternoon, I got a plan for you. Grant and Danny going to be live at Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly all afternoon.
I might stop by.
That's right by your house, isn't it?
Yeah.
What time you got to be at the park?
4:30. I might stop by and give me a Pupatella pizza.
Get two. PJ Minley's asking. I might go by Wegmans. I'm determined Wegmans is my most likely stop.
Well, I gotta meet this PJ Minley.
The Commanders gave us food last night. It was paisanos. It was banging. I ate a lot. I probably. You know what I did eat too many of last night?
What?
They had garlic bread, and I never eat it.
I knew I was smelling something today.
I think I said to Nikki, I was like, dude, I need some gum. Like, luckily, we weren't going into the locker room or anything.
He was telling you about yourself.
Austin.
He's not lying, though, bro. I've had some reporters come in and say, can I ask you a question? I want to say, can I give you some gum?
Correct. I always try to be cognizant when I'm going in the locker room, especially like post game when you know it's going to be packed and you're like 4 inches away from other people.
Mm-hmm.
Take care of your breath, Toby.
Ooh,
let's make some bets. Landfill wasn't ready for me.
Hold on. Gather around.
White
Get a
Brian
little aggressive with that. Heard it here first.
White Brian again wearing pink today. B. You know what that means last night.
2 nights in a row.
He's got his pink cup with him. It's a good week to be white. Yo, you know what it must have been? Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart got things moving at the White Brian household. Baby, we got a quarterback, and I'm ready for bed. All right, White Brian. Anybody win a bet?
That's why that person told you were nasty as hell.
B. Mitch won the week. I also did not realize how much pink stuff I owned until I started working.
Whoa, pause, dog. Want to see my Jackson Dart? All right.
Hey, don't ignore what he said that was most important.
What was that?
How
much pink stuff he owns?
B-Mitch won the week.
Okay.
Again.
Congratulations. Also, for what it's worth, B-Mitch is wearing pink today.
I wear pink all the time.
I'm just saying.
It's common for me to wear pink.
Yes.
You get what I'm saying.
Caps predictions tonight, boys?
Win.
Yeah, Caps winning.
Win.
All we do is win, win, win.
White Brian hesitant to make a pick here. Kind of a hater.
4-1 Caps.
4-1 Caps. That's kind of the go-to number these days. Bleep it. 4-1 Caps. Let's go. Goal predictions.
I'm going with Ovi tonight.
Strom.
I'm going Willie. Tom Wilson.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Dylan Strom, too.
White Brian?
Logan Thompson. Empty netter.
I'm also going with Dubois.
Listen.
Wait. What did you just say?
You can tell a kid got laid twice in a week when he's calling for a goalie to score an empty netter.
Yeah.
I mean,
I guess
Brian is feeling himself.
Brian said, I won already. Hell, I don't care.
Jackson Dart in there. All right, last one. Who's the pick at 61 predictions? This is difficult. This will not
be an edge rusher.
You will not be judged.
It's going to be an edge rusher. I don't know who, but it's going to be an edge.
Landini? Logan Thompson?
I need a DB.
Ooh.
DB season. Their DBs suck.
White Brian? Their DBs don't suck. They
got rid of the one that sucked, fool. What you talking about, Landfill? The one guy that sucked
The
is
DB
gone.
from Eastern Carolina? Carolina?
Yo, if that hits.
Siobhan Ravel?
Yeah, I picked that in my mock draft on Monumental Sports. So I'd be thrilled with that. I like Oladejo. Our guy Marcus Washington was on the other day, said one way or another, the Commanders are going to land the UCLA pass rusher. I think that gets home. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Nick Baumgardner for joining us. Thank you to James Cripia for joining us. Thank you to Carl Alzer
You called
for
the man
joining.
5 different names.
Thank you to Peter Rosenberg for joining us. Thank you to White Brian for joining us. Clearly, the kid's got better things to do. Thank you to Toby for joining us. Thanks to the boys in the aquarium. Thanks to everybody that called.
I think Rose don't like you, Jay.
Really, really fun day. I can't wait for Monday. We'll know the draft results. Maybe who knows what other news could emerge. Grant and Danny live at Pupatella next. You made it this far. Toby owes you a beer.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp, CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. In the NFL last night, first round of the NFL draft, the Commanders selected offensive tackle Josh Connerly Jr. out of Oregon with the 29th pick in the draft today. Day 2 of the NFL draft, second and third rounds. Right now, the Commanders have just one pick for tonight. In the second round, it would be 61st overall pick. Last night in the NBA, the Knicks beat the Pistons 118-116. New York now leads that series 2-1. OKC took a commanding 3-0 lead with coming back to win against the Grizzlies 114-108. And the Clippers beat the Nuggets 117-83. The Clippers now lead that series 2-1. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Orioles 2-1. They'll take on the Mets for the first of 4 in the wraparound series. Juan Soto making his return to D.C. as a member of the New York Mets for the first time. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Jake Irvin taking on Kodai Senga. And big-time game tonight for the Capitals as they take on the Canadiens in Montreal. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can do that game right here on the Fan. The Capitals currently leading that series 2-0. Alexi Protas is a possibility for tonight, according to Coach Spencer Carberry. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, they instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. Coach Wooten. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Let's have a Friday. How about it? Grant and Danny on the Fan, field tripping today, out and about. We are at Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly, right off Route 50. They got happy hour specials running all show long at Pupatella, serving the real MVP of flavor with authentic, delicious, hat-trick-worthy Neapolitan pizzas as we are getting ready for Game 3 of the Caps and the Canadiens tonight. Washington hitting the road, looking to go up 3-0 in their best-of-7 series. Of course, we'll be breaking down the NFL draft all show long as well. The Commanders last night pulling off a bit of a surprise at pick 29, not only sticking and picking, but a guy that we had not talked about was the selection, and that was offensive tackle Josh Connerly Jr. from Oregon. So we got the draft. We got the Capitals. We got Juan Soto back in town to take on the Nats, who have won 4 of their last 6. And we're about to be eating some delicious pizza with our friends out here at Pupatella. Try to screw this day up, Rouye.
Yeah, I can't.
You can't do it.
Now, I'm good at messing stuff up. We all know that. But I can't mess up today. I'm going to sit. I'm going to speak when it's my turn, and I'm going to eat some pizza stuff. I can't wait. Can't wait, Bart Scott style. Last night was fun. The draft had some dramatics, had some adventure, where people are trading, the moving, the shaking, all good. Washington helped Jaden Daniels. You'll never get me to be upset about that. Life is good, my friend.
Yeah, so I want to get into the first round and recap it here, but we'll do that in about an hour at 3 o'clock. We'll talk non-Commanders. I was actually surprised. You talk about moving and shaking. Only 4 trades. I thought was pretty shockingly low. The record low is 3. So we narrowly surpassed that. But there certainly were surprises. Shedeur Sanders' free fall. A couple of the players that went off the board earlier than they were supposed to. So we'll go back through the specifics coming up in a bit. I want to start with Connerly, though, and the Commanders. But a couple of notes on the Capitals as they get ready for Game 3 tonight. You just heard in the update from Toby. Alexi Protas made the trip.
Let's go, Pro. Let's go.
The big fella
Let's go.
is closing in on getting back on the ice. Now, I don't know anything. Like, generally, you could probably stop right there.
That's not true. You know a couple things.
I don't know anything about Protas playing tonight.
Oh.
I'm just going to assume, and maybe I'll assume wrong, he does not play. I think this feels like gamesmanship to me from Spencer Carberry. What he did in the net in Game 1 with Logan Thompson acting like he may not go the entire time, and then the lights came on for pregame skate, and he was the first guy out on the ice, and he was ready to roll. I just don't know, in a 2-0 series lead, with Protas seemingly not yet 100%. I saw him, still had a limp walking after Game 2. I've watched the videos like you guys have with him skating. He does not look to be skating 100% to me. I'm not, Michelle Kwan, but it does not seem to me like he is skating at his peak. I don't see it tonight. But the fact that it's a maybe, the fact that we could start playing these games, if that's what we're doing, with him, maybe playing, maybe not, already for game 3 is a big, big deal. I bet you we don't see him until much later in the series if needed. But he's on the trip, so that's a good sign.
Well, yeah, I'm betting the same thing, but the big takeaway here is that it's in the ballpark, is that now there's a conversation where it might happen. I thought this was going to be even more longer term. Like he skated some, but come on, he can't possibly be expected to go in a game without some kind of extra padding or some sort of makeshift shoe to protect the top, and then in which case can he be himself? I thought we were talking about the second round, to be honest with you. If at all, the fact that he made the trip, I think, is already a bigger deal. He's going to come back sooner than I anticipated, so that's got me going a little bit.
Have you seen, and I'm guessing this isn't out there, but has anyone talked about where the actual cut is on his foot?
I haven't seen it, no.
I know in hockey they don't really divulge information. Is it odd to anyone else, though? He cut his foot. He could not put a skate on for several days. He still is affected when he walks and when he skates.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what part of the foot got cut? I'd like to know.
Side, top, the other side, probably not the bottom. That's the only place I don't want to say I can rule it out, but I'd feel comfortable betting on. But yeah.
Dr. Houtier. Did you see the picture, by the way? I tweeted it out if you guys want to go see it. I think it's my last tweet at Grant H. Paulson. It is one of the funniest things I've seen in a while. I don't know what happened with the photo, but there's some type of angle. Some photographer would have to explain it to me. Protas is standing next to Ovechkin, and Ovi looks like he is 6. Looking up at Alexei Protas, who looks like George Mirasan standing next to me in the box at Capital One Arena a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it's like the ball boy with an NHL player.
And I know Pro's a big boy. 6'6", it ain't nothing. But, I mean, Ovi's 6'3".
Yeah.
He looks like he's like, Mr. Protas, can I have your autograph? He's British, right? Ovechkin?
Yeah, little British boy.
I thought that was the big story, was that he was a British
That's
hockey
the
player.
big reveal that no one knows about. Yeah. Give me your best, Mr. Protas. Any tips for success as I start my hockey journey? Little British boy voice. This is Ovechkin as the little British boy. Artistic interpretation live from Pupatella, Chantilly, Grant Paulson. Whenever you're ready, get in character.
I need a pitch whistle. Give me some
No,
British.
this is yours. This is your character.
I just want you to talk. You don't have to do little British boy.
Okay, what do you want?
Just give me some British stuff.
All right. My lords, would it be possible that we can have some pizza here at Pupatella? Is that something that's on the table?
Give me more of like the angry Vinnie Jones British guy.
Oi, let me get something straight, right? If you're sitting here telling me I'm not going to eat pizza, we're going to have some words, aren't we? There's going to be a problem. Oi, you feel me?
Yeah.
Right? You see that?
So now you want, okay.
The little British boy. So he's the more aristocratic.
Mr. Protas, sir.
Mm-hmm.
If it pleases you, sir,
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to learn how to play hockey.
There it
please.
is. There it is.
Now, that's
Oh,
like
it's good.
I think the little British boy's voice is changing or something.
Well, he's going through some changes.
Yeah.
We all do. It's normal.
It's very normal.
Part of life. Circle
Don't
of
worry,
life.
bud. It'll be over
Hey,
soon.
bud. Don't worry about that acting.
That picture was hilarious, though. And on behalf of the show, before we move on to the draft really quickly, I want to pass along our well wishes to Craig Laughlin. Did you see his tweet today, Danny?
No, I haven't seen it yet. What happened?
So Locker's out on the
Oh,
telecast
man.
again. Obviously, he had a very scary situation with his
Yeah.
heart and was out for several weeks. He tweeted today, Caps fans, unfortunately, I have not been feeling 100%. My cardiology and medical team have advised me to miss a few games. I'm disappointed to step away from the booth. He said, but I can't wait to rejoin Monumental Sportsnet's broadcast very soon. Go Caps.
Wishing him well.
So-
Obviously, far more important than our listening pleasure. He is the best. I love him so much as an analyst, but more importantly, he is a well-rounded, complete human being. So his health is the most important thing. So get well soon, buddy.
He was just on the show
Yeah.
on Wednesday, and he was feeling great, and he
Mhm.
was loving life and ready to call hockey. But health and everything going on is finicky,
Of course.
and we're thinking about him and crossing our fingers that he is on the mend here already, but that he's back in the booth very soon. So Locker, get well, my guy, and hopefully the Caps get him a Game 3 win tonight, and they go up 3-0 against Montreal. Mike Tice, a former NFL head coach, longtime O-line coach, watched all the tape on all the offensive linemen for a project he was doing for Yahoo, and his favorite offensive lineman in this draft class was Josh Connerly Jr.
How about it?
He'll be on the show to talk about that coming up in about 20 minutes at 2:30. I want to ask him why he liked Connerly so much. But let's get into what Washington did. They stayed at 29, Danny, and what was amazing about when they got on the clock was all of the exercises we went through, clearly knowing nothing for weeks and weeks and weeks leading up to the draft. A lot of the guys that we said wouldn't be there were. It was amazing last night how many of the players, for various reasons, fell. Some of them were medical, right? Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan, based on this knee injury that we now know people are worried about and the health of his knee moving forward. He was available, was not supposed to be. They could have gotten Mikey Sanristill's college teammate and immediately added someone that they feel like they could plug and play on the outside. They chose not to. Mike Green, who was my second favorite pass rusher in this class, behind a pass rusher that was destined to go in the top 3 the entire time, in Abdul Carter. Green's got red flags based on allegations and issues legally, women involvement over his career dating back to high school. Obviously, those flags were so substantial that not only Washington, but every other team chose to pass on him. Donovan Ezeraku, who we talked about from Boston College, 16.5 sacks, ACC Defensive Player of the Year. He's not going to be there for them. That would be a great fit. They chose not to take him. All because they wanted to protect their number one asset, Jaden Daniels, and complete their offseason project, their offensive line refurbishing with bookend tackles Laramie Tunsil on the left and Connerly on the right. It's not what I saw coming, but everyone keeps saying, what'd you think? And my takeaway is you'll never get me to be upset about picking an offensive tackle. And I absolutely love anything that results in making sure Jaden Daniels stays on the field. So if so facto, I like the pick.
Yeah. So the couple things curious about it. You touched on what they didn't take. I think it's always important. But point 2, left tackle at Oregon. That's the biggest reason I didn't see that coming is you would assume that a team that drafts him is going, he's a left tackle. So there must be some ability, there must be some thought that, of course, he'll play on the right side here. And again, naively, I thought, oh, here's what they're going to do. Brandon Coleman, who I thought played adequately to even well at times as a third-round rookie for the team this past year at left tackle. They'll kick him over to right tackle. They've now upgraded 2 different positions, the left tackle and the right tackle spot. Maybe you kick Wiley inside to the right side, for if and when Sam Cosby comes back. Maybe you have Coleman maybe potentially battle with Alec Reddy, but it sounded like they were kicking him to the right. And so that's all she wrote in my mind. You've now changed 2 tackle spots. Well, not so fast. I think now what we learned is either Coleman and Connerly are going to battle a tackle initially, or they view Coleman as a guard, the way most of the league did in his pre-draft process. So it's interesting to me. It just is how it's going to fit. But your takeaway is my takeaway. Going into the draft, I'm going, everybody's focused on defensive end and cornerback because that's the obvious need. That's glaring. And I think it still is, by the way. I think they've got work to do in those 2 spots. To me, though, the axiom of let's not count on miracles again. Let's not count on a miraculous, incredible, unbelievable run where they couldn't run the football, couldn't really protect Jaden Daniels adequately at times, and he worked magic down the stretch. They're playing ball control without being able to run the football. He was so good, he overcame some of their deficiencies. If I have a gripe, it's I wish they'd kind of focused some of this stuff last year. But you're never going to get me to be upset at going to get a marquee left tackle in Tunsil. You're never going to get me to be upset to go, we're going to do more to protect our young quarterback that's about to face a more arduous schedule. The league's had a year to adjust, and defensive coordinators have stayed up late at night figuring out how to stop Kingsbury and Daniels and everything else. I want him to be safe and sound. You will never get me upset at investing resources there.
To me, is so simple, right? What is the most important thing this organization can do? The best thing they can do is elevate and accentuate the skills of
maximize and protect, man.
That's all they should think about every hour of every day. You've hit the lottery with the quarterback. How do you keep him healthy? How do you get the best production out of him? How do you surround him with the most so that he can shine? It's business 101, really. I mean, it's what is your best asset? Okay, how do we now explore and exploit that to be the best version of ourselves? Taking a tackle is going to help them do that. That's number 1. Number 2, you get a 21-year-old who Mel Kiper said on the telecast last night he thinks would be a top 5-ish pick next year if he were to go back to school and then come out a year from now. That was a reoccurring theme when I was asking people last night about the Connerly pick. They said, this is a guy, it's a year early pick, essentially. You play him at right tackle right now. And everyone says, well, you just drafted a right tackle at 29. Yes, you did. First of all, nothing wrong with that. I'm not convinced, though. Let's say Laramie Tunsil, who's not a kid. He's a 30-year-old tackle. If in a couple of years Laramie Tunsil has played well and you're either not going to keep paying him or he starts to fade or isn't at the same level, maybe this is your future left tackle.
Yep.
Maybe this is your long-term answer at left tackle. But at 21 years old, with the growth last football season that everybody talks about and unbelievable footwork and athleticism, there's a Trent Williams type feel to this. I don't mean he's that caliber of player. Trent went in the top 5 for a reason. He's going to the Hall of Fame. But what I mean is Trent Williams used to play point guard at pickup basketball games at Lifetime Fitness in Ashburn. He would go between his legs and dunk.
Yes.
Left tackles don't do that.
Right.
I don't know if you've seen the video of this guy, but last year he was catching passes, caught a touchdown. He got a direct snap and ran off tackle on a goal line play. Like the ability to move and to be an athlete in this offense with Cliff Kingsbury,
they like
the bubble stuff and some of the screens, I think it makes it makes perfect sense. And,
Yes.
it is exactly what we should have been thinking about and weren't. You saw the note, I'm sure, from Cliffy. Kingsbury left the note on Peter's desk saying, get me the left tackle from Oregon, and he did.
I thought that was really cool. Now, I don't think we would have seen that note had Connerly gone or otherwise, or he wasn't available, or they picked somebody else. But
that would be a weird note for Adam Peters to show.
Somebody left this
after they took Mike Green.
Right.
If he said, Cliff Kingsbury left me this note. Sorry, Cliff, and then crumbles it up.
And then tore it up. Again, the folks that are disappointed. By the way, that's what's beautiful about this whole thing, right? Everyone's going to have a reaction. The way mock drafts work and the way prognostication, this whole industry works, is you have somebody smart, look at what they perceive as the needs of the team are, and then try to line up a player that has those attributes or plays that position or whatever. So anybody's disappointed, it's because you thought they have to get an edge, and there are going to be edges available. And there were multiple edges available that I actually thought that's where they were going to go. One of those couple guys. You mentioned Ezra. I thought that was going to be the pick, to be honest with you, until I saw Connerly. But remember, they've got a different set of plans. Sometimes they're wrong, sometimes they're right. This group has gotten some benefit of the doubt from me, at least. They've got a vision. It's not just, this year we'll try this, and this month we'll try this, and it's all kind of different. See Rivera and the Marty Party. So to me, they identified their largest potential paradigm, maybe not need, but the largest thing, the most important thing is kind of the not to pat myself on the back, but kind of the summary that you and I are saying here is that's not getting easier for Daniels. We have to make sure we're doing everything we possibly can to secure him and then to maximize him. And that became a priority here. They needed to upgrade that offensive line, and it was a more glaring thing with a player that they valued higher than some of these other defensive ends or corners.
They had a choice. They could have taken a player at their biggest need, which is what I would have done. They did not.
Right.
They could have gone to their second biggest need. Would have liked that too. They didn't do that. I don't even think tackle was a top 3 or maybe even a top 5 need for them, honestly. Not that I'm a Wiley guy. I think I was one of the first people to beat that drum that I was out a few weeks into year 1 of Andrew Wiley with a different coaching staff. But I just didn't think with Coleman now able to move over and take that job from him on the right side.
I didn't anticipate it.
They didn't need to do it, but they wanted to do it. And I'm okay with that. And they liked the player enough, as desperate as they are to trade back because of how limited they are in the number of picks, that there were absolutely teams trying to come up and called them, and they said, now we're good. This is the guy we wanted. That conviction makes me feel even better. The last point I want to make on this is I also think there is an element of that pick. While it's not reacting to the night, but you've got to look at your division. You have to look at the teams that you play 2 times a year and what they're good at. The Eagles just won a Super Bowl torching offensive lines all the way through, including Kansas City's, right? They've got a great front. Jalen Carter's an animal. Nolan Smith gets back healthy. Stud. They paid Bryce Huff a ton of money. Really, really good defensive front. You've got to be able to be prepared and be able to stop them. The Giants last night made what was my favorite pick of the first round because it was super easy when they got Abdul Carter in the top 3. But Brian Burns, who they gave up ones for last year. Dexter Lawrence is one of the best D tackles in the league. That might be the best defensive group of 4 on paper in the NFL at this point in New York. Dallas is a tier down, in my opinion, but you still have Micah Parsons.
They're still good, yeah.
They signed Dante Fowler from here, who was a double-digit sack guy last year. They paid Odigizua, who's a good player. So you're in a division where they can get after the quarterback, and you better be able to feel really, really good at both tackle spots. And if you say, well, what about Brandon Coleman? They may have thought all along, we'll try him at tackle in the meantime. He was a third-round pick. It's not like he was a top 15 pick. If he moves to guard, so be it. He could be a really good guard. I mean, Washington did that with Brandon Sheriff, and he was a top 5 pick.
Yeah.
So you could still get great value out of Coleman if he's your long-term left guard. And that's my guess now, is that you'd have Tunsil at left tackle when everybody's healthy. You would have Coleman at left guard, Biotish at center, Cosme at right guard, and then Connerly at right tackle. But let's talk to Mike Tice next. He thinks that Washington got the best offensive lineman in the entire draft based on his scouting, the longtime former NFL O-line and head coach. Joins us in moments. We're at Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly. Come on by and hang with us today ahead of Game 3 for the Caps and Night 2 of the NFL Draft. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Caps and Canadiens tonight, Game 3, 7 p.m. puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. The Capitals up 2-0 in the series. Alexi Protas could be a possibility to play tonight, according to his coach Spencer Carberry, but he did stay on the ice for extra work, which would indicate that he will not play tonight. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 4-game series against the Mets, a wraparound series with Juan Soto making his return to D.C. for the first time as a New York Met. 6:45. First pitch, can hear that game over on the Team 980. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. Kodai Senga and the Ghost Fork takes the hill for the New York Mets. In the NFL, the Commanders selected offensive tackle Josh Connerly Jr. from Oregon to help fortify their offensive line with the 29th overall selection last night. Today, day 2, second and third rounds of the NFL draft. Commanders have just one pick tonight right now in the second round, 61st overall. Also in the NFL, Warren Moon gave Cam Ward permission to wear his retired number 1 jersey after Cam Ward was selected number 1 overall last night by the Tennessee Titans. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Hello. Hi, is this Josh? Yeah. Josh, what's up, man? It's Adam Peters with the Commanders. How you doing? What's going on? How are you? Doing great, man. I've been my breath for about 20 picks. Hoping you do, man. Welcome to the Brotherhood. We're so pumped to have you. Rainier Beach to DC, bro. Hell yeah. Hell.
Where's my Brotherhood bell? That's a good line, though. Welcome to the Brotherhood. I can already see the graphic at the end of the draft with all of the new players that are being brought in and the Commanders welcoming them to the Brotherhood.
It feels very on brand.
Well played by Adam Peters last night. Said that they were waiting for about 20 picks with bated breath to see if Connerly would fall to them. And he was not mocked in that 10 to 15 range in very many places, but it takes one team, and you don't know how everybody feels,
Right.
to feel like you do, right? And the Commanders thought that he was not only a first-round talent, but a plug-and-play starting tackle. And if a team in the middle of the first round who needs one does as well, then you lose your guy. So with each pick, you're not only wondering about the team on the clock, but is someone going to trade up? And they didn't have the ammunition to go up to get who they wanted. And so you just got to wait, and you're like the rest of us, a spectator. And then lo and behold, things work out the way they wanted. And Cliff Kingsbury, who left a note on the desk of his head coach, his general manager rather, gets his man with Connerly falling 229, and he's going to be your right tackle in week 1.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah. I mean, the thought, the hope, the desire to make sure that part was solidified. Again, it's just I didn't see it coming. And I don't know how we could have. This organization now under Peters and company is so tight-lipped. They're so good at keeping those secrets. They're not letting you in on what they're thinking or whatever. And they were able to find someone that they figured, hey, this is a massive upgrade from what we've got. We've now got this asset in Coleman we can deploy, whether it's left guard, right guard, or compete at right tackle, whatever you want to do. They solidified an area that's of critical import. Now that you've got the prize jewel that is Jaden Daniels, it doesn't get easier from here, man, with everybody coming to get him and trying to knock him down.
On site, I should say, in the building last night for the draft party, I'm still hanging out with all the listeners out at MGM National Harbor at Tap Sports Bar when the pick was made. And you can look at the reaction on our 1067 The Fan Instagram. But it was kind of quiet. I think that people were pretty surprised. And I guess that makes sense. When you're listening to us for your content as a station, you're reading a lot of things in town. Nobody was talking about Josh Connerly.
No.
In fact, we had 14 different people on who either work at the station on air or are on the beat covering the team every day for their predictions, and not one of them picked Connerly, which had not happened in our entire existence as a show.
So beyond that, I would ask, just because it kind of became my thing, to ask every analyst we had on, whether they covered the team or were draft experts or people that cover this thing for a living, said, what's the sneaky thing that no one's anticipating that they might do? And it never came up then, right? It was you might see him do a running back, or they could take this corner, or, who knows? There was a guard or two, maybe. I think it was Donovan Jackson, if he had slipped into the late 20s, that maybe they could have taken. I said, what's the sneaky thing that no one's anticipating that could possibly happen? It didn't even come up then. Just to give you an idea of how, I don't want to say it's out of left field. They knew what they were doing. But for us on the outside looking in, I did not anticipate this one at all.
I think what we fell victim to collectively as a media unit was focusing and zeroing in on the significant needs.
Yep.
They do not have
That's
a
the
starting
summary.
edge who can get you 10 sacks. Clearly, they have to hope one falls to them and grab them. And then 2 did, and they said, no, thank you. They still need a lot of help at cornerback. They better be right about Marshawn Lattimore.
Yeah.
They think he's going to have a really good year. They did go out and add some corners, but it's still a position where they're not good enough in a passing league to be a strength. So obviously, if a corner falls, they'll take him. And then 1 did, and they said, no, thank you, because they fell in love with this tackle who's athletic, he can move his feet, and might be able to play both sides ultimately if that's what happens down the road on the left. But what's interesting to me is he's never played right tackle before. I'm not saying that transition is impossible, but it's also not seamless. And generally, when you draft a left tackle out of college, there's been some right tackle on the resume. He's really never played on the right side. So I think that's going to be a fascinating early part of training camp to see how he swings over.
Yeah, I mean, you usually get that, an apprenticeship of some kind where he's at right tackle for a week, a month, a season when there's an incumbent at left tackle. But he, from day one, started at left tackle, stayed at left tackle, and that was the deal. And he was very good, really, really nice college career for himself there. I think he transferred into Oregon and went up against some pretty high level competition and more than held his own. So this is one of those dudes that. Again, we may not have anticipated it, but the more you read about it, the more you think about it, you go, you know what? I could see it now. It makes sense.
I wanted to get Mike Tice on the air with us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Former head coach with the Minnesota Vikings and a longtime offensive coordinator, O-line coach. I'm not sure anybody knows more about O-line play than the former Terrapin. And he loved Connerly. So I just want to tap into his expertise on what he saw. Mike, you're on in D.C. It's Grant Paulson and Danny Rouillet here on The Fan. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful, guys. How are you?
Great.
Doing very well. Thank you for hopping aboard with us. So you had Connerly rated as your number 1 offensive lineman in the class from the guys that you studied at the top of the board. Why was that?
Yeah, well, I looked at 11 guys for my son, Nate, who does a podcast on Yahoo Sports, and he asked me to take a peek at some of the top guys, and interestingly enough, he was pretty spot on because all of the guys I looked at got drafted yesterday. So, I look for. I'm a big proponent of big and athletic, and I like guys that are very large and can look me in the eye at 6'8", and can change direction and recover and play well in space with all of these flanker screens that are out there today in the NFL, all these wide receiver screens. These tackles have to be able to block little guys in space. And I saw the film of Connerly, 2 really good games, and I felt like this guy could adapt to the NFL style of play and also be athletic enough to recover against some of those great edge rushers that are in the National Football League. I'll be honest with you. I had Josh Simmons way up there too from Ohio State, but he blew his knee out, so he kind of got dinged by me a little bit. But he's also a very good player. I want to give him his kudos as well. He got drafted behind Josh Connerly.
And Mike, you led me to my question. I wanted to know how he compared in your eyes. Obviously, the injury plays a part in it to Josh Simmons. Similar profiles there, right? Taller guy who can really move around. Yeah,
absolutely. And both players, to me, were very elite. I also like the kid out of Texas, Banks, who went 3rd, another athletic guy. You got to look at the style of play that they're playing in the league today. And, that is getting these athletes in space and making the defense tackle. And, a lot of those defensive players, those little guys, those corners, they don't want to tackle. So, I think it's a good move, a really great move by the Commanders. I'm really happy for my good friend Bobby Johnson, who's the O-line coach there, has done a great job. And I'm happy for the Commanders because this is a big step forward for what they're trying to do with their program.
Mike Tice on Grant and Danny, number 1 lineman he graded in this class as he watched the tape, is now in Washington at pick 29. Can you go deeper into, because Cliff Kingsbury majors in some of the stuff you talked about, the screens, getting out in space, needing those athletic tackles who can run and get out wide, like what you saw in terms of footwork and athletic traits, because Connerly got a direct snap on the goal line in a carry at Oregon. He caught a touchdown pass It seems to me like he can move a little bit.
Well, he played running back in high school. And so that's, and he was a basketball player in high school. He went to Rainier Beach High School in Seattle. Of course, I have cut my teeth in the NFL in Seattle and spent a lot of my adult life in Seattle and recently sold a home there that I had for years. And Rainier Beach High School, you got to come out of there with a little bit of in your neck. So he's got some toughness to him. He played basketball at Rainier Beach High School. They were known for their basketball team. So I'm a big proponent on big athletic guys with the style of play that's going around in the National Football League now. This guy, Connerly, this kid, I haven't met him. I tell you what, he fits the mold perfectly, and I'm really, really happy for the Commanders.
Mike, when you're watching linemen and when you're grading a guy out like him who improved so much in the last year and is only 21 years old, how do you get a feel for, I don't know what you would call it, but that nastiness or that mean streak that is a necessity in the run game? Because I'm thinking about like Laramie Tunsil. We had a lot of people on from Houston to talk about the big elite left tackle Washington added, and they called him almost like a white-collar offensive lineman. Like he's awesome. He's more finesse against the pass, but maybe he doesn't want to be pounding the football 30 times. Like, how do you figure that out as an evaluator?
Well, it's easy. You look at the film and see how guys finish. If they're finishing through the echo of the whistle, they're finishing downfield. These are the kind of guys that have some grit to them. These are some of the guys that have been taught well by their coaches throughout their maturity process of high school, little league. And this is a credit to the coaches teaching young players how to finish. And this is also a credit to the university, whatever university that is, making sure these kids go out there and work hard and don't just take anything for granted.
What are the weaknesses right now that you see?
Well, it looks like to me there are a little bit of strength issues, but that's a lot. That goes around a lot. He can get strong. You got to remember, this kid's young. I mean, he's got some growing to do. He's got some learning to do, but he has the physical makeup. He's got some stuff he was born with that you can't teach, and that's that recoverability and that ability to bend and get out in space and move. And there's a lot of upside to this kid, a lot of upside.
You mentioned that you have a relationship with Bobby Johnson. So he came over from the Giants. When they hired him, I got to be honest, it was kind of maligned hire just because the Giants had such struggles on their offensive line. But he was one of the most valuable people in the building last year. Did a really nice job. How far back do you guys know? How well do you know him?
Well, Bobby and I go back to when I coached for Jack Del Rio. We both did at Oakland, which was my last stop. And Bobby coached the tight ends, and I coached the offensive line. And Bobby and I worked together every week and had our players do combinations together every week. I watched them grow. He asked a lot of great questions, and I'm very, very proud of Bobby. I think he's done a great job as an offensive line coach, starting with when he was in Buffalo.
Mike, my last one for you is there's a pretty good player that Grant mentioned, Laramie Tunsil, that looks to be the starter at left tackle, and it looks like Connerly would be in contention to start at right tackle. I think we underestimate that, but I'd love for you to give me your expertise here. How tough is it to kind of do that mirror image, to go from left to right and do it at the highest level we got?
It's not that tough. You go back to the kid that was drafted by the Jets, Membao, from Missouri. Okay, this kid is going to play on the right side. A left side, I'm not sure. The kid from LSU that went first, Will Campbell, I didn't see him as a left tackle. That's why I didn't have him that high. There were some questions about his arm length and this and that, but you got a guy in you got a guy in Simmons, and you got a guy in Connerly that are two guys that are able athletically to play wherever they put them. It doesn't really matter. And the same thing with Banks, the kid from Texas that went to the Saints. These are guys that if you got to put them on the right side while a veteran finishes up his tenure, if you will, then you put him on the right side. When he goes to the left side, he's going to have his feet under him because he's going to have a couple of years of playing in the league.
Mike Tice played at Maryland, ended up catching 11 touchdowns in the National Football League, had a terrific coaching career, head coach, longtime coordinator in many, many years, making offensive lines better. Before we let you go, do you remember a situation, I'm sure you had something like this, where Washington is kind of throwing a lot of guys at problems on their O-line in that now you've got your bookend set, But Brandon Coleman started for them at left tackle last year. He kicks into guard. Andrew Wiley started at the other tackle. Maybe he kicks inside. They've created a bunch of competition. We don't really know who's going to end up starting, but there were guys that were starting last year that are now competing and may not, which means they've gotten better. Do you remember a situation like that where you went into a camp where everyone was going to be battling maybe?
I had that multiple times. In my 21 years coaching the offensive line, we had a lot of questions going into training camp. Now, the negative they have now, these young kids or these coaches really, in making their decisions is they don't have all that live contact work that we used to have in training camps where you can let it sort itself out. Nowadays, they do everything in underwear, certainly don't want to get anybody hurt. And so it's a little bit more difficult, but it always sorts itself out. The guys that go into those preseason games and come out with blocking their guy a lot more than they didn't are the guys that are going to end up being the starters.
Mike, this is great, man. Really appreciate the information. Thanks for taking the time with us.
My pleasure, guys. Anytime.
Be well. There's Mike Tice, longtime NFL coach. Watched the tape on all the best linemen in this class and came away thinking Josh Connerly was the number one tackle. And Washington got him at the end of the first round. At the top of the hour at 3 o'clock, a little over 15 minutes from now, I want to go back through some of the non-DC storylines from last night, including the fall of Shedeur Sanders, who is still available going into round 2. But next, we'll take our first look at the Caps as they get ready for Game 3. Will Alexi Protas be on the ice? We'll get you an update on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Pupatella Pizza. Pupatella and Chantilly. We're right off 50. Come on out. Have lunch. Get some drinks. Heck, it's Friday. Just get out of the office
Let's
and call
go.
it a week. Why not?
This place rules.
Yeah, it's really good.
Pupatella is awesome. They got, I think it's 11 locations now. They're working their way up. The reason you have multiple locations is people like it. Pizza's delicious. Hospitality's great. Foodstuffs are awesome. It rules, man.
It's also just a great day to be on the air talking DC sports.
Why? What's going on?
NFL draft continues rounds 2 and 3 tonight. We'll have
Mhm.
coverage deep into the evening on the Fan. Of course, you've got the Nats home taking on the Mets. Their homestand continues. Wraparound series Friday to Monday. Juan Soto back in town for the first time as a division rival. He has come back with the San Diego Padres and with the New York Yankees, but now he's got that lifetime contract with the Mets that shattered every record in Major League Baseball. So he will be back wearing Mets gear. That's a storyline. And the grand finale of the items that we're covering on the show today, the Capitals are getting ready for Game 3. It's postseason hockey time in the nation's capital. And after 2 games at home, the Caps have handled their business.
Listen,
they are up 2 games to nothing.
They've played twice. They've won twice. That's all you can ask for, right? I mean, how it happened, I'm aware. I saw those third periods just like you guys did. But your net, your Stone Cold Steve Austin bottom line is they're up 2 games to none. You cannot ask for a better situation. And this group, there are times where being a veteran group, being one of the older teams, where you would go, I don't know if that's such an advantage, right? If you're a long grind of a regular season, you get into February and March, and it's a bit of a slog. This is one of those times where I go, I'm glad this is a veteran group. Who better to handle what is going to be a bat bleep crazy environment on the road there? A bunch of kids might get wide-eyed. A bunch of kids might get a little, nervous about it. But this group is veteran. They understand that the first 5-10 minutes are going to be insane, and they will be ready to rock and roll. They'll be able to withstand that pressure, hopefully. And then let's settle in and play some hockey. I'll take my chances.
Alexi Protas is on the trip. The question's going to be, will Alexi Protas play in this game or not? Spencer Carberry's trying to keep it a mystery at this point. Carbs, I think, is just trying to make this interesting. I don't see, with a 2-0 series lead in Game 3, pushing Protas, who has been limping still, who is struggling to skate at full speed. It would be very, very surprising if he played, but you can never really bet against it because hockey guys are just different. We talked about it with Alex Alexiev, who had a bunch of teeth knocked out and was leaking from his mouth and had to go get oral surgery in the morning, and then the next day was in action for Game 2 and didn't miss a beat. So I guess you lose a lot of money generally if you keep betting against hockey players to play, but it seems to me like every time you win, you buy yourself a few more days without your best even-strength player.
Yeah.
And that's what's amazing about this. A year ago, Alexi Protas was a back-of-the-roster, young, hopeful talent. That's what he was. He was a project.
Yeah.
It was a prospect that they hoped could turn into a good player. Fast forward to right now, losing him was paramount. It was significant. And on top of that, Alexi Protas was someone that in the regular season at even strength had some of the best numbers as far as the data and the analytics went in the entire National Hockey League.
That's a great way to put it. Like as you just said, think about where we were last year at this point, where it's like he looks the part, right? He moves around. He uses a stick that's like a condor wing. It's like 8 feet, 9 feet long, it seems like, when he's out there on the ice. He's big and fast and has some skill, but, okay, we'll see what it turns into. Well, here's what it turned into. As you said, one of the best 200-foot players in the NHL, a guy that's not out there to knock you into next week or, getting a bunch of fist fights, but someone that uses his size like a hockey player. Right, I always remember you and me talking to Mike Rizzo about Trey Turner, for example, where there are guys that are fast who play baseball, and then there's baseball players who are fast. Like he's a hockey player that happens to be really big, right? Using his, obviously it's not the same. This is one of the 2 or 3 best players of all time. So I'm not telling you they're the same, but there's a Lemieux quality to that, where Lemieux was a massive dude, right? And you go, oh my God, I bet he's checking people into Monday. No. He's just simply using his body very well to box you out, to get to where he wants to go on the ice, always smooth under control. Protas has some of that same acumen to be able to do that. So getting him back, I think, will be such a boost. And sometimes it's not always in the goal scored or otherwise. It's in some of the hidden plays, winning some puck battles, getting a couple forechecks going, et cetera.
Joe Beninati, 5 o'clock tonight. We will talk to him about Game 3. And at 6 o'clock, we've got our Capital to Score a Goal draft. The leaderboard right now, producer Darris has 3. Ryan has 2. Danny sitting at 1.
I got 1.
Myself and Toby still goose eggs through 2 games. So we got some work to do in the capital to score a goal draft. But next, we'll take you through round 1, all the big storylines from last night. Who are the best remaining players into round 2? And might any of them still be on the board when Washington makes a pick at the end of the second round if they stick and pick at 61? This is The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. It's your local bank, local Main Street Bank. In the NFL, the Commanders selected offensive tackle Josh.
Come on. With the first pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami.
G&D on the Fan, day 2 of the NFL Draft and game 3 for the Capitals. We're taking you up to 6:30 tonight at Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly. Coming out to Pupatella, get some lunch, eat some pizza, have some drinks, and kick it with us. Before we get back to the draft, we got some business to tend to here.
Indeed, yeah.
So we've got a listener here. What was your name? Ben. So Ben, a listener right here, came up to Danny, and what did he say to you exactly, Danny?
Before, like, he was like, hey, how's it going? So you have me blocked on Twitter. And like before it was like, I'm Ben, or I'm Steve, I'm Dave, I like the show. It's like, so you have me blocked on Twitter. But I really enjoy the show. I'm a self-loathing Dallas fan. I was in a dark place.
Right.
I may have said some things that got me blocked.
Yeah.
But anyway, I really like the show, and I'm a transplant from New England. We did New England shtick, and it all went fun.
All right, so I've found some of his tweets here.
Okay.
From way back in 2017. And he's like, he's cringing. He feels awful.
Okay.
And so I'm going to read some of these tweets that led to the blocking while he's standing right here with us. And I just want to see, with the crowd here, you guys can tell us at the end. We'll have a little poll. Should he be unblocked by Danny?
What I usually do is if someone says something that's like dickish or not that kind, I was like, I'll just mute you and never do it. Very rarely do I want to give the satisfaction of a block. But sometimes it's so ridiculous.
Ben, go grab this mic.
That you get the Mutombo.
I want to ask you a question. Come on over here. Because I get the sense that you actually do like the show, right? You came by. It seems like you even like Danny. Dare I say, you and Danny seem to be having a good interaction today.
We did some New England shtick, right?
Yeah, I think that it seems like you guys have patched it up. All these years later, you're in a good place with him.
Yeah, I enjoy the content very much.
Okay. So here I'm going to read some of these, Danny.
All right, here we go.
Nobody gives me secondhand embarrassment like at Funny Danny on the radio. You are the reason podcasts are booming. That's tough.
Congrats on the podcast, though. You're doing great.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, podcasts are doing just fine.
All right.
Yeah.
Swear Funny Danny is chasing the masses away from the fan. Tune in to 106.7 for 3 minutes before I switch back to podcast. Unbearable.
Unbearable.
So this was 8 years ago. It seems like we made a believer out of you.
I was always like a listener and a fan, but when he goes on those tirades about the Cowboys, he has a deep disdain, in which is fair.
I do.
And for whatever reason, I felt like I was singly targeted.
Right.
So I would flip out and then go Twitter fingers on him.
So this is proof, I'd say, that Twitter's not a real place. Because he never really disliked you.
It seems like there was some dislike, though, right? I mean,
yeah, I think he's completely wrong. I was very mad. When I was
but mad and dislike are different. Like my spouse gets mad at me. Well, that's a bad example. She doesn't like me.
But she
loves.
you?
Yeah, she doesn't tweet me. No, she loves me, but doesn't really like me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, here's
is it
one
like that.
Here's one where you've made some life changes. Like this didn't age well. You ready?
Okay.
Because you're looking svelte and you work out all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
This one's gonna be tough.
I can already tell. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like an unnecessary low blow, right?
He says, you probably haven't walked your fat, false sense of self-worth ass up a mountain either, fanny pack, backpack, #choices.
I'm so embarrassed right now, man.
Well, that makes two of us, but I'm trying to wonder what was that in relation to.
I don't know.
We can't see the replies.
Yeah.
Just so everybody knows, Grant has my phone, and I just searched
I see.
the tweets, so I didn't even
I
get a
see.
chance to
Yeah.
comb these before
This
I
is
handed
true.
the phone to him.
Again, though, I think what's important is he's our friend now, right?
Right. It's friendlier than that, I would say.
Yes. So
that was pretty unfriendly.
To be fair, everybody's in high spirits. You guys are in a great place.
We're
right
in a
now.
great place.
Yeah.
The Commanders are good.
Yes.
The Capitals are in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
The Cowboys are terrible. Everybody's very happy.
That's fine.
Although I got to be careful. I'm about to get some mean tweets, right? All right, so then we should ask the people here. So Danny's considering unblocking him, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it right now. See if I can find my list of blocks. And there's actually more
There's
than
a
I thought.
lot of blocks in
Well,
there.
see this entire subsection here. Those women aren't real. They didn't really think
yeah,
I was
there's a
cute.
lot of those,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like they said that I was cute. I'm not. They know.
All right, so let's poll the audience here. All right, you guys will make the decision. You're Ben, right?
Yeah.
So Ben's a good guy. He just had a tough night on Twitter, it sounds
Tough
like.
months. There were months.
All right,
It's
so
over.
we're going to go round of applause. If you think he should be unblocked, let's hear it for Ben.
That's decent applause for Ben.
Wow.
A decent applause. People like a redemption
If you
story.
think he should stay blocked, let's hear it.
I can't tell. That's the
right
applause
down the
meter.
middle.
Now, third option. What about an unblock and a reblock?
Oh,
No. Okay. That was shtick.
he's saying if maybe an apology leads to an unblock, and we could just bring you guys together as friends forever.
I don't need an apology, but if you feel compelled to, that's fine. I mean, like people are very comfortable saying horrendous crap to us,
Right.
and I'm like, but I'm not that. You got to have a better target. Like, there's so many more important people.
To be fair, you're also very comfortable, like, saying the meanest things about Cowboys.
Whoa, he's coming back at him.
To be fair,
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
Right.
but like
this is now
obviously
balling.
I got mad
Yeah.
and targeted you. You were targeting a broad.
Do you remember
fan
what
base.
he had said that bothered you?
Not at all. Just
Okay.
the Cowboys fan voice that he likes to do.
Oh, yeah. Give me one of
I'm a
those.
Cowboys
yeah.
fan. And,
That's what them Cowboys do.
what is that? What is that? Not one playoff games guy that ruined my time.
Them boys is back in town.
Like, whatever that is.
It's all based on like one game you went to.
It's because I went to Nubs Field. I paid way too much money for tickets, and I was surrounded by your ilk, with all due respect, but disrespectfully.
Yeah.
Like, there was a front row ahead of me, the whole section, everyone to my right, everyone to my left, and then everyone behind me. And their spokesman, like, was the worst of them. Like, for whatever reason, that was the guy they sort of elected in charge of our subsection. And so that was the dude that would yell all these things like, "Them boys about to go all the way." Like, they're not, but like, you think like you're yelling it in my ear hole. And the only thing I can think of is, A, I paid for this. B, I'm never coming back here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
You haven't been
And I
back
haven't.
since,
I haven't.
in fairness. Well, first of all, I think the fact that you came in and said hello and came up and told Danny about this,
Very magnanimous.
admirable.
Yeah.
I am going to advocate behind the scenes for an unblock.
Yeah.
Cool. That's what I'm going to do.
I think we can do it.
We're
And
going to build a bridge.
Now, I'm looking at my big list of blocks here.
Yeah.
I shouldn't do it that way, I guess. I should go directly to his profile. That's probably the easier way to do it.
Yes, easily the best way to do it
All right,
for
let's
sure.
Find this
But
here.
but yes, generally speaking, I was telling you, listeners will occasionally come up to me and they'll be like, "Hey man, you blocked me," and I know right away. I don't block anybody unless they said something awful.
Right.
I mute everybody. Like there's nobody that's not muted.
I don't know if the mute button was a thing back when I got
Oh,
blocked.
because it's been a while.
Yeah.
No,
it
but
has
I
been a
will
while.
say in fairness, that was a very blockable offense.
Yeah, that's
I mean, you know, the content. It was like a Jimmy Fallon mean tweets thing that we
Mhm.
just did.
Yeah. And that's not all. That wasn't exhaustive either, by the way. There's a lot of them in there. Is this really you?
Which
That's-
one?
I think you got to. No, that's not him.
This is him?
That's a kid with a book bag.
No, because it looks like a totally different person. How recent is that profile pic?
What is it?
I'm making fun.
Okay.
I'm just joking. No, this is fine. All right, I'm hovering over the block button, and there's a chance to unblock. I'm wondering.
Come on, let's hear it. Pupatella Pizza.
Do I feel
unblock?
Do I feel magnanimous? Do I feel gracious?
I think you do.
He is a Cowboys fan, though.
But he's a listener. He came
He
out here.
listens.
He's a nice guy. He's a sweet man.
He takes all the Cowboys guff I give. But he's a Cowboys fan at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
From Nova. too,
Like
so-
what? Oh, it's worse.
Well, you're not helping yourself.
What if?
That's
what
what
if?
all the cards on the table.
Yeah, okay. You just want him to know the whole thing.
What if the condition? They're just spitballing. We're just balling up some spit. What if the condition is a renouncing of the Cowboys?
Oh.
What if it's an admission that I'm not from Dallas? I shouldn't be a fan of a team from a place I'm not from, and I don't know the restaurants or where the roads go. It's embarrassing that I'm a Cowboys fan.
Now I'm mad that I'm here.
It's embarrassing. I apologize for everything.
Okay.
Not even the tweets. The tweets are secondary. I mean, it's a block outside of my life. But the whole Cowboys fan thing. What if you just apologized for that and renounced them?
I would never renounce.
You couldn't
them.
do it.
I will admit and come clean that my happiness in the fall rides on the backs of 53 grown men that I've never met in my life. So that's just
you're a football fan. I get that.
No renouncing.
We can all relate to that.
Yeah.
But the 53 guys that matter to us represent the region we're from.
Right.
That's a little bit different than you.
Right.
Why are you a Cowboys fan?
The 90s.
They were good in the 90s.
That's
You
tough.
see,
Yeah,
that make
yeah.
it tougher to.
When my folks told me when I was younger, like that I could only pick one team, they thought it would make me switch. They didn't realize how what's the word? Like you dig your heels in.
Yeah, because now it's that's rebellion.
Yeah, how stubborn like a young kid would be. Like,
Let me ask
no.
you this: did you have a Cowboy starter jacket?
I still have my Cowboy starter jacket.
I knew it.
That's going to be
I knew it. I knew
a
it.
factor.
Yeah.
So we need, can I get a drum roll, please? And Pupatella Pizza. Can we get a drum roll, please?
You didn't make this easy, Ben. I'll tell you that.
That's fine.
I wanted to forgive. I don't know if I want to. We're hovering. My finger is up. My finger is down. The unblock is happening.
The unblock
is happening.
He's being unblocked.
A probationary period of
Okay.
deblockification.
How long is his probation?
We're on a 10-year probation.
10 years.
You will check in with your parole officer.
Yes.
And you will periodically renounce a Cowboys move. And you will admit that this probably wasn't that smart of a pick last night, for example. If you could tweet that out to your Cowboys fan followers.
We're committed to Tyler's in Dallas. So that's just like that was the
They do
whole
love
point.
Tyler's.
Yeah.
You guys are big Tyler guys.
All right.
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
You just have to call them out. Jerry Jones is really bad at what he does. You could acknowledge that a few times. And
Yeah, I can't wait for him to, like, we've been thinking he's going to pass the flag to his son. His son's the only reason we didn't end up with Johnny Manziel in, 2014.
Yeah. He was obsessed with Johnny Manziel.
Yeah.
he was a big fan.
I like to smell his cologne around this facility.
All right. Ben, good sport.
Good job,
thank
Ben.
you.
Good job, Ben.
And thank you for letting us read your
content.
tweets, by the way. That was not an easy thing for you to probably hear 7 years
Yeah, it
later.
wasn't easy for him to hear.
Well,
Thanks for dragging that stuff back up. I'd forgotten about those. Man, oh man.
I mean, but we see them from time to time. It's just a Friday for us, right? And now you got a new Twitter follower. You just increased your following just like that.
I did. I went back up one.
How about you?
It's hey, look at me.
Round one of the NFL draft, Danny, last night. Only 4 trades. The first of them was at number 2 overall. I can't believe the Jaguars did what the Jaguars did. They got a great football player in
he's a
Travis
star.
Hunter. That goes without saying, right? They gave up too much, bro. I cannot move up that much to get a non-quarterback and give up what they did. Now, their argument, because I watched the press conference of their 34-year-old general manager after the draft last night, I think their argument is we got a wide receiver and we got a corner. We basically made 2 draft picks, so we gave all that up for an impact player on each side of the ball. I just don't think that's reality. He's not going to be able to play every down on both sides of the ball. You've chosen him as, let's say, a wide receiver. Then you get a guy who occasionally moonlights and plays a little bit of cornerback or vice versa. And I think it'll be primarily wide out. But look at the haul, man.
Yeah.
The Browns get a 2 this year, a 4 this year, a 5 this year, and a 1 next year to go back 3 spots. when they're not even sitting taking a quarterback anyway, I would gladly pass on Hunter, who I think is going to be a superstar.
Hunter's great.
To get all that. I just think the Jags, while aggressive and it's cool, it made the night fun. That was way too much.
Yeah, it's not something I would do. So we have these rules as drafters or axioms or things that you kind of live by and our guideposts. There are exceptions, right? I mean, for me, I don't believe in drafting running backs high, but if I've got a complete roster and that's the player away I am, let's do that. That's malleable. That's flexible. This is one of those, if I'm picking in the top 5, it's because I bet you I got a whole mess of needs. And I've got a quarterback that I still believe in, by the way, and I still end up in the top 5. This, even though he is 1.5 players, 2 players, whatever you want to call it, that doesn't fix all that ails me. I couldn't give up that much draft capital as much as I like Hunter, and I think Hunter's a star. Now, if he's just one or the other, he's not a star. He's a good player, but not worth the number 2 overall pick. It's not something that I would do. It looks to me like a guy trying to establish a new paradigm. We're talking about aggression from a neophyte general manager, but that's a trade I would not have made.
It was a lot for sure, and the Jags seemed giddy about it, so I give them full marks for the aggressiveness. I always like general managers, as I say all the time with Adam Peters, who are willing to put their neck on the line.
Mm-hmm.
It's really easy to just sit back and do safe things that aren't going to get you in any trouble with your owner. So that part of it was cool. What did you make of Shedeur Sanders not going? I understand that he's flawed. He gets sacked a lot. You've got to deal with whatever comes with any baggage with Deion Sanders being somewhat volatile and how often he's going to critique you and the very public platform he has with every decision you're going to make. And maybe occasionally things that are private are going to go public because you also have Shedeur Sanders, who's got his own show and his own podcast. And he is a star in his own right already before he plays it down. But we see guys get overdrafted all the time. We see bad prospects get pushed up the board at the quarterback position. He had a really good year. In terms of completion percentage and accuracy, he grades out very favorably. I'm just surprised that not one team, it took one, not one team sat down with him and said, this is worth doing at the end of the first round.
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm the element, the variable here that we don't know, GP, is what were the conversations like? What were those meetings like? And again, this is not to impugn the kid. They could have been sparkling. I mean, I have no idea. The point I'm trying to make is there is some variable here that I don't quite get, because to me, he's a better prospect than Jackson Dart. Now, I'm not a talent evaluator. I just watch some football games, and there's a lot of attributes that Sanders has in terms of pocket awareness, ability. He's a better athlete than he gets credit for. He can throw on different platforms, makes good decisions with the football, willing to stick in there and get smacked in the mouth to deliver the thing. That's a first-round quarterback to me. Right now, I'm not going as hard as Mel Kiper saying, like, he's my number 1 quarterback, the entire board, everyone who passes on him is going to make a giant mistake. I'm not doing that. But to your point, not one team went, yeah, that's worth the extra year, right? That's worth having a guy for 5 seasons with a first-round quarterback. I was pretty surprised.
So going into last night, and I don't know how or why this was, but the Browns were heavily expected in the betting market to take Shedeur Sanders. Not at 2, but trading back up into the first round.
Mm-hmm.
They ended up minus 400 by the end of the draft as the team that was going to come up and get him when the night ended. Now they're plus 175. You're getting way better than even money. The Raiders are the favorite right now to get Shedeur Sanders at minus 120. So perhaps somebody's hearing something. There are rumblings now that the Raiders, then the Browns, then the Saints in that order are the most likely teams to draft him. You mentioned Jackson Dart. I never thought Shedeur Sanders was going to be a great fit for the Giants and Brian Daboll as of about 2 weeks ago when we started to hear that they were off on him. I thought either Dart, who they got, or Shuck, the other of the quarterback prospects, it's got that Allen-like kind of arm and athleticism, because that's where Daboll came from in Buffalo. That's what he wants. Daniel Jones was a playoff quarterback for him for a year. I thought he wanted more of an athlete than Shedeur Sanders, and they go up and they get Dart. I'm surprised that they were that convinced in Jackson Dart and that ownership, John Mara, allowed them to do it, because think about like Rivera in his final year here. It was that lame duck season where you knew they had to win or he was gone. The Giants are in the same boat. They've got a brutal schedule. They're in a really tough division. Philly's very good. Washington's legit. The Cowboys are very solid. And yet they allowed to mortgage future picks rounds into the next couple of drafts so that they could go up to get their quarterback this year at the end of the first round. I just think that's malpractice when you're probably going to fire these guys. But if Dart's really good, maybe he saves their bacon.
Yeah, then it works. But it sounds like he's not going to start right away. He's a project. He's going to last a little while.
How could he? They got Russell Wilson and they got Jameis Winston.
So I was talking to my Giants fan buddy this morning, and he's like, "What'd you make of it?" I said, "Again, it's just not what I would allow to happen. That's not a cohesive, sharp, long-term approach. If you want a new quarterback, you are at the top of the board. You make that happen at the top of the board, right? If you want a franchise passer, you do it there because you get all the benefits from it, and that's kind of that marquee piece. If he's not good enough to take in the top 7, 10, 15, 20, or even 25, I'm not really sure why we're doing this, why we're giving up future picks for someone that's not going to be there to make them in all likelihood. So, yeah, again, it's one of those like, right now, this is in my left hand, and the right hand has no idea what's happening, and the next guy's going to inherit a little bit of a mess.
We'll get to the best players available in round 2 for Washington. They pick at 61 coming up in just a bit. But next, what did you think about the Connerly selection that nobody saw coming? The Commanders went tackle. They didn't go edge or corner. They didn't do any of the things we were anticipating. How did you feel about last night? We have not pulled you guys yet and gotten your thoughts. 800-636-1067 if you want to join us. That's 800-636-1067. 1067, Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Last night, round 1 of the NFL draft, the Commanders selected offensive tackle Josh Connerly Jr. out of the University of Oregon with the 29th overall pick. Today, day 2 of the NFL draft, 2 rounds, the second and the third round. The Commanders just have 1 pick slated for tonight right now, pick number 61 in the second round. Also in the NFL, Warren Moon gave Cam Ward permission to wear his retired number 1 jersey for the Tennessee Titans after he was drafted first overall last evening. In hockey, the Capitals taking on the Canadiens. Game 3 of that series, 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear all the Capitals playoff games right here on 106.7 The Fan. The Capitals lead the series 2-0. Alexi Protas could be a possibility to play tonight, according to head coach Spencer Carberry, but he stayed on the ice for extra work, which would indicate that he won't play this evening. And in baseball, the Nationals begin a 4-game series against the Mets tonight. Juan Soto making his return to D.C. as a member of the New York Mets for the first time. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game over on the Team 980 this evening. Jake Irvin takes on Kodai Senga. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Look, to me, this is a player who plays there too. Yeah, who plays very under control. You don't see him get out over his skis. He's patient with his hands. He can sit back in the rocking chair. He's real strong and sturdy. He faced a lot of good rushers on the schedule this year, including a battle with Abdul Carter. You see the athleticism when he gets out there in space in the run game. Another example here of him just staying attached, which you'd love to see.
Jeremiah, NFL Network's draft coverage last night, talking Josh Connerly Jr., that's your new starting right tackle for the Commanders after he was taken at the end of the first round. I say that, but I'm sure they'll tell you he's going to have to compete and win the job, and maybe that's true. But you don't take him where they took him if you don't think he can start over Andrew Wiley. The show is live today, out and about. It's a Friday field trip, and we are at Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly. There are 11 locations all over Virginia. They're also now in Columbia, Maryland as well. This is a wonderful spot, delicious Neapolitan pizza. They've got happy hour specials running all show long, so come on out right off Route 50 in Chantilly. Pupatella Pizza, serving the real MVP of flavor with authentic, delicious, hat-trick-worthy Neapolitan pizzas. They're Caps fans, too. People are rocking their
ready to go.
Red and rocking their gear in here that are working today, and they're excited for Game 3 tonight, as are we. But the phones are open for you right now, 800-636-1067. What did you make of the Connerly pick that for the first time in show history, and I mean this, in the 6 weeks leading up to the draft, you and I talk about the draft almost every single day. Not one time did either of us speculate that this could be the pick, and not one of our guests did as well. I don't want to say it was out of nowhere because he was a first-round caliber tackle. It's a position where they could stand to get better, but we just had our eyes on different things, and honestly, I'm beating myself up a little bit for not at some point thinking maybe he could have been the guy.
It never occurred to me. Didn't occur to you. I don't think it occurred to most of our hosts or any analysts that we had on. I think for me, my own personal thought process was that's Coleman's gig, right? He was a left tackle as a rookie, as a third-round pick. They said, you know what, we need to upgrade there. Let's go get Laramie Tunsil.
You're right.
And then Coleman's the right tackle. That was in my brain.
Because last year, Brandon Coleman played left tackle, and it was not bad.
I didn't think so.
I think you watched him and you said you could do better, and maybe you should try to do better. And by the way, they did in a big way with Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah. Now maybe before Laramie Tunsil, maybe the better is Coleman playing better, going into the role. Okay, fine. So in my brain, I went, okay, they've upgraded really 3 spots potentially, or 2 spots at a minimum, just by making one move. AK, your right tackle is better now, presumably Coleman in year 2, moving there, transplanting Andrew Wiley, who's not going to be inside, and whoever is going to start there until Cosby comes back, hopefully get the sea legs underneath them. Now you've upgraded 3 spots. And that was in my brain, and that's why it never occurred to me.
Wiley's a 2-year starter, and they opted to keep him. There was a thought, remember, they could have saved a lot of money,
some money
by cutting him. So when they made that decision, in my mind, I went, okay, Andrew Wiley's their starting right tackle. Then they moved Brandon Coleman off left tackle when they went and got Laramie Tunsil, and they said immediately he was going to compete on the right side. They didn't say tackle. They just said the right side. We all assumed that meant him versus Wiley. He probably beats him out. So I'm looking at a competition, 2 guys for that spot, better situation than you've even had the last couple of years, but it's going from a 5 to a 6. And they said, what if we had an 8 out of 10 at right tackle? So it all makes sense. Your number 1 asset's Jaden Daniels. Every decision you make as an organization, if it starts with Does this help Jaden Daniels? It's probably the right way to operate. And I feel good about the end result, even if we didn't see it coming. But let's see what you guys think. Mike is in McLean, home of the Highlanders. What's up, Mike? How are you?
Grant and Dave, how we doing today?
Dave. How are you on the day after they took a tackle and nobody thought they would, Dave? Dave.
Dave. Love the pick. We live in a copycat league, and what the Commanders have done to combat the Eagles is with their incredible defensive line. We saw what they did to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. This is a long-term investment to protect Jaden Daniels. As we've seen, the offensive line can never be deep enough. You go get a big, angry dude to block Jaden Daniels backside and front side for years to come. Great pick. Thrilled about it.
Thanks buddy.
Boys.
So I brought this up in the first segment. I want to circle back to it for a second based on this call. 11% of their schedule is played against Philadelphia, right? 2 of 17. 11% more is played against the New York Giants. And yes, everyone focuses on the Eagles, and I understand that because they're the team you're chasing. They're the bully. They're the team you're trying to catch. So you do need to compare yourself to them. They're the measuring stick. But the Giants might actually have a better built defensive line right now than the Eagles. And the Eagles is awesome. But the Giants have Dexter Lawrence, who might be the best D tackle in football. They have Brian Burns, who is potentially any given year a 12 to 16 sack type player on the edge. And they just drafted Abdul Carter, who I think could ultimately be an all-pro and maybe even mess around and get DPOY votes in the next few seasons.
Remember, Thibodeau was eating their lunch a couple times over.
That's a good point. Yeah. I'm not even thinking about Thibodeau, who they said yesterday will get a 5th-year contract. He's just okay, but for some reason he dominates Washington.
He's beaten up Charles Leno pretty good over the years as a speed rusher.
But you're right. He's a good player. So my point is the Giants, they're not a good team. They're loaded on the D-line. The Eagles are very good at that area as well. And the Cowboys, not so much, but Micah Parsons is the best player in the division that you deal with maybe on either side of the ball, and they can just move him. They do all the time. He lines up on one side. Now he's over the center. Now he's on the other side. They could go him against Wiley. So I don't know how much of a factor Carter getting picked last night was, but I think we'd be naive if we didn't say that the division being absolutely stacked on the D-line, all 3 of your opponents, and that's now 6 of 17. So add that up. That is 35% of your schedule in the division and your most important games. Yeah, you sure as heck better feel really good about both tackles.
Yeah, I think that's a big first part of the stew that we're making here, which led to that pick. I think the second part is what happened this past year. I had as much fun as anybody did. I saw the Hail Mary. I saw the 4th and whatevers. I saw the 3rd down and 1 where he escapes the grasp of a Tampa Bay defender, dives for a first down. I saw a team playing ball control without being able to run the football down the stretch too. I watched it. I had a great time. Daniels is special. He is it. This is the thing that we've been searching for since Joe Theismann broke his leg. The point is, it doesn't get easier. Everybody sort of assumes he'll just keep getting better. The league adjusts. The league figures out. The league has now studied every play that Cliff Kingsbury called, who, what, where, when, why, and how. You need better personnel. They got away with some stuff last year. Key touchdown moments, respectively, the guys like Olamide Zaccheaus and Jamison Crowder, who were available at any time for anybody to sign for a reason, right? You do this because you need the upgrades. You need to be able to say, we don't want to get away with something. We want to accentuate a strength, and that's why they did it.
I'm also not sure there was another pick to be made that would have affected more positions positively. So in other words, you fix
that's a smart way to look at it,
Grant,
Grant.
right?
Yeah.
By fixing right tackle, now both of the guys that were competing there could end up starting at guard in week 1. And if that's the case, then you also upgraded at left guard and right guard. So you're talking about 60% of your line that was directly affected by that pick. Mm-hmm. Elijah's in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What'd you think of Connerly?
I think it's a great pick, and I think it's a great time to get that cat. Having Laramie Tunsil here as a bit of a guide on what it's like being in the NFL and being a first-round talent. I think they do a real good job pairing vets with young guys. Even they got McGee even last year. Doesn't matter where they get you. And they paired him obviously with Bobby Wagner. And, having Brandon Coleman being a rookie last year, he can also talk to him like, yo, this is what I learned from being a rookie, because it was fresh in his mind versus a lot of these vets, they were rookie years ago. So I think it's a good place for him to talk to, some young cats, talk to the older vets, so he can build his chops. And I think going to be good for the team. One thing I'm really excited about is his measurables. When you look at this, his ability to just move it faster, his cat can move. So you got to think of some of these plays where his ability shines, or where would it potentially look good at. So I'm
Think
thinking,
about how often they run screens, to your point.
Screens.
Get him out in
come
space.
on, my goodness.
Appreciate the phone call. It's a really astute point about Tunsil, who's a 5-time Pro Bowler, who is 31 years old, or he will be this football season. He's 30 right now. But just as someone who you bring in here, and now everything Laramie Tunsil does, you're going to ask Josh Connerly to do. See him? That guy's one of the best in the league at his position, has had a Pro Bowl career. Follow him. If he wants to answer questions, even better. If he doesn't, that's okay too. Everything he does, you do. Be in his back pocket. And he's right. They have done a really good job. Think about the relationship between, even on different sides of the ball, Bobby Wagner and Jaden Daniels. The marriage and the rapport between the vets and the kids is a cool point. Chris in Hyattsville, you're on Grant and Danny. We're at Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly off Route 50. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just thankful that you guys don't recall any of my mean tweet from 10, 15 years ago.
Investigation might be forthcoming.
I've gotten into it with Chris on Twitter a time or two.
That's true.
He is the
I've
tact of
definitely
a
been
sledgehammer,
muted.
this guy.
So this is what I think, right? I think that
anyway.
Any hoodles.
Success is boring, right? And this is what it must feel like, I think. This draft is what it's like to be a Ravens fan every year, or a Steelers fan, or a Packers fan. Teams that are perennially successful in the playoffs, that pick late in the draft, there's less buzz, there's less excitement, and also there's more uncertainty, because for the last 25 years, the draft has been the highlight of the season for this franchise. So there's so much interest. We always went big and tried to draft an immediate solution instead of trusting our process. And now we have a general manager. I feel like this is going to be routine, where they're going to zig where we think they should zag. We're not going to know exactly what they're doing, but we will trust them because the process will produce results. And often it's very boring.
That's actually such a good point in that. Thanks for the call, Chris. Like yesterday felt, as I'm thinking about how to word this, it was not sexy or that fun, but smart.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It was not what anybody wanted, but maybe it's what you needed, Batman style or something. But it was just, you look at it and you go, oh yeah, that makes sense. But it wasn't the thing everyone was talking about. And to his point, I think what he's saying is that's probably a sign that a good team did a good team thing.
That it's matured. I mean, his Ravens point is 100% right. The Ravens, for example, last night drafted Malachi Starks, and as soon as they did, I went, "Oh yeah, that's them."
Of course,
of course, it fits, right? Now you may not necessarily have had the cornerback there that you maybe wanted or needed, so let's pair him with Kyle Hamilton and have a really dynamic safety core. Of course, that's a really smart pick. It feels like that's what they do every year. That's not they drafted this sexy thing or this big trade or whatever. Just a normal, competent, boring at times, efficient pick. I'll see you at 12 wins again.
We are winning off the field next because it is Friday on Grant and Danny. How couldn't you be winning? We're sitting at Pupatella Pizza. We're eating delicious food. We are getting ready for Game 3 of the Caps playoffs tonight as they take on Montreal. The Commanders have the 61st pick, rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL draft tonight. The Nats have won 4 out of 6. They welcome Juan Soto and the Mets to town at home. Should be a beautiful night for baseball in the district. There's a lot of good. We're talking about it all today on The Fan. double dipping today with the NFL draft and the Capitals in the playoffs. Nats are playing third fiddle. Respectfully, they got 162. They're just going to have to deal with that. Slightly below 500 right now. But if James Wood could hit a ninth bolt, he could force your way right back onto the front page for tomorrow if you want to do that.
That's pretty much where we are. That's a good State of the Union right there. We got some playoff hockey, the once-a-year draft. And, yeah, you're right. We're in the grind of the regular season now.
It is time to figure out how you are winning off the field. You can call us at 800-636-1067 to let us know. But I'll lead this show.
Yeah.
I got to tell you guys.
We got to do it, buddy.
I don't even want to mention this because it just feels like we're bragging. And I don't want to feel so braggadocious and boastful.
Here's the thing. This time it is a bit of a brag.
But I'm about to go full junkies on you.
By God. Grant Bickle, go.
We were hired to work at 106.7 The Fan at different points in time. I got hired in July of 2009. The station flipped that month. I was brought in as a part-timer making a few bucks an hour to help Chris Russell, our then Redskins beat reporter, as the assistant to the beat reporter.
Assistant to the regional beat reporter. Yeah.
July of 2009, final year of Jim Zorn. I did a little Wizards coverage at that time leading up to the draft.
I forgot that you did that.
I did.
Reporting live from, it was the Verizon Center at that point?
It was the Verizon Center.
Reporting live from the Verizon Center. Grant Paulson, 106.7 The Fan. I remember those.
The only reason I'm telling you this is because we're coming up on what would be my 16th year, I guess.
We're in year 16, dude.
Year 16 at the station. Danny, when were you hired?
In November of that year, I did my first shift with Holden Kushner, doing part-time, nighttime, fill-in, whatevers. I'd done a video or two that had gone, viral-ish or whatever among the then Redskins kind of fan community. The Junks had me on the day before Thanksgiving. Brett was kind enough to let me, I begged to come on. He was like, yeah, that's fine. These guys will be checked out at like 9:40 on a Wednesday. And I did a segment with them, and Jason never looked up from his computer. EB asked me a couple questions. I got a couple laughs. And our boss said, hey, do you want to come in and, do an hour or 2 hours after the Wizards play or after the Capitals play or the Nationals play? And I said, yes. So that was it. Winter of 2009.
I've had a great time at 106.7 The Fan.
I've enjoyed it.
It's been a good run, and hopefully it goes a little bit longer.
Sure.
We've got perks with this job occasionally that have been really, really cool. I don't want to besmirch or downplay anything. We've been very, very lucky with some cool opportunities to go to amazing events and cover championship series And in my case, cool car deals with Lindsay and all this great stuff.
Sure.
I've got to tell you that as a fact, maybe the greatest thing that's ever happened to me since I started working at 106.7 The Fan happened today. I got here to Pupatella Pizza. I plopped down in my chair. I started preparing the show rundown well before we went on the air. And one of the owners of this here operation,
our guy Michael,
who has shown us nothing but hospitality, Michael comes over to me, and he has a gift. This gift is a VIP card that is heavy, okay? There's
weight to it.
It weighs about as much as like a paperback book. Just a small card. Looks like a black piece of plastic. If I dropped it, you would hear it clink.
Okay? You hear that sound?
That was the clank.
That's the card.
This card in my hand is a VIP card to Pupatella Pizza.
Yep.
It gets me $150 worth of food every single day. Yeah, it's the craziest, dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Now,
every single day, for as long as I'm alive, which because of this card will only be a few more weeks, this gets me $150 in meals. I could just eat pizzas until the cows come home. I told my wife this, and for the first time in a long time, I could hear life in her voice again. Like, she's like, this is why I married this person.
This was the hope.
All the other stuff sucks. This was the hope. When you latch on to whatever this is, you might get something cool once in a while. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the greatest moment of my time at 106.7 The Fan.
Listen to this. Here we go.
Are you a VIP?
I am. I'm number 110. You're 109. I don't know which is better. I just know that we're both VIPs. I got to tell you, I was like legitimately moved by this.
I cried.
I teared up a little.
I cried.
Thinking about pizza, but B, thinking about someone being like, that guy's worth it. That like the whole deal, and now I'm getting a little sappy for a second. I'm getting a little Chuck Sapienza with you.
Odyssey has never done anything this nice for us.
They got it. That's not true. The one time they made us take care of a plant.
That's a good point.
Wasn't that nice where they gave you a box with a plant that was already almost dead?
We got a plant.
And said, do that. And I was like, if you could just give me the $4.99, I'd have been happier. Anyway, the point is, when I got my notification that you helped set up from Greg Ritchie, head baseball coach at the George Washington University, and I was getting in the Hall of Fame, that was a really amazing moment for me. Obviously, the honor is really cool, but it was the fact that somebody thought about me. You know what I mean? Like 20 years after I was done playing, they were like, what this guy has done is worth discussion. Whether I got it or not, someone's advocating for me. Listen to this. That's the sound of someone giving a damn about me.
Yeah.
Old Rainy Duye, not just flapping his gums into the wind.
It's just
not
what we
just
need, by the
arguing
way.
with Grant Paulson. This means something, and that means something to me. I got a VIP card, sir.
Now they have pizzas, don't worry.
Yeah.
With us being co-pair aficionados.
Yeah.
So we'll have to be very smart about
We'll
this.
be judicious.
Yes. We'll be smart. But Danny, come on.
Come on.
Come on. Pizza, meatballs. Pupatella.
Buddy.
Every single day.
Our guy,
I'm
Zach,
going to be
just brought
bleeding.
out.
You're going to cut me
Listen.
open, and I'm going to bleed Pupatella.
I want to tell you something. This thing they just brought out to us. So if you've been to the fairgrounds, had your funnel cake, I want you to imagine the world's greatest pizza dough, just sort of thin, wrapped up, fried, dipped in sugar and Nutella. And you're going, Danny, what does that taste like, Joy? Danny, but what is it? What's the essence of it? Hope and belief. It's like eating tomorrow if you knew it was going to be great weather. I want to bathe this. I want to be inside of it, but I want it inside.
Bathe it or bathe in it?
I want to bathe
You
in
want to
this.
scrub it and clean it.
I want to use it to clean my pores.
Yeah.
This is one of the greatest things I've ever eaten in my life.
Any hoodles, quite a day for your guys.
Any hoods, that's a
off the
VIP.
field.
Thank you, Bruce.
Yeah.
Miss you, pal.
Long-winded, long-trip way of saying
Winning
this
off
has
the
been the
field.
greatest day in show history.
VIPs.
With all apologies to the Capitals winning a Stanley Cup and the Nationals winning a World Series, Pupatella VIPs.
Pupatella VIPs. I have a World Series ring. It's in second place.
We're Hall of Famers.
Both of us Hall of
Yeah.
Famers. Yeah, that's the only show where you could say that.
Pupatella VIPs.
Pupatella VIPs.
On my business card, it'll say Grant Paulson, Pupatella VIP, also works at 106.7 The Fan.
I'm going to change my Twitter profile right now.
That's a good idea.
Yep.
G&D on The Fan. The Beltway Blitz is next. We'll be covering the teams in town you care the most about. We're busy today. The Commanders, the Capitals, and the NFL Draft.
Winning off the field.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, Commanders selected offensive tackle Josh Connerly Jr. from the University of Oregon with their first pick last night, 29th overall. Day 2 of the NFL draft today, second and third round action. The Commanders have just one pick currently for tonight, pick number 61 in the second round. Also in the NFL, Warren Moon gave Cam Ward permission to wear his retired number 1 jersey after Cam Ward was taken number 1 overall last night by the Tennessee Titans. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Mets for the first of 4 in a wraparound series. Juan Soto returns to Nationals Park for the first time as a member of the New York Mets. 6:45 first pitch. Team 980 for that one tonight. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-0 with a 3.68 ERA. He'll take on Kodai Senga in the Ghost Fork, who is 3-1 with an 0.79 ERA. Again, the Nats over on the Team 980 tonight because the Capitals are right here on 106.7 The Fan. Game 3 between the Capitals and the Canadiens. 7 p.m. puck drop in Montreal. The Capitals lead the series 2-0. Earlier today, Coach Spencer Carberry said that Alexi Protas could be a possibility to play tonight, but he did stay on the ice for extra work for the morning skate, which would indicate that he's not likely to play tonight. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
G&D brought to you by the law firm Kandori and Murad. They'll help you draft your last will and testament, set up a trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today. Based in Fairfax, kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. They're local guys. Went to Lake Braddock, went to Mason. Huge DC sports fans. So let them know that you heard about them on the show, and they'll get you a great deal on whatever it is they're going to do for you. We are at Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly off Route 50. We will be here until 6:30 this evening, taking you up to the draft and Game 3 for the Capitals. So come on by and get some food and drink and hang with us on a big DC Sports Friday. It is time for your Beltway Blitz. Right now, we will kick things off, get it going with the Commanders. I want to get some intel on the newest Washington Commander. James Crepia is with us on Grant and Danny, covers the Oregon Ducks for the Oregonian. There's a new tackle in town, as you may know, James. Josh Connerly was taken last night at 29. What do we need to know about the tackle?
All you need to know about him is that he's a 3-year player, and at that position at the line of scrimmage, that usually means something. Yeah, those are supposed to be developmental spots, supposed to be real hard to get on the field, particularly at the Power 4 level, particularly in the Big Ten and the SEC, and be on the field and be effective that quickly. And Oregon had to make a personnel package for him as a true freshman in order to get him out on the field and figure out a way to utilize him, both as a blocker and I'm sure it's made the rounds here the last several hours I've seen from across the country. But yes, he even caught a touchdown pass as a true freshman because they needed to figure out a way to get this really athletic and gifted young guy on the field. And yes, he was a heck of a blocker too. And then this season they even threw him in on a 2-point conversion run. So Connolly can do a little bit of everything. I wouldn't expect necessarily all those trick plays immediately as a rookie in the NFL. But point is, he's really talented. He's really physically gifted. And as a true freshman, they found a way to get him on the field. And he was a starter the past 2 seasons and shut down some of the best edge rushers, including this season in the Big Ten against Abdul Carter. And that's the kind of caliber player you're getting from a former 5-star from the Northwest, out of Seattle. Bit of a rivalry here between those 2 schools. And he came in with all that attention and is a big deal, and he lived up to it. So he's already been a guy who's had a lot of, the perceived pressure on him that's been there for years. And like I say, he's done nothing but live up to it.
James, for games that maybe it didn't go as well, what's kind of the common theme there for him? And again, there may not be any of those data points, but just thinking about what he might need to work on or anything he could struggle with at the next level.
Honestly, he didn't have a ton of those instances. There really weren't. And that's partially a credit just to how good Connolly is.
And partially a credit to, also, yes, for as many good edge rushers that he went against, and there were several. Washington had a couple. Like I mentioned, obviously Penn State with Abdul Carter, and Ohio State had a couple as well. There really were not that many instances of him getting blown up. You just didn't see that. Now, the one clip that just went completely bonkers back in January from the Senior Bowl, that was his first rep at right tackle on the day, if not on the year, maybe his life, because he had been at left tackle the whole time at Oregon. And he was going to go against the FBS leader in sacks. And then a rep later, he then stonewalls Mike Green. That one didn't go as viral. That didn't catch all the attention. So in terms of what can he do better, I mean, you heard from plenty of people, Daniel Jeremiah included, saying, yeah, he can work on a little bit of his bend. And Josh doesn't run from that. He was asked about it, obviously, at the Combine. He said, yeah, you get knocked down. You don't stay down forever. And by the way, this happens on a football field. This happens in practice. It's not the first time. But by the way, how about all the times that I've done well too, kind of thing? Yeah, that happened too. But how about the next one? And how about games and other instances? But what could he improve on? A little bit of bendiness and certainly going to the right side if that is indeed what Washington asked him to do. That's just going to be something he's going to have to adjust to, and he's open to that. He talked about it last night, I saw it, but he's talked about that throughout the draft process, that he'll play whatever position is asked of him. If it means going to the right side, even though he's been on the left before and more comfortable on the left, then he'll shift to the right and he'll train on that.
James Creppy of the Oregonian. Before we let you go, I've read a lot about the strides he made this season, that he basically came further than maybe anybody else in the first-round mix since week 1 of the college football season. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so I'm not going to be divulging exactly who I spoke to, but let's put it this way. A extremely highly regarded personnel evaluator in NFL circles, who I have the good fortune of having as a source here. I chatted with him back before the regular season Ohio State game. So back in, it was either late September, early October, kind of heading into that one, because obviously there was going to be a lot of talent on that field that day. Saying, okay, what do you think of X, Y, and Z? Connolly among them, Harmon, you name it. And at that time, prior to the October game in the regular season with Ohio State, this gentleman said that Connolly was a third rounder at that time. At that time. Then obviously had the rest of the season that he did, and between how he performed in the regular season game against Ohio State and some other, edge rushes along the way. And then ultimately the Big Ten championship game with Carter, where, Carter was basically a non-factor in any way, shape, or form in that game. That did it. Those are the kind of performances that's what earns you All-American status. That's what earns you the opportunity to ascend so rapidly into a first-round pick from, he was going to be probably bound for the draft entering the year. And we'll see exactly what that looks like, to, oh, no, he's definitely going, to, oh, he's a first-rounder going. That's the kind of meteoric rise. But it helps when you go up against future NFL edge rushers against Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State in particular.
Love it. James, really appreciate the time and insight, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's hit that cap sounder, please, Darius. My God, that's Ben Raby's music back on the Beltway Blitz. Benjamin, game 3 tonight. It's going to be a hostile environment. What are you predicting here for the Capitals? What's the key?
Danny, we'll see if we remember how to do this here. Looking forward to game 3 tonight, and worth noting in Montreal, the electric barn, that it is up at the Bell Center. First time they're going to actually have a full house at the Bell Center for playoff hockey since 2017. They had a run during the COVID year, 2021, when they reached the Cup final. Attendance was very limited in Canada during those months, during the playoff run in 2021. I imagine it'll be an amped-up building tonight in Montreal. That being said, what I'll say from the crowd in Montreal, and I say this from firsthand experience, having grown up there and having lived there for quite a bit of my life, they'll support the Canadians. It's not necessarily a hostile environment, if you follow. I don't think necessarily the Capitals have a whole lot to worry about in that regard. I think the crowd could be advantageous for Montreal. That said, if you're the Capitals, it's almost cliche. Get through the first 10 minutes. The place is going to be energized. You get up early, as they did the other night, or as they did going back to game 1. That would certainly work in their favor. But, no, it's going to be a good atmosphere there tonight, but certainly a crowd that the Canadians could feed off of And obviously, from a Capitals perspective, just looking to limit that, particularly early on.
All of our Caps playoff coverage on G&D is brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. For over 25 years, Ace Trim has been a trusted partner for new home builders in the DMV. They specialize in full-service interior trim carpentry and handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. Ben, Alexi Protas traveling with the team. They're up 2-0. It seems like an odd time to crowbar him back into the lineup if he's not quite 100%. I guess, number one, would you be surprised if he played? And then number two, when he comes back, I keep wanting to talk to someone about this. Who sits? I would have said Radish. He was awesome in game 2. Leonard would have made some sense going into the playoffs. He's been great twice now. I don't think they want to sit Lars Eller, who's probably their weakest link because he's a center. You'd have to move McMichael over. What do you think they're going to do?
Yeah, we'll call that a first-world problem. It's a good problem to have, to the point that you brought up that, they're playing well, the names you mentioned, and, you look back to late in the regular season, seemingly in that instance, Radish would have been the odd man out, the quote-unquote 13th forward. You're right, Eller. I thought Eller so far in the series has showed himself very well. So a good problem to have. If you sit Ryan Leonard, I don't think necessarily, folks will necessarily raise an eyebrow to that necessarily just yet, given the order and the pecking order, if you will. But I would think it would be one of him or Radish to sit. Again, going back to the formation that they had late in the regular season, just before Protas went down, and they did have, as many as 13 healthy forwards up front. But no, looking forward whenever it is. I don't think, to your point, you necessarily have to rush Protas back here. You're hoping, right, for a lengthy postseason run. You're hoping you could rely on him without looking too far ahead, second round, conference finals, and potentially beyond. So given the cushion you have as well, certainly there's no urgency necessarily to rush him back. But to your point, encouraging nonetheless that he's on the road with them.
Benjamin, the script has been pretty similar for both games. Capitals have won them both, obviously. They've been the better team for most of the night. Then all of a sudden, Montreal has this sort of desperation, last-ditch effort, whatever we'll call it, where they're, pelting the net and the shots even up and the game totals even up, and the Capitals have had to kind of withstand that barrage. How do they avoid that kind of circumstance here where it might tilt Montreal's way?
I think it's the nature of how the games have unfolded. Obviously, look, they have a lot of high-end skills, the Montreal Canadiens do. They have a terrific number one line. They have a very mobile defenseman in Lane Hudson who could push the play and push the pace. And when they're trailing, as they have been in these third periods, it's natural that they'll be even more aggressive, maybe than they were in the opening 40 minutes when the game was tighter. But, no, to the Capitals' perspective, you want to try to tilt the ice a little bit more in your favor. Fortunately, Logan Thompson has been terrific in these third periods in particularly the other night in Game 2. But, I think a little bit of that is just the nature of the game. Again, they're pushing the pace, Montreal. They're going all out trying to come from behind. I think it's a little bit, game dictating the situation as well.
Caps Canadians, Game 3 tonight. Series shifting to Montreal. Ben, we appreciate you, brother. Good having you back on the Blitz.
All right, appreciate it, fellas. Thank you, guys.
See you, buddy. Let's talk football. Ethan Cadeau over at Monumental Sports. We're going to double dip with him on both of the things that he covers. But I want to start with the Commanders in the draft. What did you make of the selection of Josh Connerly last night? Nobody really predicted it.
Yeah, that's exactly like you said. I was not expecting them to go left tackle or offensive line at all after the Laramie Tunsil trade. But as soon as I did, 2 to 3 minutes of research after the pick, it's hard not to like him. He's young. He's super athletic. I think McShay or Mel Kiper, one of them said if he went back to Oregon for one more year, he'd probably be a top 5 pick. Look, Jaden Daniels is the biggest investment this team has, and it's really hard to complain about getting a solid offensive tackle that could block for him for years to come.
Ethan, so is he the right tackle? That means Brandon Coleman is...
I would assume he gets kicked into left guard to start. Remember, Sam Cosme's probably going to miss at least the beginning with that knee injury, so you could move Allegretti over there. You could also kick Andrew Wiley from right tackle into right guard where he's played and succeeded in the past. I don't think drafting a right tackle was so much of an indication of, we don't think Brandon Coleman can play both. It's more of, oh, Coleman's probably better at guard. He can play tackle, but we can get this other tackle, and then we'll get just an overall better product of young players to protect our young franchise quarterback.
What do you think they're thinking about 61 tonight now?
I mean, I think they really want to trade back and get more picks if that's an option. It just seems like the trades went before them last night, so that's why they stuck at 29. If they stay at 61, I'd probably say an edge rusher, the guy from UCLA, Femi Oladejo, is one that stands out. They could also go cornerback. They could go receiver. I'd love to see if Luther Burden falls down. I don't think he'll be there, but that's a guy I've had my eye on long before the Devo trade, long before the moves they made this offseason. And then we know they want to add a home run level running back in this draft as well. If Trevion Henderson somehow makes it to 61, that's a player I'd sprint to the podium for.
Ultimately, do you feel like well, let me phrase it this way. Their needs that we perceive from the outside, do you think they see them the same way, or are they not even concerned about the needs of the team at this point? They're just simply going by their board.
I think it's the latter. I think if needs was the number one priority, I don't think they're taking an offensive tackle last night, especially with edge rusher Mike Green was still there, cornerback Will Johnson still there. I mean, I think the needs that fans and media and everyone thinks are pretty similar to their actual needs, but I think Adam Peters went into the draft with, let's get the best player available at 29, and let's take that philosophy throughout the draft, because there are multiple holes we need to fill. And if the Commanders can do that by getting the best player available, I think that's the way they're going to repeat the success they had last year.
Ethan, you work over at Monumental. The Caps are a bit of a breadwinner over there at this point. They are the playoff team, as it were. What do you make of Game 3 tonight? Montreal's going to throw everything at them. Can't fall down 0-3, obviously, at home.
Yeah, I think the Bell Center is going to be rocking, as we all expect. I mean, playoff hockey there is unlike any other building. I think the Caps need to make it through the first 10 periods. 10 minutes, sorry. 10 periods would be a lot.
That's a lot of – if we got to do 10 periods tonight, your boy's going to be keeled over by the 7th.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully the series is over in the next 10 periods. But the first 10 minutes, they get through that. They get acclimated to the crowd, the energy, everything it is. Look, they've been the better team for 85 to 90 minutes of the two games. I mean, the third period, Montreal's kind of thrown everything they have. And for Game 1, they were able to tie it before Ovechkin's the hero. And then Game 2, Logan Thompson makes 14 saves in that final frame. I think Montreal is going to try and press early. They get last change, so it could be a little bit harder for the Caps to get Dubois' line on the ice at the same time as that Suzuki line that's really propelled Montreal into the playoffs. So I think getting one win, if the Caps win either Game 3 or Game 4 and have a chance to clinch the series at home, I think that's a big win no matter what.
Ethan, thank you, brother. Have a good weekend.
Appreciate it. You guys too.
That's Ethan Giteau. That's our Beltway Blitz. By the way, more on the Caps with Joe Beninati. He is the voice of Caps hockey. You will see him on the call tonight on Monumental Sports. He stops by in 40 minutes at 5 o'clock right here on the Fan Live. So looking forward to chatting with him. I will say that you can listen to the game on the Fan at 7:30. Pregame starts at 7:15 tonight. John Walton will be on the call. That means the Nats will be over on the Team 980 this evening. We will have postseason puck here on the Fan. Joe B in 40 next. 61. That's the next pick for the Commanders. So we are a little over, almost around, basically, 30 picks away from them being back on the clock. Do they need to trade back? Would you consider trading back to add more ammunition, a want or a need? Remember, they only have 5 total picks coming in, so 4 left. And as of this moment, if they take a pick at 61 tonight, they will not pick again in the top 127. So you'd basically be adding 2 guys that are expected to help you much at all this season. Is that okay with you, or do they have to trade back? Is it a want or a need to move back? That's the question on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Game 3, Caps and Canadiens in Montreal tonight, 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear all the Capitals playoff games right here on 106.7 The Fan. Capitals lead the series 2-0. Alexi Protas could be a possibility to play tonight, according to Coach Spencer Carberry, but he did stay on the ice for some extra work this morning, which would indicate that he probably will not play tonight. In baseball, the Nationals beginning a 4-game wraparound series against the New York Mets at Nationals Park. Juan Soto returning to the Nationals Park for the first time as a member of the New York Mets. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. Kodai Senga goes for the New York Mets. In the NFL last night, the Commanders selected offensive tackle Josh Connerly Jr. with the 29th pick from the University of Oregon to help beef up the offensive line in front of Jaden Daniels. Today, rounds 2 and 3, day 2 of the NFL draft. Commanders have just one pick tonight currently. In the second round, it'll be 61st overall pick. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Yeah, we got a ton of calls, excuse me, when we're on the clock. We got calls throughout the week, just preliminary calls like we talked about earlier in the week in our presser. And then we got a ton of calls leading up to that. And what we had discussed beforehand is really if he was on the board, we weren't going to trade back. And so there's an opportunity to trade back with a few other teams. It wasn't very far, but in our minds, it was not worth even risking missing on him. So.
At Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly off Route 50. It's a pretty good location. A lot of people saying they're just stopping by hearing us on the radio today, which is the goal. That is why we are here.
That's right,
Come get
man.
some pizza and drinks and hang out with us. And a party as DC Sports in the spring is blooming right now. We've got the Capitals playing Game 3 tonight. We've got the Nationals welcoming Juan Soto back to town in Nats Park. And we are diving deep into the NFL draft rounds 2 and 3 tonight. Normally a little busier on paper going in than it looks to be right now. The Commanders have the 29th pick in the second round, that's 61 overall, and then they are not expected to have a third-round pick. Their next pick after 61 is not until 128, and that is a pick from Houston they got back to even things out in the Laramie Tunsil trade. So you're talking about the potential, if they do not trade back at 61 when they're on the clock tonight, to only have 2 players out of the top 127 players chosen in this draft. And that is why, Danny, it is my opinion that it's not a want. It is a necessity. I think you've got to do everything you can to trade back at 61. I know it takes having a dance partner. I understand you can't make anyone trade with you. So if there's not a deal, that's fine. But last night, you don't want to take 90 cents on the dollar when you got a tackle you really like. You don't want to take even 95 cents on the dollar. You need to get the value or you make your pick. I totally understand that. I think this is an 80, 85 cents on the dollar situation if need be, because you've got to get at least one more player that helps you this year. They have too many needs. They still need a speedy running back. They need a wide receiver. And then they desperately on defense, where they were terrible last year, need an edge rusher. They've gotten worse there. They need a corner. They're probably a little better than they were, but still very much unsettled. I can't just address one of those spots at 61 and then have late round picks after that. You got one more shot to move down, because let's face it, moving down from 128 just means you're taking more 5th through 7th round players.
And I'm not interested in that. I mean, those guys love that maneuverability, and they love having extra bites at the apple, so to speak. But to me, those are just flyers, honestly. You picking in the top 100 is generally where I think of. This is where your starters come from. You know that there are stories about the 5th round or the 6th round or the 7th round or the undrafted free agent that made good, and those are great stories. They're unique stories, right? That's not the norm. The norm is the first few rounds are where your base, your year over year, your sustainable players are coming from. So your axiom makes a lot of sense to me that you feel like it's a to quote you, it's not a want, it's a need. Where does the line go, though? And that to me is what's always fascinating. Because given the preference, I'd like to move back. I'm making this up. I'd like to move back 6 spots and pick up another 3rd rounder. Is that realistic? Probably not. Who knows exactly what it is. But just to use your dollar analogy, what cent do you have to get to where you go, yeah, it's not a great deal for us, but it's extra ammunition. That's what we need.
I think probably around 80 cents on the dollar. I would do upper 70s maybe. Here's what they need.
Because it's worth more to you. It's almost like I'm just going deep with these analogies now. You're using the laundry machine. The whole dollar isn't worth it to you. You need the quarters. So it's almost, I'm like, I'll give you the dollar. I need 3 individual quarters to operate this stupid thing.
Here's where I'm at on it.
And you're doing whites and darks. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah, and any more laundry stuff?
Yeah.
What does it smell?
There's fabric softener.
Downy?
What you're using is one of those strips. Okay, go
Gain. I think there's Gain.
Gain is good.
That's the orange one,
That's
right?
the orange one.
No, that's green. Green is Gain.
Orange is Gain?
Orange is Gain. I don't know. Third base. I think that I need a pick tonight. So you got rounds 2 and 3 going through, what would that be, like 96 or whatever? And then you have the comp picks after that. I'd like to come out of it with 2 picks tonight. I think that would be perfect. If you could trade 61 and then you're picking, say, in like the 70s and the 90s, if there's a team with 2 of those, that's wheelhouse. If it's 70s and early 100s, which is more realistic on like a Jimmy Johnson trade chart or something, I'm fine with that. But what that gets me then is 2 players still before that 127 range, where I think you're adding someone who helps you on special teams, who's a depth player that isn't going to start. But the 2 guys that you bring in, depending on the position, should both be able to be impact players. Like, I believe a running back in the 90s or the early 100s could end up being their best speed back, could end up being their best home run hitter still. I think that a speedy wide receiver in the 90s or 100s, that's the range where you could steal someone there.
Yep.
You could find a guy that by week 11 is actually a key contributor. I don't think that's the case at a lot of positions. You're not getting a tackle that starts right away. You're probably not getting a guard that can start there. But that's why I can wait on running back or receiver if I need to until the second of the 2 picks I'm adding, 90s, 100s, whatever. As an example, they got Luke McCaffrey, I think, with the 100th pick in the draft last year. Now, he didn't end up making a huge splash, but there were other guys that were taken there at the position that did. They happened to like Luke McCaffrey more, and he helped them as a kick returner, and he looks like he can play a little bit. But let's say you get your burner 1 to 115, and then in the 80s somewhere, when you've moved back from 61, and it doesn't have to be that far. Like, I think if you move back to the 80s, you're probably picking in the 80s and the 90s. You're not getting a late 120 or something. But I think the first of the picks then is probably your edge or your corner. If you stick and pick at 61, you can get a good edge. I believe that. I think there might be somebody there for you. You're just now not able to fill another need, and they have too many. So the poll right now that we're asking on the 1067, the fan Twitter account, do you want them to trade back or do they need to trade back? I'm actually surprised. About 68% of people are saying they want them to. Only 32% of people are saying it should be viewed as a need. And this is our Grant and Danny poll of the day, brought to you by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long-distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience.
And obviously, it's so dependent, right? You need the dance partner. You need someone that's got a conviction about a player or a spot, and they're afraid someone else will get them. And the storm's got to be right. You don't just do it, as we always say, just to hear yourself make a phone call. But I'm with you in the sense that, well, let me rephrase. I really would love for them to do it. It would make me really happy, especially because they didn't last night, right? Because they didn't add more picks to move back just a couple of spots or a handful of spots or whatever. I'm really looking in that 70 to 90 range is kind of my sweet spot to add a couple of picks, but that early 3rd round, I think there's some really good value there where it's, maybe that's where I feel much better about getting my speed back. I'd feel much better about, maybe you find Benjamin Morrison there, the quarterback from Notre Dame, who I like an awful lot. It probably ends up going in the 2nd round. But, they're speed wide receivers. This kid, Kyle Williams from Washington State, is kind of a poor man's Matthew Golden. Golden didn't slip to you at 29. He went at 23, I think. But he's a different version of that, a faster, deep threat who may not have the full skill set right away, but you didn't draft him for the full skill set. You drafted him to go deep a couple of times and take some pressure off. I mean, I'm making those names up. I have no, association with them necessarily. The team doesn't have any smoke there. But you see where I'm going. It's I don't want to trade back just to say that I did to get to the hundreds. But yeah.
So this is just a simulation that I'm running on Pro Football Network. But just as an example, I punched in the 61st pick to see what the value might look like. And the Saints in this hypothetical were coming up for 71 and 93. But I've got to give them 128. I would do that in a heartbeat.
That's what I'm talking about, basically right there. That
is what you just allude to. Mm-hmm. But it's 2 for 2. So I'm not adding picks. I'm still only getting 5 picks. But now I'm getting 3 players in the top 95 and 3 guys that I think probably help me. So instead of a starting edge, but no corner that's on the field a lot or no running back or receiver that's probably going to make a big impact, Now I'm getting 2 of those 4 needs checked. Another offer comes up where you could trade back a couple of picks and maybe get a future pick from a team. Seattle, in this hypothetical, is offering a 3rd next year. That's not as interesting to me. I need picks.
I want it this year.
This season. But could you be okay with sticking and picking? Like if I was to tell you tomorrow we're talking and they've only made 2 picks and they're not picking again now until the end of the 4th round, basically a 5th round pick, can you talk yourself into that? That would be hard for me. At 61, there's going to be really good players. Maybe Quinshon Judkins, the running back from Ohio State, is there. People are going to probably be licking their lips. I love this huge wide receiver, this 6'4" kid from Iowa State, Jaden Higgins. Like maybe Jaden Higgins sitting at 61 is someone they've got high on their board. Without really knowing who they love, it's hard to say who they'd have to pass on, but you could get an edge, maybe Braden Swinson from LSU falls. They could go back to the Oregon well with Jordan Birch at cornerback. I'm just looking at who might be there at 61.
Sure. Yeah.
Denzel Burke from Ohio State, Dorian Strong from Virginia Tech, Jacob Parrish from Kansas State are kind of viewed in that area. I actually like the Iowa State corner a lot. He's really long. Darian Porter. Supposed to be in that mix around the 60s as well. So if they take one of those guys that's highly rated and they've only got 2 players coming out, they go tackle, and let's just say they go Porter the corner, and now they don't pick till the 5th round. Can you still feel like this is okay?
I would feel okay about it.
Would you be underwhelmed?
I'd be a little bit higher. I'd be whelmed. Maybe whelmed plus almost, because I'd be so enamored with the concept of saying no, we're prioritizing Daniels that it would kind of tip it over the edge for me. But I wouldn't be blown away.
I just think you've got to.
I know what I mean. Your point's right. I mean,
they need
it's
more
what we
quantity.
Want. Yeah, it's what we want.
I'm all for quality, but they really do need more quantity.
So let's say 60. I'm making this up. Let's say it's 61 for whatever reason. It happens like it always happens to Howie Roseman, where he just sits there with like a voodoo doll and a horseshoe up his tuchus, and the guy that shouldn't be there is there for him, right? And he just takes him. So again, I'm making this up. Let's say Jordan Birch, the edge from Oregon, is there at 61. Well, holy crap. You didn't have to do anything. You didn't have to move around. You didn't have to trade back up. You didn't have to change anything. And you draft Connerly's teammate, a guy that's pretty well regarded that some folks thought could go at the beginning of the 2nd round or even late 1st for whatever reason. If that happens, I'll feel pretty good. If it's and I hate to use this because it sounds simpleton and fantasy footballish, but if it's not sexy, if it's a not a dire position of need, and it's like, hey, we happen to like this off-ball linebacker, and he'll probably play special teams, it'll be hard to feel excited. But you know what I mean? Like if somebody slips, you're going, okay, that feels better than moving out off the spot.
Here's a team to keep in mind. Delta just tweeted me the chart for tonight. San Francisco's got 43, 75, and 100 all coming up here prior to the 4th round.
Yep.
So just tonight, 2nd, 3, and then 3+, they've got 3 picks. It's like Washington last year, if you remember. But San Fran has 43, 75, 100. If you could move back with them and get 2 of those picks, let's go. And Adam Peters has their phone numbers, I think. He's familiar with their work. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. What's the perfect situation for tonight, and could you be okay if they just stay put, they don't trade back again, they have 2 players and then some long shots to help them a bunch this season? 800-636-1067 is how you can join us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. We are at Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. I'm a Ted Britt guy. Here's why. They won my business many moons ago. Best customer service I've ever had. Best customer care I've ever had. I got a Mustang Mach-E from there. That's my latest car from the old folks at Ted Britt Ford. And, just amount of time. I think it was like, it was a year plus, 10,000 miles. Needed the maintenance stuff, right? Just the normal thing that has to happen. So instead of taking an entire day or 2 days with everything centered around that, they came and picked it up and dropped it off when I was ready. Couldn't have been easier. That's what they do. They want to take care of you. Let them take care of you. That's what they're so good at. When you act from Ted Britt Ford, There's something called Ted Britt for Life. That's lifetime vehicle coverage. That means peace of mind for life. They cover powertrain, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia State inspections, and so much more. They are great at this. That's how they've been in business for over 60 years now. And a cool thing going on this month, you'll pay what the employees pay. That's right, employee pricing. You pay what they pay. No fluff, no nonsense, just that big, silly inside deal. Go see my guys at Ted Britt Ford. And when you go, please tell them Danny sent you. Welcome back to the radio program. Brent and Danny here live at Pupatella in Chantilly. I am stuffed. That's my personal update. I had so much fried dough with sugar and Nutella on it that I needed a late afternoon espresso. My buddy Ryan Clary, corporate Ryan Clary, who is here at the behest of our corporate overlords to watch over us to make sure no impropriety takes place and that everyone gets on the stream, joined me in the espresso boys. We sipped our espressos with our pinkies out just so because we are gentlemen, GP. That's how we did it. I thought you were going to Joan and make fun of our espressos, but I don't think you noticed.
Well, I didn't know you were having an espresso until you called attention to it. That's a lot to deal with. But we've had so many things that nothing would surprise me. Like if they were like, you know what we have back here? We just decided to fry Oreos with whipped cream. I'm like, what? Why are you doing this? What's happening? The fried dough thing is still the onesie, if I could say that.
That's about the greatest thing I've ever had.
So there's just nothing better than that I'll ever eat anywhere. So as long as we're all on the same page, you can eat whatever else you'd like.
Yeah, good to go. Now, was your favorite part about the fried dough that it was dipped in all the sugar, or was it the Nutella on top of it?
I think it was the dough part where it got fried.
The fried dough part, yeah.
Remember when they took dough and they dropped it into a fryer?
Yes, I do.
Also, the serving. They gave us a bowl of it. The serving feels like what you would give like a group of basketball players that just got done playing an NBA game or something.
Yeah, where it's like you go, hey, come on by after the game. Well, the whole team will share. It's like, book us for your corporate events. And it's like for a whole party. But it was just Ryan and me, basically.
This is a good day. You know, there are radio shows that are just doing shows in studios
Losers.
right now.
Right.
Oh, man, does that stink.
It's hard to hear you from all the way up here. You know what I mean? Like, we're better than you guys.
Yeah, exactly. You can boo them. That's fine. We're out and about with the good people.
Peasants.
Of Chantilly, hanging out at Pupatella Pizza off Route 50. So come on by and say hello. Ian in Vienna wants to hop in. Pick 61 is where the Washington Commanders will be back on the clock. Do they need to trade down or do they want to trade down?
I don't think they should trade down. I had this long conversation with Kevin this morning. I think while the pick of offensive line cannot be criticized at all because every position, frankly, outside of quarterback is a need. This team could look everywhere and pick a player and people overall would be happy. But again, the defense for the 2024 Commanders was not good, just not good. And Jane Daniels is so exceptional that he covered up every shortcoming of this team. And so for me, this offseason hasn't really enhanced the defense here. I think the re-signings and the additional signings just aren't impactful, if you will. They're just guys. So I want to see impactful defensive playmakers. And that can be at any position. That can be at edge rusher, linebacker, corner, safety, you name it. They need impactful players. And this
Ian, let me ask you a question because I agree with your premise. But at this point, I feel like, and this isn't an exact thing, I'm just making this up as I go. But like philosophically, would you rather them have 1-6 at all their positions of need or 2 5s? Because to me, that's what this comes down to now, essentially, right? You're talking about impact. But like if they could stick and pick at 61 and get someone a little better than they're going to get 10 or 12 picks later, or they could get 2 pretty good players that help at 2 positions where they need help. You'd rather the better player at one of those spots that isn't a great player but might be a little bit better than like 2 pretty good players at 2 spots.
Yeah, fair question. And I, of course, understand the notion of more picks is better than less picks. But I think fans overall fall in love with this idea of, quote unquote, nobody knows what they're doing, so let's just get more and more picks. When sometimes the quality's right in front of you, like we've seen time in and time out, like we can go through every one of Washington's drafts. If they had just picked a player 1 or 2 spots above, it would have been a far greater player. So I think this notion of, hey, he's not that great, so let's get 2 less great is appealing, but maybe not as effective. If there's a defensive playmaker that you think is there, you just take him and not say, let's take 2 more swings at a B-plus player, et cetera. So my approach is not over trading, take the best talent that you need. And honestly, I need it on the defense because right now the offense is good enough, especially with Jaden. The defense is just not good enough. And this team has higher aspirations now. This is going to be the first offseason in a long time with actual expectations.
Yeah, where you're a
And-
favorite for the first time. I thank you as always, dude.
I
Good
also
time, good call.
what he's getting to is true, which they were in the NFC title game last year.
Yeah.
I think there's some people who think they could get back there, be in that mix this year. Not with this defense right now.
Right.
I don't know how you would think, unless you're just averaging, and it's funny to say because they did last year at 30 or so points, but 30 plus points a game and Jaden Daniels is playing at an MVP level. Again, those things happened last year.
Yeah, I was going to say, you mean last year.
So maybe it could just happen again. But yeah, he's right. You do need a lot more on defense. But you could say the same thing about the 29th pick that I just asked him about 61.
Right.
They probably could have traded back and gotten more quantity, and they just loved Connerly so much that they stuck and they grabbed him. If they have a player they like as much at 61, maybe they do the same. But my argument would be the guy you're getting at 61 is not as good as Connerly. I can live with you doing that because that's a plug-and-play starting tackle. At 61, you're getting somebody with enough blemishes to still be there 60 picks into the draft that the juice is not worth the squeeze. I need the quantity.
Well, this was the conversation that surrounded points I was making back in the day when they were debating whether or not they weren't debating. The team knew what they were doing. But when the debate was about Chase Young or trading back, and my point was you need a lot of help. 2 starters that are 7s adds up to more than 1 starter that's even a potential 10, whether you buy him as a 10 or not. That's kind of the same philosophy here. But when you get this deep in the draft, like we're talking about going to the 3rd round, the 4th round, et cetera, you're now approaching replacement level. I mean, they still have another round of free agency where you can find average starter Allen just sort of floating around in the ether. They did a pretty good job of that, supplementing a roster. So to me, I kind of get the idea that you want one more premium player. If that guy exists, you got conviction, I wouldn't hate it maybe as much as it sounds like you might in terms of because you want that quantity.
We're about 2 hours and 5 minutes away from figuring some things out in round 2 as the draft resumes, and we're about 2.5 hours away from the Caps dropping the puck. Game 3 in Montreal tonight, trying to go up 3-0 in their best of 7 series. Joe Beninati is going to join us next to preview the game on Grant and Danny from Pupatella Pizza, where they are serving the real MVP of flavor with authentic, delicious, hat-trick-worthy Neapolitan pizzas. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Hockey tonight, Game 3 in Montreal for the Capitals and the Canadiens. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear all the Capitals playoff games right here on 106.7 The Fan. The Capitals lead the series 2-0. Alexi Protas could be a possibility to play tonight, but it's unlikely at the moment. He stayed on the ice for some extra work this morning, which would indicate that he's not going to play. Again, Capitals and Canadiens, Game 3 tonight, 7 o'clock, right here on The Fan. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 4-game wraparound series against the New York Mets. Juan Soto making his return to D.C. for the first time wearing the blue and orange of the New York Mets. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear that game over on the Team 980 tonight. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-0 with a 3.68 ERA. He'll take on Kodai Senga, who is 3-1 with an 0.79 ERA. In the NFL, the Commanders selected offensive tackle Josh Connerly Jr. out of the University of Oregon last night to fortify the offensive line. Commanders have one pick tonight in day 2 with the second and third rounds for tonight. Pick number 61 in the second round is what the Commanders have for tonight. Also, Warren Moon gave Cam Ward permission to wear his retired number 1 jersey after he was selected number 1 overall last night to the Tennessee Titans. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Caps Canadiens tonight. Series is in Montreal for the first time. Game 3. Our Caps playoff coverage on Grant and Dan as we welcome you back on The Fans, brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. For over 25 years, Ace Trim has been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV, specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry. They handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact us at acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. The game's right here on The Fan on the radio at 7:30. If you're watching on television, watch the Monumental Sportsnet broadcast starring our guy, Joe Beninati, who joins us now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and cooling in the DMV. Joe B., first things first, we're thinking about Locker, buddy. We know he will not be on the call tonight, but your cohort and partner in crime for many, many years sounds like is under the weather and fighting something.
Yeah, he is, guys, but I got some really good news earlier today that he was going to be able to watch this game tonight from home. So I'm hoping this will just be a weekend off for Locker. I can't share any much more than that, guys, but I know that he's doing well, and I heard from his daughter, Courtney, recently that he might be watching from home. I think he's going to be watching from home tonight, so that makes us feel a whole lot better.
Yeah, that is good. I mean, no easy transition to just matters of boring old sport, but obviously his health is far more paramount and more important than anything that we're talking about here. Locker, this is going to be a tough one tonight. I mean, Montreal should probably have some confidence, even though down 2-0 because of how close these games have been, especially with their late flurries in the third period there. So talk to me here. What are we anticipating for tonight?
Big push, Danny, right from the start. So I'm looking around at almost 22,000 empty seats. By 7 o'clock, they will be jammed to the rafters here. And as electric an atmosphere as you're going to find in the NHL, the home team will take a push from them. And this is a young group that really wants to show its best earlier in the game than they have been in this series. They've been waiting to the third period to show why they got into the playoff party. They want the great start. Washington is bracing itself for that kind of start. The Caps have been at their best in the first 30 minutes of the games, the first 2 outings, and I'm hoping that can continue again, but you're going to have to get adjusted to what is an extremely hostile environment.
Adjustments are going to be made by Montreal. They've got last change. Presumably they can try to take advantage of matchups with what is a terrific line, was the best line in hockey in the stretch run of the regular season, that Suzuki-Caulfield group. What do you think they're going to try to do, and how does Spencer Carberry try to combat it with less a dictation available?
Yeah, there's there's a lot of suspicion, a little subterfuge going on, as always, in a best-of-7, Grant and Danny. There's some thought that Patrick Laine may be banged up a little bit. Laine didn't play at all in the third period. It looked like Martin St. Louis had shortened his bench by then. There is a possibility, and St. Louis doesn't like to do this normally, but there is a possibility that Montreal would dress 11 forwards and 7 defensemen. That would probably put Arbor Jackeye into the lineup if it's true. Jackeye is extremely physical, and I know Canadiens fans don't like the way Washington's been mauling some of their players in the first 2 games. Jackeye is a bit of a deterrent, but you know what, guys? I think the Canadiens would be doing a favor if they put Jackeye in the game, a favor for the Caps. He could be a little bit of a defensive liability. He's extremely tough. He has a great snarl about him, but I don't know that he would play all that much. There's a possibility, too, they could inject Michael Pezzetta into the lineup. That's another rambunctious kind of winger who likes to throw his weight around. Those are always the punch, counter-punch kind of things you look for in a best-of-7. But you make a great point, guys. This is home ice advantage for a reason, and now Martin St. Louis should be able to get Suzuki away from Dubois a little bit more than he did in the first 2 games. The Caps want the Dubois line out there first and foremost against Suzuki. They have the last change. Montreal does with home ice. So there's a little bit of juggling that has to go on, and the guys need to be a bit more attentive to line changes, and let's hope that goes off smoothly for the Caps.
You know the voice. It's Joe Beninati, the voice of the Washington Capitals, joins us here on G&D. Okay, so guys that have played really, really well, maybe unsung so far through these couple of games, Joe B. Let's give some attaboys. The point scorers, we've seen Stromer with 4. Ovechkin had the great game 1. Michael with a couple in the net this past game. Who else has kind of played well hidden here for the first couple for Washington?
Beauvillier coming home, Danny. Quebec native, just like Dubois. Those 2 guys are going to want to play especially well in front of friends and family, but I think Beauvillier has been a nice spark plug on that top line. Seems to work very well in conjunction with Strome and Ovechkin, and I know he's already popped a goal in game 1. He's got another assist in game 2. This is a player who they're hoping will continue to shine like that, and his past track record has shown that he's played even more, had more production in the playoff tournament than perhaps he might per game in the regular season. I thought McMichael was great in the first game, didn't convert. Glad that he got 2 goals in game 2, deservedly so. And for as long as Alexei Protas is out of the lineup, you hope McMichael takes that place of that 30-goal scorer, and he's shown you the ability to do that. Good news on the Protas front, guys. I know Spencer Carberry has called him a game-time decision tonight. I watched him work out an awful lot this morning. I think he's likely to not play tonight, but he was moving quite well, very comfortably, nothing noticeable as far as maybe a hitch in the giddy up as far as a stride was concerned. So he's close. He's going to be available if necessary, I would imagine, before too long in this series.
So you just led me to my question then on Protas, and that conflicts what I had thought, because the videos I've seen, he's not at full speed, but obviously you got to see a full workout. So number one, how close is he, which you kind of addressed. But then second, here's my question.
He's not at full speed, Grant, in my mind.
Gotcha.
Not to my eye, but he's awfully close. He's closer than I would have thought.
Okay, so that's good to hear, because I thought he wasn't that close. So that's great. But here's the big question, right? When he plays, who comes out? And I'm just going to take you through my thinking, and then I want you to react to it. I would have said Radish before the series. I thought he was tremendous in game 2. Somebody might have said, well, Leonard, based on the regular season, I think he's been phenomenal twice now, maybe his 2 best games as a Capital. You could say Mangiapane. He's one of their leaders in expected goals. He's been great and had chances. My idea would be Eller, maybe as like a weak link, but then you got to move McMichael to a different position at center and really jumble a bunch of things up, so maybe they don't want to do that. Plus, he's good defensively and he's been heavy. I don't know. You tag, you're it. Like, what do they do? This is a really hard decision.
Yeah, I think you're in the right neighborhood. Bringing up Radish, Leonard, I think Eller on the outside. But to me, it would be those 2 wingers that would be a very difficult decision for the coaching staff. But that's a good problem to have. And again, I don't think they're going to rush Protas by any stretch. But by what I saw this morning, and again, he took extra workout with the guys who are normally scratched. So, he was out there with Ethan Frank, with Ethan Bear, with Dylan McElrath. He was on the ice for a long time, which led me to believe that he wouldn't be playing tonight. So if you happen to do well here in Montreal in this game 3 and make it a 3-0 series lead, and I don't think that's going to be easy by any stretch, but if you do, why would you push it? There's no need to push it. So let's see how things play out. I just took it as a very good sign that I hate putting numbers on it, but he looked 75, 80% to me. That's not bad. And again, this is a morning skate practice. It's not a full blast, full contact workout, but he looked much better than I thought he would considering the injury.
Joe B, last one from me, defensive pairing. So what have we seen so far and how strenuous would the test be tonight?
I'm thrilled with the way Alexiev has jumped into the breach there, Danny. I mean, that's not an easy guy to replace in Martin Faravari. Faravari is so mobile, stronger than most people think. Alexiev is a bigger body, greater reach, and from what I remember, he's played a lot with Trevor Van Riemsdyk in the past. He barely played at all during the regular season, right? He only played 8 games, but I remember him playing in a partnership with Van Riemsdyk in the playoffs last spring. And when I talk with both of those guys, they use the word adaptability. Both of those guys say that all 6, 7 defenders in the lineup possibly are really adaptable, that they can go and play in different partnerships and get used to each other pretty quickly. Right now, I like the way it's going when I see Chychrun and Carlson together. I think Sandin and Roy is a good group. And Alexiev, like I said, has been, I think it's terrific to watch him do what he's done as a healthy scratch for almost 80% of the season. To be able to rely upon him like this, that's pretty incredible.
Joe B., the big storyline before the series started was how poorly the Caps finished the regular season and whether they'd be able to flip the switch, and we have now put that to bed. Is there anything that you think they need to clean up or do better? I mean, vaguely the third period, obviously, but like schematically or otherwise, is there anybody you think needs to elevate their game? What would be your concerns now up 2-0, if there are any?
No, I like what I've seen, especially early in the games. I've mentioned the first 30 minutes, and you guys have addressed it, how they've been able to maneuver their way across the finish line. A lot of that has to do with Logan Thompson. I mean, the Logan Thompson we've seen in games 1 and 2 is exactly the kind of net mining you need for Washington to go where they want to go in this tournament. And obviously they have grand designs. They dream big. So getting to play against Montreal in a 1-8 matchup, yes, they're favored, but you need Logan. You don't get out of that first 2 games with 2 wins without Thompson playing as well as he did. Montreal is going to be singing the other story, obviously, in the room. Guys, we easily could have had a split there. Now they're coming to our place. Let's jump on them. I feel that much more impressed by Washington when Thompson plays at that level. He gives you the kind of goaltending that you need to go a long, long way. I think for the most part, again, I'd love to see Mangiapane, Eller, and Leonard get rewarded. They've been oh so close around the cage for a couple of weeks now. I looked at Lars Eller today and said, Lars, you're going to get one. Back in a building that's really familiar. He used to love being here in Montreal. I said, you know what, Lars, you're overdue. He goes, completely overdue. So maybe those guys will catch in. So for me, it would be the Mangiapane, Eller, Leonard line. They've played better than they've produced. Let's just say that. And maybe they're due to get themselves on the score sheet.
Joe B., you're the best. Have a great call tonight, my friend. Thanks for the time.
Guys, my pleasure. Always good to chat with you.
You got it. There's Joe Beninati, our good pal, on the call tonight. I'm sure Alan May will be filling in for Craig Laughlin, but that's great news. Locker will be back home after falling under the weather, and hopefully we'll be back in studio calling games in the booth before the end of this series.
No doubt.
So I asked Joe B. the question, when Protas comes back, probably not tonight. I would say probably not game 4, but if he comes back in this series, he's traveling, so he might be closer than you would have thought. What do you do? I gave him 3 options. He said there are 2 that he liked. And it doesn't mean either of these guys deserves to be benched, but someone's got to come out.
Someone has to, yeah.
Taylor Radish on the 4th line and Ryan Leonard on the 3rd line. To me, Leonard has been so good in these 2 games. He has been fast. He has been physical. He has been active. He's heavily involved in everything that's happening. I think Leonard stays in the lineup, barring a very quiet game or 2 leading up to Protas' return. He would be ahead of Radish to keep his sweater. Taylor Radish in game 1, I thought struggled. Didn't do a whole lot. The only thing noticeable about him in game one was he had 2 penalties.
Yes.
One was a minor. The other was part of a roughing where he got skated off with an opponent, so it wasn't a penalty kill. But I thought game one, he may have had the worst game on the team. Game two, I thought he was tremendous. I think he outplayed Leonard just in the juxtaposition of the two of them competing. And he was probably a top 5 or 6 player, maybe on the whole squad. So where does that leave us? Radich has given himself a chance, I think, to play his way into staying in the lineup. But I'd give Leonard the edge, and we've still got some time to sort this out if it's really between those two.
Now, here's what I would do. This would be easy for me. I would say, great game 2, Taylor Radich. You can watch from the press box. I think they're going to sit Ryan Leonard. And I because of the inexperience, because he was in sociology 101, 10 days ago.
Not if he keeps playing like he is. How could you?
And I wouldn't. I agree with you. He has been. I think he's been sensational. I like several of their best scoring opportunities. They haven't cashed in just yet, as Joe was referencing with Mangiapane and Eller, and that line's actually been pretty good.
But let me ask you this: Are you saying you think he'll regress a little bit and that'll happen, or you just think
this is like a coaching decision?
Right. He's playing the next 3 games he plays at the exact same level, and 4 games from now, in whatever series that is, Protas comes back. You're saying regardless, then Leonard probably gets that.
It's not what I would do.
I understand.
But
You're predicting.
It's what I'm going to bet.
See, Radich to me is, I will not use the word expendable or replaceable, but he has been on the 4th line essentially all year.
Yeah.
He moved up to the top line with a couple of opportunities in the top 6 when they were down a bunch of bodies. He does a really, really good job. He plays his best hockey with Duhaime and Dowd. That trio on the 4th line, I think, has been excellent. But here's the next question. Leonard, if he was moved down to the 4th line, let's say, with those two, I think would be a really good fit within the way he skates.
The way he plays, yeah.
But here's the other question. So let's say Radich or Leonard, will leave it there. When Protas comes back, does he immediately go back to the top line? Go back and listen to the audio before game 1, when I was basically begging and pleading for Protas. The way Beauvillier has played, again, I just said Ryan Leonard, top 5 player in the series. He might be the best player in the series for the Capitals through 2 games, which is insane to say.
Yeah, he has been a hornet.
He's
just
been awesome.
Flying everywhere. That speed, he's been a pain in the butt, created chances, scored a great greasy goal. He's been invaluable.
So Protas was their best skater at even strength all year.
Mm-hmm.
Do you break up Ovechkin, Strome, and Beauvillier right now, or do you slot Protas in? You wouldn't do anything with the second line because those 3 amigos have been together all year. McMichael, Dubois, Wilson. That would mean maybe you'd put Protas on the 3rd line, which hasn't been able to get going most of the year. That would be Mangiapane, Eller, and Protas. And then Leonard would go down to the 4th line with Duhaime and Dowd. That makes some sense to me.
Here's what I would do.
And when Beauvillier cools off, maybe then you move Protas back
So
up.
I think the way Beauvillier is playing, he would fit in anywhere. This is less first-line player, or best offensive line player, and more buzzing pain in the butt B. That's 3rd line to me. You can fit on the 4th line, whatever you want to do with him.
But you don't think he's benefiting from the attention on Ovechkin and being with the most skilled offensive center?
I do think he's benefiting.
But your point is he could still make an impact as a pest and doing.
Yeah, the majority of the things that he's doing well to me translates anywhere. So I'm going to slide Leonard down 1. He can be physical. He can be a little bit of a fire starter there on the 4th line. Beauvillier to the 3rd, and Protas right back up top. I just think that line is too dynamic to break it up. And if I'm getting to where I want to go, Joe B. used that phrase, aka Stanley Cup championship, it's with my best line being their best, and it's with Protas at the center of that whole thing.
Grant and Danny at Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly talking Caps playoff hockey. All of our coverage of the Caps in the postseason brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. For 25 years, Ace Trim's been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV, specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry. They handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey, hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. By the way, there's a dude in here wearing a Donald Brashear sweater.
Yeah.
And I just want him to know that I see you. I want you to feel seen, and I love it, okay? That's Donald Brashear right
If you found out that dude played minor league hockey and now plays beer league hockey in a Brashear jersey, you'd believe it.
I mean, he's got the backwards hat.
Yeah.
May or may not have a mullet. It looks like, he's definitely got a mullet.
Little Molotov cocktail right there.
It's a Washington hat.
It's a 1090 situation right there. It's an efficiency into a 7-bedroom.
It says Washington.
Yeah,
What's that?
big fan of Washington.
But it doesn't say any. It doesn't say Commanders.
Right, that's the team nickname. The
Burgundy
Washington.
and gold.
The Washington.
1790. Okay. DC's founded in 1790. Who knew? The Donald Brashear jersey is very, very good. I just want you to know that I saw you, and I appreciate that about you. You guys are eating gelato.
Yeah, trying to eat gelato.
It's different than ice cream. How is that?
Just higher quality ice cream. So you wouldn't like it. There's no frozen ice chunks in it. There's no freezer burn.
What is the actual difference between gelato and ice cream?
It is. You basically have some of the same ingredients, usually higher quality ingredients, milk, eggs, sugar, whatever flavor kind of folded in, and then it's just churned more slowly and more thoroughly for longer. So it is a richer,
So it's the exact
velvety,
same
smooth
everything,
texture.
but prepared basically
Yeah.
with more class.
Yeah, it's more gourmet, more high quality than your local like Turkey Hill. With all due respect to those brands, they work too. Or your whatever grocery store chain that you like. I can't remember which one is your fit. Like Piggly Wiggly house brand.
Food Line.
Food Line. There you go.
Yeah, Food Butt. Resulting in a lower fat content
Yep.
and a denser, smoother texture.
That's it.
Does that feel right to
That's
you?
exactly what it is.
I definitely noticed the smoother texture.
It's a smooth texture.
Are you Rick at how much it's melted during this segment?
Yeah, I'm a little annoyed about it.
Yeah.
I just want to eat it.
You can eat it right now.
No, I mean
Go for it.
They're looking at me weird on the comments.
We're gonna do
It's
a
like leaning in. I'm like, look at my fat face. It's gross.
draft of Capitals to score tonight. Darius has 3 points in the early going
Boo,
of this
Darius.
playoff run. Ryan has 2 because Connor McMichael hooked you with 2 goals. Danny got his first goal.
Yeah.
Dylan Strome got
Stromer on the net.
And me and Toby are just trying to get off the schneid with a goose egg. Grant and Danny taking you up to 6:15 on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Game 3, Caps and Canadiens tonight in Montreal. 7 p.m. puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. The Capitals lead the series 2-0. Alexi Protas is called a possibility, according to head coach Spencer Carberry today, but he did stay on the ice for some extra work this morning, indicating he's probably not going to play tonight. Either way, Caps Canadiens Game 3 tonight, 7 o'clock puck drop right here on 106.7 The Fan. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Mets for the first of 4 at Nationals Park. Juan Soto returning to Nationals Park for the first time as a member of the New York Mets. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game over on the team. 9:80 tonight. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. Kodai Senga goes to the hill for the Mets. In the NFL, Commanders selected offensive tackle Josh Connolly Jr. from Oregon last night to fortify the offensive line. Tonight, day 2, second and third round of the NFL draft. The Commanders have just one pick tonight, pick number 61 overall in the second round. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We are out and about for a Friday field trip. Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. The NFL draft is continuing with rounds 2 and 3 tonight. Shedeur Sanders has become a hot topic. And Danny, everyone has an opinion on Shedeur Sanders.
Yes.
And I mean everybody, including this guy. How about this quote?
Do we think this is real, by the way? Did we vet this, Ryan?
This is.
Do we know?
How could anyone know?
Okay.
With the person in question and the social media now, where everything flies around and there are images, and I just want everyone to know this is just a football quote,
right? Just football,
and an opportunity for Danny to do an impression.
We agree with you, just for the record. You'll know who I'm talking about when I do the voice. So
I'm not going to say his name.
I think you'll get who it is. And these are the words that are written.
Yes.
Okay.
This is an actual comment about Shedeur Sanders that was made today.
What is wrong with NFL owners? Are they stupid? Deion Sanders was a great college football player and was even greater in the NFL. He's also a very good coach, streetwise and smart. Therefore, Shedeur, his quarterback son, has phenomenal genes and is all set for greatness. Excuse me. He should be picked immediately by a team that wants to win. Good luck, Shedeur, and say hello to your wonderful father, believe me.
Is this an executive order? Is he telling teams what needs to be done?
Excuse me. First of all, so-called Grant Bolson, okay? He's a liar. We don't like him because he's extremely dishonest, okay? He's saying so many things, but yes, this is an executive post. It's a very good post, probably the best post that has ever been posted, believe me.
This is just quite a journey, this thing. So because Deion Sanders was great at football, therefore, Shedeur has good genes. Nobody would debate that.
Right.
And is set for greatness. That's a big leap to the next lily pad. All these general managers, all these GMs that have watched all the tape and had all the meetings.
Well, they're very stupid people.
They have their opinions. But the genes, that's why he's set for greatness.
So every time a professional athlete has had a son, he's been great. Don't worry about examples of when that's not true.
Why
it's
is
true every time.
in quotes? He should be picked, and picked is in quotes.
Because we're saying selected.
But
very clear.
You could just say he should be picked immediately. You don't need quotes for that.
Well, again, you shortchanging and being very dishonest with your talking.
Shedeur
Nobody
Sanders,
likes it.
where does he go tonight? The odds say
Many people think the White House.
I was like looking for Danny Rie again.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't know what happened
Next 3 teams. Raiders, most likely odds right now.
Uh-huh.
Browns are number 2. Do you like one of those teams, or are you going with the field?
I thought the Browns. Because now they've got so many extra picks. It's not as dire if it doesn't work out. That makes sense? I mean, that was what was in my mind. As soon as they traded out, got a couple extra, moved around, I thought, okay, now that sets the stage. If he falls in around 2, talking about Sanders, where it's not like if for example, Washington was in a different spot and it was their only second-round pick and they didn't have a third and they're short on picks, you're going, this has to hit. Whereas if you've got 10, you could throw a couple flyers at the wall and see if it sticks. I don't know if that's a good rationale, but that was in my brain.
I love the fit of Shedeur Sanders in Cleveland. And my logic is Kevin Stefanski, a two-time coach of the year and a really good play caller. West Coast the offense, right? A lot of stuff around the line of scrimmage. You need someone who's accurate and can complete the football and just keep the chains moving. Shedeur Sanders is incredibly accurate and had one of the highest completion percentages in collegiate history if you compare both under pressure and with no pressure in college over the last few years. And the last thing I would say is I actually think it would really help him to be in a West Coast offense where the ball's got to come out, because his biggest flaw, in my opinion, is that he holds on to the football and he takes too many sacks. So if you could put him in an offense like Stefanski's.
Well, that's not an option.
Exactly right. Where you just force him pre-snap. Here's what we're doing. You're throwing to this guy. It's quick. It's easy. And that's the bulk of the offense. See Kirk Cousins and some of these guys who have had success determining things pre-snap. Ball comes out. Sack count is lower. I think you could actually really help Sanders in an offense like that. So I like him with Stefanski.
I do too. And again, the adding of extra picks makes it not as premium. And they're sort of stuck given Watson's contract situation. They're kind of in the mire. This is more of a patient, longer-term view thing anyway. So, if it doesn't work out, it's not another first-round quarterback that didn't work out for them. Like everyone from Tim Couch to Johnny Manziel to, all the other guys that they drafted who failed, who were no longer there. It's not one of those, if this doesn't work out, your franchise is set back for 5 years. I know it's early. We're talking about the first pick of the second round, but that's what I thought was going to happen based on very little thought.
How about the Steelers passing on Sanders?
Yeah,
so
tells you a
now
lot.
They're still waiting on Aaron Rodgers. If Rodgers leaves them at the altar, do they call the Falcons about Kirk Cousins, or do they go into the year with Mason Rudolph? How could they possibly do that? Somebody should get fired if a TJ Watt-led championship-caliber defense with a chance to win 10 games is quarterbacked by Mason Rudolph.
So the potential selections for Pittsburgh at this point, we're talking about what? Shug, Milroe?
Tyler Shuck is very talented. He's old. He's going to be 26-year-old rookie, and he's had a terrible injury history, or else he'd be a first-round pick.
But, do they care? Does Pittsburgh care about that at this stage? Like, where they're going,
Well, I'll tell you right now.
We don't need 10 years. We need a few.
I'd rather Tyler Shuck be my quarterback than Mason Rudolph, because I know what Rudolph is. I have no idea what Shuck is. The guy that actually would interest me, they won games last year, as ugly as it was, with Justin Fields.
Yeah.
What if they drafted Jalen Milroe and said, go run around? The passing thing will come over the next year or two. Just go make some plays with your feet. And basically did the Fields 2.0 offense again with Milroe.
I tell you, at this stage, as their options are dwindling, it's probably what I would prescribe. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how many great choices there are. Like, either change everything for Aaron Rodgers and diminishing results, draft a quarterback that probably doesn't fit you real well, or do that. I would do that. I would Arthur Smith this thing and say, we are running spread. It's a one read and take off. And let's give you some options through that. And, we'll see if we can beat some people a little bit unconventionally. Kind of a poor man's early Lamar Jackson type vibe in Baltimore before they added some sophistication to their passing game. Maybe do it that way.
Let's run through the best available players, the consensus right now on a lot of the boards, some of the big names remaining in the NFL draft going into round 2, which starts in about an hour and 25 minutes tonight after 7 o'clock. Will Johnson, cornerback, Michigan, was expected to go in the middle of the first round. Free fell out of round 1 because of what is being called a medical red flag. He's got a knee issue that teams are worried about. He's considered the number 2 corner in the country by almost every expert who does this. He had the 10th overall ranking via ESPN's composite with their draft experts. Someone's going to get him in the 30s tonight. I have to imagine he goes in the first 5 picks.
You would think so, right? I mean, again, it's somebody like that in the first round. You wouldn't feel quite as good about it with the injury history, but second round, it doesn't hurt you as bad. I'll go 2 defensive ends, cheat here a little bit. A couple of guys that we thought might be there for Washington were, but they passed. Mike Green, we know about the off-field concerns, well documented, only one great year at Marshall under his belt.
And a really great year. Led the FBS in sacks with 17 last year.
And Donovan Izaraku, kind of a Mr. All-World character guy, great college production at BC, good character dude as well. I thought that might be a candidate for Washington at 29.
Second in the nation with 16.5 sacks last season. The best defensive back available At safety is Nick Amenwari. I don't know how many people had him going in round one, but the consensus has always been he does not fall out of the top of the second round. He is ranked right now the number 3 player available for ESPN. South Carolina safety. Someone could come up to get him that has a need at that position. If you need a D lineman, best on the board right now at D tackle interior, Darius Alexander of Toledo. And one of the guys I'm tracking very closely into round 2 tonight, because I have interest in him for Washington. I don't think he's going to be there for them at 61. Ohio State running back Travion Henderson, very likely to go in the first 5 to 7 picks. I can't imagine he gets out of the 40s tonight. The best running back left on the board.
A couple other names to monitor here, kind of the mid part of the second round potentially. We talked about it briefly on the show earlier, but the big, tall target, Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State, 6'4", 215, can win some contested plays. And then Jalen Noel, his running mate, the opposite, a 5'10 water bug, just under 200 pounds. And one other wide receiver I wanted to bring up. And, of course, Luther Bird. Thank you. I just scrolled past him. So there were some folks that had him going late in the first round. The production that dropped off dramatically from a sophomore to his junior year bothered a lot of people, scared them off. People have been kind of, deciding how much to weigh that. It looks like it was significant enough for him to drop out of round number 1. But a guy that was dynamic, pretty good with the ball in his hands, not quite a Deebo Samuel-like player, but sort of that school where he might be helpful in the right system and offense.
Corners that are available outside of the injury-plagued or questioned, I suppose, Will Johnson out of Michigan. Look out for Trey Amos, who has length and looks like a Dan Quinn-type cornerback. Played his college ball at Ole Miss. Still on the board. I think he'll go in the middle of the second round. But if he would fall to Washington at 61, might be hard for them to pass up on him to trade back. We are going to be doing our Caps to Score a Goal draft coming up at 6 o'clock here on Grant and Danny. We'll also hit the leadoff. Get you ready for the Nats and the Mets. You'll hear that game over on the Team 980 tonight because we've got playoff hockey here on the Fan. But next, what would we love? What would we like? What would we hate for the Commanders with their pick at 61 tonight on Grant and Danny?
I mean, I think it's every move we make, we're trying to maximize him and really the whole team. So he was the highest player on our board. Is really what it ended up being. It wasn't really so much we needed to get an O-lineman or anything like that, but he was clearly the highest player on our board. So if it was a defensive player that was the highest player on our board, we would have done that.
Rounds 2 and 3 in the NFL draft tonight. The Commanders, if they stick and pick, will only have the 61st selection and then will not pick again until 128. As we welcome you back on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. So, Danny, why don't we go through what we would love, like, and hate with this selection? So you go first. What would you love most? This round starts at 33. Washington's got to sit around for almost the entire round. Hard to determine what's going to be there, but if you had your druthers, what would it look like?
I'll steal this one from you, my friend. I would love a trade back. I'm not talking about getting out of the third round entirely or going back to a similar spot, but to pick up a couple third-round selections or an extra fourth or more draft ammunition, only move back a handful of spots. Somewhere in the low 70s would be ideal, and pick up an extra selection out of that. We ran a simulation earlier, or you did rather, and I think it was from Seattle, pick like 72 and 91. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. I would love a trade back where you don't have to give up that much, move back that many spots, and still get a quality player and add another quality player potentially 20 picks or so later.
So I'm going to give you a trade here. I'm going to say they trade back, which I would love. New Orleans comes up from 71 and 93. New Orleans wants a quarterback, in my little hypothetical here. They have the third highest odds to draft Shedeur Sanders tonight. Now, Shedor's going to be gone, in my opinion, before 61. But let's say, for whatever reason, Tyler Shuck is still available, and they pounce on him. Or maybe they just really like another of the QBs. And it's someone that goes earlier than on any of us anticipated, right? Maybe Kyle McCord or something like that. But they take a quarterback at 61 with Derek Carr hurt, feeling like Spencer Rattler's not their guy. And then Washington has 71 and 93. I would love it. Now I get an edge with that first selection, ideally, best on the board. And then I can still get my speedy running back that's a big upgrade as a home run hitter in the 90s. I think you can still add someone there, like in Ollie Gordon from Oklahoma State, if you want more of a workhorse, all-down guy, or just a straight-up burner where they're going to help and they're going to play in week one. And I think at that position, that's kind of a sweet spot. All right, something you would like at 61.
You're stuck at 61, meaning no trade offer comes through that's worth your time, and you pick a guy that maybe slips a little bit. Thinking of Jordan Birch, defensive end, or an edge. I guess you can't say defensive end anymore. You have to say edge.
Well, some guys are ends, right?
Yeah.
But when you say end anymore, it's like the 34 5-tech.
Sure, yeah, I suppose. But it just used to be a defensive end for me, and I had to update my file.
We're old enough to remember when a defensive end is what Bruce Smith was.
Yeah, so an edge or a receiver that slips. Again, I'm still thinking there are plenty of playmakers to be had there. Jalen Noel from Iowa State at that point, a burner, I think would make me very happy. But something addressing either more doubling down, increasing, making it easier for Jaden Daniels, or one of their positions of dire need where they need an upgrade, that defensive end spot. I'd like sticking and taking a guy that maybe slips a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure how realistic what I'm about to say is. And this would also be a love, but I'm signing it a like. Jaden Higgins, Iowa State, probably goes 45 to 53, something like that. He's still there somehow at 61. In the like category, I've already said trade back, so I have to make a pick. He's a wide receiver who had 90 catches and 1,100 yards and 9 touchdowns last year, who's 6'4". I'm all in on that. Landon Jackson, the edge from Arkansas. Again, I think he's gone. Probably 10 picks or so before Washington picks, but some reason he's there. And now, last night, 2 edges were there that I didn't think would be there.
Give me the guy that slips down. I would love Jackson.
Yeah, I would like that. All right, something you would hate at 61.
Running back. If they stay put and take a running back right there. Again, I think there's too much value a little bit later on. I think there's too many Devin Neals and Damian Martinez's and Bashal Tutins and Travis Etienne's brother, Trevor Etienne, and so on. Even if they, aren't able to trade back into the third round, I think there's too much value later on to find the kind of running back that I want. I would love it if they stayed there at 61 and took one.
So the only thing, I guess other than quarterback, which isn't real, the only position that would actually make me mad now would be O-line. If they doubled up on the O-line with some of the depth they've now established with Coleman moving into guard and Wiley maybe moving into guard and having your two tackles and Biotish being the unquestioned center. I'm not saying it's not always good to add offensive linemen, but at some point, you've got to just say, we'll make do with what we got. And doubling up on a position with all those needs would be infuriating. Outside of that, like even if they took a linebacker, which no one thinks they will, my antenna would go up and a light bulb would go off, and I'd say, oh, okay, they're going to have Frankie Louvu play edge, basically, on passing downs, and they're going to have this second-round linebacker play off the ball with Bobby Wagner. And that's their answer at edge is now they've got a guy they like to go get 12 sacks in Louvu standing up and rushing the quarterback. They're just doing it a little bit.
Doing it full time.
Out of the box, so to speak. So there's not much they could do. I know a lot of people would be bothered by a tight end pick there. Not me, because it's a weapon. I'd love a running back. You and I disagree on that. If they can run and they can make plays, sign me up. If they have some speed and can turn first downs into touchdowns. So, yeah, other than O-line, cool. Even a D tackle, while I don't love that, they can't stop the run well enough. And Javon Kinlaw, who they just paid a bunch of money to, does not specialize in stopping the run. So go get someone who helps you do that. You got Saquon Barkley in your division. Yes,
He's still there, yeah.
Right? I mean, so yeah, I'm in on that. I would hate, though, another O-lineman. Weird to say, because you can't go wrong there, but enough's enough when you have so many needs.
Right, yeah. At a certain point, you got to be able to deploy or construct a roster of 53, and that would be, I think overkill is the word that comes to mind there if they took another tackle for some reason.
All right, we are going to draft our Capitals to score goals and preview the Nats with the leadoff. We'll also make our predictions for who the Commanders will take. That's our realistic look at what's going to be on the board for them. All before we say goodbye from Pupatella Pizza. We're taking you up to 6:30. So if you're traveling around in the area, we're right off Route 50 in Chantilly. You can come on by Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly right now. They've got happy hour specials. They got a cool little drink menu with specials for the show, which is awesome. They've got a full bourbon bar here. They've got gelato that you just ate.
So good.
This place is the best. Happy hours running throughout the show. Pupatella Pizza, serving the real MVP of flavor with authentic, delicious, hat-trick-worthy Neapolitan pizzas. Caps playing in a little over an hour here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In hockey tonight, the Capitals taking on the Canadiens in Montreal. Game 3 of the series, 7 p.m. puck drop. Near the game right here on the Fan. The Capitals looking to take a 3-0 series lead. Alexi Protas could be a possibility to play tonight. Unlikely, though. He stayed on the ice for some extra work this morning, which is indicating that he probably wouldn't play. But either way, the Capitals taking on the Canadiens in Game 3 tonight, 7 p.m. puck drop right here on 106.7 The Fan. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Mets for the first of 4 in a wraparound series at Nationals Park. Juan Soto's first game back in D.C. as a member of the New York Mets. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear that game over on the Team 980 tonight. Jake Irvin taking the hill for the Nationals. He is 2-0 with a 3.68 ERA. He'll take on Kodai Senga in the Ghost Fork, who is 3-1 with an 0.79 ERA coming into action tonight. In the NFL, the Commanders selected offensive tackle Josh Connerly Jr. with the 29th overall pick last night out of the University of Oregon, fortifying the offensive line. Day 2 of the NFL draft tonight, rounds 2 and 3. The Commanders hold just one pick in rounds 2 and 3, pick number 61 overall in the second round. Also in the NFL today, Warren Moon gave Cam Ward permission to wear his retired number 1 jersey for the Tennessee Titans after he was taken number 1 overall by the Titans last night. Tonight, NBA playoff action, Celtics and Magic at 7 o'clock. Boston leads 2-0 in that series. Pacers and Bucks at 8. Indiana up 2-0 in that series. And Lakers and T-Wolves at 9:30. That series is tied at a game apiece. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan and pregame of Caps hockey. We're Grant and Danny. What a Friday. Field trip's been a blast out here in Pupatella. Chantilly showed up. Thanks to everybody for coming out, saying hello, eating and drinking with us, and being merry ahead of playoff puck and the NFL draft. Pupatella Pizza. Hospitality has been fantastic. I don't know that as a group, thank God for Copair and the fact that I'm, by way of injection, just not able to eat that much anymore. But I'm going to say collectively as a unit, Ryan pulling his weight, you pulling your weight, everybody else, I don't know that a show's ever eaten more at a remote
per person
than has been consumed here today. They just kept sending stuff since we sat down at 1:30.
The volume has been impressive, as has the flavor and taste. I tell you, the fattest thing that I've done today, and there's been many, was that entire bowl that was meant for like a little league team of the fried dough with the sugar and Nutella on it.
Did you eat it all?
Ryan helped. A lot of me in there. And then he was like, I'm telling you, you got to do this gelato. And I'm like, okay, I'll do it. And then I did, and then I got a second gelato. That was only my favorite flavor of gelato, which is the salted caramel with like chunks of like a little caramel bar, like a chocolate thing. I don't know. It tasted like happy. And I pummeled that too. And I feel dreadful, but happy at the same time.
It's a dreadful feeling that only comes when you've eaten all of your feelings into happiness. There's also there's also nervousness.
I do the nervous thing. I do it.
It's a game 3 tonight. If the Caps go up, inevitably, they'll find a way likely to move on. If they lose, now game 4 becomes critical and everybody's nervous and you can't let that series get even coming back to D.C. So tonight feels very, very big. Before we get to the Capitals, and I want to end the show with our predictions on who's going to score a goal and get into the game. Let's get you the lead off and prepare for Nats baseball. They're taking on the New York Mets tonight. James Wood sitting at 8 home runs, meaning he's on pace for 51 on the season. Dylan Cruz did have an 8-game hitting streak snapped last night. Another good start by Mackenzie Gore. 6 innings, 2 runs. He is one of 2 starters in the National League who's had 4 6-inning, 2 or fewer run outings already this season. And he's leading Major League Baseball in strikeouts. But the leadoff is presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom. Kodai Senga starting for the Mets.
Yeah.
He's got a .79 ERA. He's been sparkling.
So good luck tonight against that ghost fork.
Jake Irvin's been terrific for the Nats, though, since his first start of the year. Irvin, a 3.6 and he has been nails for now 2+ starts.
Leading off playing shortstop. See, check. Abrams batting second in left field. James Wood batting third. He's playing first. Nathaniel Lowe batting fourth, doing the catching. Caber Ruiz batting fifth at second base. Luis Garcia Jr. batting sixth. Your DH Josh Bell batting seventh in right field. Dylan Cruz batting eighth at third base. Jose Tana, and batting ninth at center field. Your guy, my guy, our guy. That's Jacob Young.
Nats had won 4 of 5 before losing yesterday. They've had a couple of those this season to end series. I can think back to the Pirates 4-game set where they got shut out. The first run of the game was scored on a leadoff home run by O'Neal Cruz, and then nobody scored again.
Yeah.
And they were just too easy to pitch to. It was a fast game. Nobody worked counts. Every time you looked up, 5 pitches into an inning, they already had 2 outs, and the pitcher was right back on the mound. Same thing happened last night.
Yeah, last series game against the Rockies, too.
Yeah.
Second game of a doubleheader. Yeah, you're right.
And there's just been one too many of those. So you got to battle. Every at-bat has to matter. You got to grind. They're capable of doing it, but you just can't give ABs away. But they need more offense. They can't just wait on the James Wood home run or, the big fly from Nathaniel Lowe. Or Josh Bell basically only gets hits when he's hitting home runs at this point.
Yep.
They got to start building a little more offense and stringing together some base hits.
Yeah, so you've seen some good moments and good swings. Luis Garcia stayed on the ball the other night, pelted a ball to left center field for a big RBI. More of those more consistently, and all of a sudden you can be one of those pain-in-the-butt offenses to deal with.
All right, so I'm going to put the names in the randomizer.
Here we go.
You can watch me hit randomize 3 times. I'm going to put them in the order of the standings currently.
Okay.
Which means Dad, who's got 3.
Oh, look at that.
Okay, then Ryan, who's got 2. Then Danny, who's sitting at 1 goal.
Yep.
And then Toby and myself, both at 0 goals.
Okay.
The way the challenge works here, very simple. We're predicting which Capitals score goals tonight. For every goal scored, we get a point. We'll look at this leaderboard at the end of the postseason. And the winner, I believe we said, gets $1 million.
It's $1 million out of Grant's personal $1 million stash.
So, 1, 2,
Yep.
3 randomizations. Ryan will have the first pick tonight.
Unbelievable.
I will get the second pick. Toby, trying to get on the board, will get the third pick.
I'm back and forth again.
Danny, you pick 4th.
Every time I pick
And
4th.
Dad is sitting 5th with his 3-0 lead, or 3-2 lead now over Ryan, but he was 3-0 after game 1.
So I just take Lars Eller now and save you guys the breath when I do it with my third pick?
You can do whatever you want.
Unreal.
It's up to you, man. All right, Ryan, you're coming off a heater. You got 2 goals from Connor McMichael in game 2 of the series. Who will you be taking with the first pick in the 2025 Game 3 Capital to Score Gold Draft?
Yeah, this is going to be a quick one, everybody. The pick is in.
Are you sure, though? Doesn't
Is
sound
the
like
pick in, though?
It doesn't seem like the pick is in.
It felt as if the pick was in, but I can assure you the pick is now in. But with that said, I will be selecting Alex Ovechkin to score a goal in tonight's contest. The Great 8. Actually, no, forget the Great 8. The Great One. He is the greatest ever do it. He's going to do it yet again tonight. Get a goal for me, Ovi.
Alex Ovechkin does have 2 goals and 3 points, second on the team in the early going of this postseason run. Of course, during the regular season, Ovi's 44 led all Capitals. I've got the second pick, and I'm ready to make my selection. With pick 2 in the Captain Score Gold Draft, the guy that will get me on the board tonight, Tom Wilson. Big number 43, crashing the net, working hard in the crease. Tom Wilson will score his first goal of this series. Give me Willie to get on the board.
Keep swinging that axe, my friend. Keep picking Tom Wilson.
I have picked Tommy, I think, in all 3 games.
All the time.
But the problem is, and you know this, it's like if you, if you play the numbers in the lottery like every single time, you have a better chance. If you only randomly play them sometimes, you could miss out the time that it's yours. So if I keep going off of Tom Wilson, I'm eventually going to miss his goal. You see?
In a way.
I got to keep going with Tom.
Yeah, you can't not go with Tom. Yeah.
All right, that means that pick number 3 is up. Toby,
That's
you're on the board.
Toblerone.
The pick is in. I'm going to go with number 17, top line center, Dylan Strome to net 1 tonight.
Me and Toby are just trying hard to get on the board. He's at least going with someone who scored in the series.
Yeah, I mean, Dylan Strome finally got me a goal the other night. He cared that I was shut out, so that was nice of him to do that. Very well. I think it's my turn, so the pick is in. But keep beating this drum. Keep bleeping that you know what. Let's try it one more time. Mr. Pierre-Luc Dubois, come on down. My pick in the first round. PLD.
I feel like he's earned a goal.
I do too. I
It
feel like
doesn't
that.
work that way, but he's definitely been around the net enough. He's doing enough good things.
I feel like the line has. McMichael got his 2 the other night. It feels like they're always there and they're always close.
Feels inevitable. All right, that's Dad's music, boys and girls.
Oh, Dad.
He's got both the 5th and the 6th pick to get us going into round 2.
Yeah, just wanted to be known. This is collusion, back-to-back times. I've been in the lead and had to pick last.
Yeah.
But the pick is in. The 5th pick in the collusion draft, we will be selecting. Oh, I forgot who was it. Oh, no, I'm going with Connor McMichael. Connor McMichael will be welcoming to my team.
Mikey did get Ryan 2 goals in game 2, and then Ryan turned his back on Connor McMichael
He did.
for tonight's game, which was interesting. But you're looking for him to stay hot, which I can appreciate. Who will you be taking with the first pick of round 2, Darius?
You'll find out once I play this NFL draft sound. With the first pick of round 2, we will welcome Nick Dowd. That'll be Dowder, former guest of the Grant Danny Show, to the squad.
Steamed for a 4th-line Dowder goal. A little early Dowder call from Darius. He's got a hunch.
Randy Douye back on the clock, and my pick is in. It's important to this man. He tried. He actually was one of the few people that have tried to get me goals. In fact, he hit some iron in the first few minutes of game number 2. He joins the Grant Danny program. He eats raw hearts of animals. Give me Jacob Chikrin.
Danny's working with PLD and Chicky. Darius has Mikey and Dowd. Toby is up to add to Stromer. This is the 3rd pick of round 2. This is pick number 8 in the cap to score a goal tonight draft.
The pick is in. We're going to go with this guy is due. He's only ever scored an empty net goal in his hockey career. He's due. Give me Kid Leno, Ryan Leonard. First time with a goalie in the net scoring a goal in the NHL.
I can see it. He has been a great
Talking about
creator.
deserving goals, yeah, he deserves one.
He set up Andrew Mangiapane a couple of times, and Mangiapane has done everything he can not to put the puck in the back of the net, but Leonard has certainly given him his chances. That brings me to the dance floor for my 2nd pick. I just mentioned him. I think he's been close. Led the team in expected goals in game 1. Had chances in game 2. Andrew Mangiapane. By the way, in the back of his head, right now he's got to be thinking, Alexi Protas is getting closer. How far to the line of demarcation am I? Am I above the threshold that I can't be parked? Ryan Leonard, Taylor Radish. There's a little more
Interesting.
motivation, I think, for 88.
Well, wait till someone pregame tells him, hey, dude, you're on Grant's nightly goal thing.
Yeah. That's
Talking about motivation.
Wilson and Mangiapane for me. Back to Ryan to round out his roster. He gets to complete round 2 and kick off round 3.
And the pick is in. Anthony Beauvillier, this is your time tonight. You have been buzzing the net the last few games here. You just scored in game 1. You're going to get another one in game 3 in Montreal. The first goal of tonight's game. So I'm excited.
That seems like a lot of value to get a top-line guy who's probably been the best player on the team through 2 games. All the way at pick 10 of this draft.
That's a good
Clary just get a steal, and not Ovi, but Bovey. I think he did.
The Ovi-Bovey pair.
Yeah. Is there anybody you can rhyme with Ovi and Bovey? I guess not.
Nothing at this point in time, but I will say this. The pick is in.
I like that with you.
Give me Alexander Alexeyev. I don't know how to pronounce that last name there, totally there, but I will say he just got his teeth knocked out. He's going to knock in a goal in tonight's contest in Montreal, so I am excited for that one.
You landed the dismount on his pronunciation as
I
well.
know, it's a tough one. I'm not going to lie. It still crosses me up to this day.
You crushed it. You had no issues. Nobody would have known anything if you didn't mention it. You were all over it. His teeth are still being carried around in the pocket of like some guy who cleans the ice in a town. So, but a goal could be in the offing. All right, I believe I am up. Go ahead and fire the music. I'm completing my line. He's got Ovi, Bovey, and Alexeyev. I've got Wilson, Mangiapane, and let's go with Doggy Duhane to get it done. It's number 22 in your program, number 1 in your heart. I did buy a Brandon Duhaime's sweater.
You did.
The last game that I attended, game 2 of these playoffs. Why not, while I'm wearing my Duhaime sweater out and about tonight, Doggy scores me a goal?
I believe I'm
This
now.
is one of,
go ahead.
Sorry, Tubbs. I was just going to say.
No, Danny, you should wait longer before you say.
Because I was actually I was thinking of what I want to say. I was like, do I
Yeah.
want to do a zing? I don't. Like, because it becomes, if he's too mainstream, do you have to give the jersey back? Like, if he has a good playoff series, does it cheapen the jersey for you?
Oh, that's interesting.
Because that's what I was thinking of, and I realized you can't just think of stuff; you have to say it on the radio.
And especially when there's 2 people in another studio who can't see us,
Yeah.
waiting for us to talk.
Yeah.
It's a good point. If he has a great series and people start buying his sweater, then I would stop wearing it. That's a good point. That is a thing. That's real.
Okay.
He's got to score a lot of goals for that.
He's got to have a lot of goals.
Tobes, you are up, my friend.
The pick is in. I went with a blue liner. John Carlson let me down in game 2, so we're going to switch it up. Give me Rasmus Sandin to find the back of the net tonight.
Ooh, 38.
Sandin.
Rasmus
Here we go.
Sandin.
Here we go.
He can skate. He's been good, I think. He's been moving the puck.
I've liked this is one of those unheralded type things,
Yeah.
but I think he's actually been really good here in this series.
So Danny's got PLD and Chicky. He is rounding out his trio. You're just 2 goals off the pace here.
Yeah.
2 back of Darris's lead.
I should pick 4th more. The pick is in, I guess. Joe B joined us earlier and said, Grant and Danny, I had a conversation with this guy. I said, you're due for one. And he said, yeah, beyond due. I really like Pinot Noir and red wine. I made that last part up, but that's how Joe B talks, guys. Give me Lars Eller to break the longest drought in human history. Lars Eller hasn't scored since Bill Clinton was president. I don't know if that's true or not, but I know this. He hasn't scored in a long time. Tonight is the night? Question mark? Lars Eller.
I like your Joe B. You should get an extra pick for your Joe B. And that brings us back to Darris Dameron, who's working with Connor McMichael and Nick Dowd, the final capital to be drafted in our cap to score a goal draft.
And pick is in. It seems I'm taking the guys that Ryan once rejected because he had him on his team this previous 2 times. I'm going to go with Trevor Van Riemsdyk.
Wow.
TVR.
I kind of love the 3rd round most. It's so random. We're just throwing stuff in a blender.
Yeah, it's wild.
Like, Taylor Radish is just watching TVR get taken. You guys know how weird that is, right? Like, TVR, all right, we're doing it every week, every show, every game. As long as this run goes, it seems like someone is going to pick Van Riemsdyk.
Now, so I think the last person has to pick TVR now.
It seems
like even if there's someone more desirable on the board, you have to take TVR.
Think about how funny it's going to be if he actually and when he actually scores.
I mean, listen, Brooks Orpik had a Stanley Cup goal. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's my corollary. Like, that's the funky bleep that happens in this thing.
Ovi, Bovey, and Alexiev for Clary. I've got Wilson, Mangiapane, and Doggy. Toby's got Stromer, Little Kid Leno, and Rasmus Sandin. Danny has PLD, Chicky, and Lars. And Dad's got Mikey, Dowder, and Trevor Van Riemsdyk. All right, there you go.
Here
Your
we go.
caps to
Here we
score
go.
a goal draft.
Here we go.
Darris, 3 on the board. Ryan's got 2. Danny's got 1. Toby and I sitting at 0, which brings us back to the Commanders and pick 61. Danny, do you think they end up being able to trade back, or do you think they make a pick?
I think they trade this. I think they're able to maneuver around the board. It may not be the deal we all want. It may not be that I can't believe they got that haul. I think it'll be utilitarian. They'll probably slide back maybe 15, 20 picks somewhere in there, pick up an extra 3rd rounder just to add some more bodies here, knowing they have enough holes. And I think this draft. It's a really good draft. This draft is deep enough where they're going to be able to find some helpful pieces. It may not be the 5.5 or 6 out of 10, but it could be that solid 5 at a position of need. A couple of their deep spots, I think, in this draft, they'll be able to find a running back with that extra 3rd round pick they're going to pick up, or maybe a wide receiver, maybe an edge that they like. But to me, I think they're going to be able to move back.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think they are able to get back down the board as well. I've had the question several times today out here at Pupatella Pizza, the question being, what do you want them to do? If they stay, what position would you most like to work out for them that a great player is there? I would go back to their biggest need. I think edge is a massive need for this team. It has been their biggest need since they kind of neglected it in the offseason. They allowed Dante Fowler, their only double-digit sack guy last year, at that position to walk. Dorrance Armstrong, who finished strong, is their top player at defensive end. Wise is more of a tweener run stuffer type at this point. Cleveland Farrell is not a guy that's going to generate a lot of pressure. Jacob Martin, to me, may or may not make the roster, but is not anybody that is going to scare an offense or get home very often. So they have two options. They either get an edge who can get to the quarterback before the start of the season by way of the draft tonight, free agency eventually when someone gets cut in training camp, and maybe that's where this thing is trending.
Right.
Or the other option would be what I referenced earlier, which is maybe they say, you know who could be a really good pass rusher as a defensive end standing up? Frankie Louvu. And they just shock everybody tonight maybe and draft an off-ball linebacker. If you see them go linebacker at 61, or even if they were to trade back anytime shortly thereafter, I think you should immediately be thinking Frankie Louvu is their new defensive end on passing downs. He is that good as a pass rusher. He's a Swiss Army knife. He's a chameleon. He can do a little bit of everything. And at some point, they have to start getting creative to mask this deficiency. And if they've decided we're just not able to find a guy that we really like there, no problem. Have a linebacker replace him, stand him up, because I think he's a better pass rusher than anybody on the team at that position.
Yeah, A, a dubious honor, but B, I actually do think he's pretty good at it. I'm with you. Yeah, it's about maximizing your best 11. And, you know, are you best served with him in that Swiss Army knife role, or is more of a full-time pass rusher? I think ultimately you'd like to be the kind of defense where he can do that also, but it may end up being that out of necessity, to your point, you're better with name that off-ball linebacker and Louvu on passing downs, you know, kind of picking his spot to rush against the weak link of the offensive side. So I think that's an astute point by you. Again, I'm now open to more things. Because of what happened in the first round with Connerly, that I did not see how the need lined up. I didn't see how the roster construction was going to work. Because to me, they've got that set because Coleman's the right tackle. In my mind, before you started talking, or before last night, I would have gone, well, Luke was your off-ball linebacker. Unless he isn't, right? Unless it's now I have an asset, let me deploy it in a slightly different way. Because maybe they decide there's nobody in this edge, defensive end, whatever you want to call it, class, that's going to be enough of a difference maker over the next couple of years that warrants the selection here. Try to fill the glass with hope, and that's not going to do it. If they had a surefire dude right there, Adam Peters has said that even in one of his in the presser. If the highest player on our board was a defensive end, we would have done that. So it means they didn't love the guys that were there. And I don't know that they're going to love somebody back at that point at 61 or maybe later if they trade back that's that big of a difference maker. Like, is that guy better than fill in your blank off-ball linebacker with Louvu now as kind of a pass rusher, or with Louvu there and a neophyte kid trying to play edge for a competitive team? I don't know the answer to that.
They need a cornerback, but they need a pass rusher more. They need a running back, but I'd say the same thing. Wide receiver, and it's the same, right? There's still a gap between those needs. I will still be frustrated if we get to the 5th round and they haven't added a speedy weapon at running back. I'll also be annoyed if they don't add a speedy weapon at wide receiver, but they can't do everything if they don't trade back. They just don't have the picks at this point. What was your favorite pick last night, by the way? Round 1. What stands out to you as kind of a nice grab?
Oh, that's it. Okay. Let me rip through it. To me, I loved Denver taking Jahdae Barron. I thought that was, because everyone's talking about the maneuvers around the board and some of the trades and the different things. They just whisper quiet, stayed home, and got themselves, potentially one of the best secondaries in football, adding to it, the cornerback from Texas. I also loved, again, kind of a little bit not that sexy right beforehand, Tampa going Egbuka. What a nice fit there opposite Mike Evans for a receiving core that, you wouldn't think needs something, but then once you realize that there's constant injury and Godwin's always kind of staying banged up, they need to kind of replenish for a team that's young almost everywhere else. Actually thought that ended up being a pretty smart pick.
Bills getting Maxwell Hairston, the corner, who could fly. I think it's going to be a really nice pick for them at 30. And also really like the Ravens, who seem to always just get the guy, a la the Eagles, that falls into their lap. Malachi Starks at safety to play opposite Kyle Hamilton. Pretty good.
Kansas City getting Josh Simmons, too, a guy they thought wouldn't be there for him. That was kind of the guy they set out to get and ended up there. That was pretty good for them.
Yeah, lest we forget the last game they played, how badly things went for them on the offensive line. All right, we will end the show with our Caps Elite Player of the Game presented by Power and Energy Corporation. Let Elite Power and Energy install a backup generator for you and fill your propane tank so you don't lose power when the storm hits. 24/7 service, complete power solutions. Elite Power and Energy Corp. BetOnline.com. Give me your prediction for your elite player of the game tonight.
Logan Thompson. This is going to be hellacious. It's going to be loud. It's going to be feverish. It's going to be an explosion for an organization and a fan base that hasn't had a lot to cheer about recently, right? This is their playoff time. They think they're kind of starting something big with this young group, one of the youngest teams in the history of the Stanley Cup championship here, and they're kind of building, and this is their chance to kind of go nuts. I think it's going to be furious and loud and high energy, buzzing team to kind of come out of the gates of the first few minutes. I think Thompson's got to steal this one. If you're going to win this game, I think Thompson's got to do a lot of what he did in the third period the other night and make a few epic saves to help kind of withstand this charge. So give me Logan Thompson as the star of the game.
My Capitals player to lock in on tonight, presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, is going to be Taylor Radish. The Capitals player to lock in on, Radish, presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team since 1961. Radish, I think, is playing for his spot in the roster. He's playing for his spot as a starter so that he's not the guy that gets parked if and when Protas comes back. He's got to basically outshine little kid Leno, Ryan Leonard, because I think it's those two guys that are scratching and clawing to keep their gigs, with Protas getting closer and closer to returning. He is on the trip. You feel good about the Caps tonight? You think they get a win?
I don't feel great about this one. I think this is one of those, okay, you get punched in the mouth. You probably could, not probably, you could have dropped either of those first couple of games, right? With Montreal's energy, I don't think this is going to be a cakewalk. I don't think it's a four-game type series. I think they drop this one. That'll be just fine. They'll come back swinging here on Sunday. So I think they actually lose this one, but come back 3-1, win the next one.
You got to get one of the two. I don't really care which. It'd be nicer from a nerves and anxiety standpoint, I guess, if it's tonight. But you've got to get one of the two, come back, as you said, 3-1. We got to thank everybody out here at Pupatella Pizza. What a wonderful experience this has been. All of the folks that have made this show possible. The hospitality was awesome.
Top notch, man.
Thanks so much to them. All of the listeners who came out as well. Tons of fun. Danny, I don't think I've seen you eat this much in a long time. Congratulations on that.
I'm now expecting right in the stomach. This is tough, dude. I feel both great and terrible about myself at the same time. Amazing.
Go watch Caps hockey. Make it all feel better.
Yeah, I'm going to pick up my son from practice on the way home, and then my feet is up watching some hockey.
Attaboy. For Ryan and Middle Chris out here on site, and for Toby and Darius back in studio, Grant Paulson saying so long. We'll be back at it on Monday at 2 o'clock, breaking down the draft and hopefully a Cap series that has ended in a sweep.
Ladies and gentlemen.